You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What do you mean, missing? Lost? Well, how old is the little girl? 4.5? Who was she with, her mother? Yeah? Where? What's that address? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right. Tell her I'm sending the officers right over. No, tell her not to go out looking for them. The officer will be right there. That's right.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour. After I turned out the platoon at 8 a.m. and conferred with Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, about a patrol problem, I went into my office to read, digest, and sign nearly 100 reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on duty 24 hours before. At 9:20, I was still at the paperwork. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
This is Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. We got a child under 7 reported missing.
Where's this?
1130 2nd Avenue.
Is that the residence?
No, sir, it's a laundrette. The mother was in there with the family wash. The kid was with her and just disappeared.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
This is Sergeant Waters at 21st. Desk officer here, Lieutenant Gorman, wants to speak to Captain Fleischer. 60 Texas District, Captain. Yeah. No, he won't talk to anyone else. There's a notification on a missing child under 7. All right, I'll hold on. You notify CD, Pat?
Yes, sir, first thing.
Hold on, Captain Fleischer. Lieutenant Gorman. Captain Fleischer on the line.
Okay. Captain Fleischer? This is Lieutenant Gorman, desk officer, 21st. We have a report of a missing child under 7. The name is Gloria Solent. Solent. Age 4.5, daughter of Mrs. David Solent. David. 278 East 60th Street. Yes, sir, that's right, East 60th. She was in the company of her mother in Jerry's Laundrette at 1130 2nd Avenue. Disappeared. We got it at 9:17. No, sir, not yet. I'm going to as soon as I get through with you. Yes, sir. You're welcome, Captain.
You notify the 21st Squad, Commander, Pat?
I'm going to do it right now. Sergeant, would you ring upstairs to Lieutenant King?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant King on the job today?
I saw him come in a little while ago, Captain.
This is Sergeant Waters on CS, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Gorman would like to talk to you. Yes, sir. Lieutenant King's on the line, Lieutenant.
Okay. Hello, Matt. Yeah. Missing child.
How'd we get it, Sergeant? Patrolman on post there, sir. Vaquero. The owner of the laundrette went out in the street and got him. He rang in with it. Looked all up and down the block and in every store. He can't find the kid. So what'd you send over there? Set the cars 2 and 3, Captain. What about a sergeant? Sergeant Burns went sick, Captain. He just had a bad wreck on the East River Drive. Sergeant Collins over there. Well, you better get a patrolman in here to relieve you on PS, Bill. We'll need a sergeant over there to take charge of the uniformed men. Yes, sir.
She was wearing blue jeans, a white sweater over a red check shirt, red shoes, white socks. Yeah, man.
Let me talk to Lieutenant King when you finish, Pat.
Yes, sir, Captain. No, 4.5. Yeah. Well, that's about all we got so far. Just a second, Matt. Captain Kennelly wants to talk to you. Okay, Captain. Thanks.
Hello, Matt.
Captain.
I'll have 5 patrolmen and a sergeant over there, Matt. They're yours. And any more you need.
Thanks, Captain. I'm going myself right now. How about you? You want to ride?
All right, I'll wait down here for you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, CB. This is Sergeant Waters, 21st. You have 681
Okay,
call,
Pat.
21st.
Keep your finger on this thing up to the minute.
Stay on their tails until that kid is found.
Yes, sir, I will. You can count on it.
There are few occurrences which are handled with more urgency than the report of a missing child. On the basis of 100 years' experience, the police department of the city of New York has found that although nearly all missing children are eventually located and returned home safely, prompt and thorough police action might prevent an accident or crime involving the child. The action to be taken is described in great detail in the Manual of Procedure and Rules and Regulations 316. With or without suspicion of a crime being involved, the desk officer is obliged to refer the report to the detective squad commander for immediate investigation. As required in no other type of case, the desk officer must, in addition, personally and forthwith notify the captain in charge of the detective district, the immediate superior of the squad commander. Assistance in the form of men, radio motor patrol cars, police launches, emergency service squads, transit police, and the facilities of any other department of the city must be made available forthwith on request of the detective commander in charge. All superior officers of the patrol force must cooperate with the detective commander and render any assistance requested. In compliance with Lieutenant King, I drove over to 1132nd Avenue, Jerry's Laundrette, from where the search would commence.
Okay, Johnny. Captain.
See on that.
Find a place to park, Johnny. We'll see you inside.
Yes, sir. There's Vaccaro. Vaccaro?
Yes, sir.
Any sign of the child, Vaccaro?
No, sir. I've just been rechecking in the stores all along the block. Nobody's seen her. Who's on the job with you? Cochran and Giordano in Sector Car 2, Lieutenant, and Eisman and Nelson in Sector Car 3. Where are they? Eisman and Nelson are cruising around to see if they can locate the girl on the street. Cochran and Giordano are climbing stairs in the buildings up and down the block.
Mm-hmm. Where's the mother?
Inside. She brought in the family wash and was sitting talking and reading a magazine after it was in the machine. Let's go in. She looked up and this kid was gone.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Where is she?
In back. The proprietor has a little office in back.
Is that the proprietor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Asher. Just a second. 41, $3, $6, $23, $45, $91. Excuse me if I don't keep these figures going. I get way ahead of me.
Mr. Asher, Captain Kennelly and Lieutenant King, Mr. Jerry Asher.
How do you do? Hello.
How are you? Were you here when the child disappeared, Mr. Asher?
Yeah, sure. I was right here, I'm telling you. Everything was peaceful. Nothing but the machines going. And all of a sudden, she lets out this scream, Mrs. Solomon.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought she got her hand stuck in the machine or something. I ran up there, and she's yelling something about Gloria, my baby. I don't know. I thought the baby was in the machine. Well, then this other lady, her friend, she told me the lady's kid is gone. I said, calm down. Now, how far could she go? So we looked around the store, in front and in the back. Nothing. We went out on the sidewalk and looked around. It was still nothing. Well, then I was getting worried, too. This policeman came by, and I told him, and that's all I know.
The mother's in back?
Yeah, it's in a little office I got back there.
Mm-hmm. Who's with her? I left a friend there with her.
Well, that friend had to go home, officer. She said she had some soup home on the stove, and she had to turn it off before it boiled away. She said she'd be back.
You got her name, Vaccaro? Yes, sir. Mrs. Annabelle Navin, 278 East 60.
Yeah, that's right. Mrs. Navin.
The same building as the mother.
Well, let's talk to her. Yes. Listen, do you need me? Breaks my heart. I don't know. I got a couple kids myself. You get to thinking what could happen.
That's all right, Mr. Asher. You stay here.
Right in back there on the left.
Thank you very much. In here.
Did you find her? Did you find Gloria?
No, not yet.
Oh, I don't understand where she could have gone. I just don't understand.
Mr. Solomon, this is Captain Kennelly.
Hello.
And Lieutenant King. Mr. Solomon.
I'm so sorry to cause all this trouble, and I appreciate your help. I really appreciate it.
Well, that's our job, Mrs. Solomon.
Vaccaro. Yes, sir. You better go on out in the street and see what you can do. Yes. Okay, Captain.
Go ahead, Vaccaro.
We'll find her, Mrs. Solomon.
I hope so. I just hope so.
Is it all right if I shut the door, Mrs. Solomon?
Yes, you what?
Be a little quieter. Now, you gave the officer a description of your little girl. You said she was 4 1/2.
Yes, and she's wearing blue jeans, and she had on a little white sweater and red shoes with white socks.
What's the color of her hair?
Red hair. Sort of kitten, I guess you call it. Where could she have gone? That's what I don't understand. Say it.
Well, we're going to try to find that out. Miss Solomon, what time did you leave the house this morning?
Well, it was about, it was about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. I took the wash, and I took Gloria, and I came over here.
Were you near the front door or toward the back?
Oh, toward the back. I like to get toward the back because there's less traffic in and out, and I have a favorite machine, number 11. I was putting my first load in the machine, and I told Gloria to be a good girl and play, and I got the wash in, and she was playing, and I started to talk to Mrs. Nathan. She was washing right next to me, and I was talking and looking at the pictures in a magazine, and then I looked up to see where Gloria was, and she was gone. I guess I let out a scream. That's what Jerry said I did anyway.
Then you started to look for her.
Yes. We looked all over the store, in front and back, under the counters, even in here. There was a lady up in front working in one of the first machines, and we asked her if she saw Gloria go out. Well, she didn't think so. She didn't remember. She was busy with her war. So we went out on the street, and we looked around. We couldn't find her. We looked in stores, and then Jerry said, finally, we'd just better tell the cop on the beat. So we saw him on the corner, and we told him.
Were there any other children in here at the time, Mrs. Solon?
Well, usually there are. Let's see. No, not this morning when I came, but that didn't make any difference because Gloria plays very nice by herself, and Jerry's got blocks and toys over in the corner for when mothers bring the children in.
Did you see anyone come or go?
What do you mean?
Did anyone come into the store you noticed particularly?
Well, no. I was talking to Mrs. Nevin and reading. Nobody I noticed. Oh, there was just a laundryman, I think.
What laundryman?
From the wholesale laundry. You know, some of the customers like to get things like sheets and shirts finished. Jerry has a service, and you can get sheets and shirts and things like that all done for you.
He's the only one you noticed, the man from the wholesale laundry.
Yeah, that's right. I was worried before, but now I'm getting scared. I'm really getting scared. Do you think it would do any good if I just went out again and looked too?
Well, the officers have a good description. They'll know it.
Come in.
Oh, come in, Sergeant.
I got someone to fill in on CS, Captain.
Good. What do you want Sergeant Waters to do, man?
I tell you what I think would be the best thing, Bill.
Yes, sir?
You supervise the members of the patrol force who are making the search.
Yes, sir. You'll find Vaccaro, Cochran, Giordano, and Eisman on the job. There'll probably be more to come.
Yes, sir.
I'll get right on it.
Excuse me, John. That's all right, Sergeant. Come in, Johnny. Yes, sir. Mrs. Solent, this is Detective Bender.
How do you do?
I went over to your house, Mrs. Solent. I thought maybe somebody might have found the child and brought her home.
But they didn't.
No.
What's your husband's first name, Mrs. Solent?
David.
What's his occupation?
He's a butcher. He works in Washington Market.
Have you notified him the child is missing?
No.
Why not?
Well, you see, we're separated.
For how long?
Since the middle of August.
Where's he been living?
In a furnished room in the village someplace. I don't know just where.
Have you seen him, Mrs. Solent?
Oh, yes, he comes to get Gloria on Sundays and brings her home.
Is that the arrangement?
Yes, every Sunday, and if he wants her more, all right, too.
Is he contributing to your support?
Oh, yes, every week, just like a clock.
Is he satisfied with the arrangement?
Well, he never said anything that he wasn't. He's the one that wanted to break up, not me. I was satisfied. Listen, you don't... Oh, not Dave. He wouldn't.
We'll find out whether he would or not. Bender.
Yes, sir.
Check him out.
Yes, sir, right away.
Call me one way or the other. Yes.
Oh, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I wouldn't believe Dave could do a thing like that. Why, I couldn't believe that.
Well, in this job, Mrs. Solent, what we believe to be the case doesn't matter. It's what we find out that counts.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city.
Within the next half hour, 13 men from the various commands joined the hunt, and the 17 patrolmen, under the immediate supervision of Sergeant Waters, began a search of every building from the basement to the roof in a 6-block area. They looked in courtyards and in alleyways. They talked to storekeepers and pedestrians. Meanwhile, 4 detectives from the 21st Squad and 2 detailed from 6th Detective District Headquarters were assigned by Lieutenant King to seek out all acquaintances of the mother in the neighborhood, the parents of all the girls' playmates, all the customers known to have been in the laundrette at the time of the disappearance, and to make personal inquiry concerning the child. An alarm describing the girl was teletyped to every precinct in the city, and a radio message concerning her was broadcast to all motor patrol cars in the borough of Manhattan. Despite all the efforts, at 10:38 a.m., there was still no sign of her. As I stood by, Lieutenant King telephoned to Captain Fleischer, the commander of the 6th Detective District, from the counter in the laundrette.
Could use them. Your would, Captain. All right, as soon as possible.
Matt,
Hold on a second, Captain Fleischer. Yes, Captain.
if we're going to expand the search, maybe he could put in for some rookies from the academy. They'd get a lot of men, and they could cover a lot of ground.
That's a good idea. Captain Tonelli suggests instead of draining men from the precincts, you might want to put in a request for some rookies from the academy. Yeah, it could be a big help in searching all the buildings around here. Yes, sir? All right, yes, sir. I'll keep in touch with you. Thought that was good about the rookies who asked for them. In the meantime, he's requesting the 19th, 20th, and 23rd to send over a car and 3 men each.
That's good.
He's sending up 2 detectives each from the 19th and 23rd squads, and he's asking the division inspector for 4 plainclothesmen. They all ought to be here within 15 or 20 minutes.
Boy, this neighborhood is sure jumping.
Yeah, it'll be jumping more, Mr. Asher.
I gotta give you credit. When you do something, you do it. You don't kid around.
A child that age is pretty helpless. Even if she's all right, she's probably too scared to tell anyone who she is or where she lives.
How's the mother doing?
How do you think?
Yeah. Can you excuse me a minute? I can get in there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, this is the headache end of the business. The finished work. A lot of bookkeeping, a lot of complaints, and not much profit.
Yeah.
But it's a service you gotta have. Mama can come in here and work the machines all she wants. The papa wants to shoot some professional, so I'm stuck with it. How's another load for him to knock the buttons off?
Mr. Asher, as we're getting in your way around here, I'm sorry.
Who said you're getting in my way?
We're required to conduct the search from the point where the child was last seen.
Listen, Captain, everybody's doing their part. I'll do mine.
We're just about finishing up the next block, Lieutenant.
Every building, Sergeant?
Every building top to bottom. Basements, roofs, halls. They're knocking on every door. Nothing.
We'll just have to keep at it.
Well, which way do you want us to go next? Next block east, or you want us to go uptown another block?
What do you think, Captain?
It's a toss-up, man.
Tell you what'll help. Start your men on the next block east. I just spoke to Captain Fleischer. We're getting 9 more patrolmen in here any minute.
Oh, good.
You start your men east. When they get here, we'll start them on the next block uptown from where you left off.
Yes, sir. I'll get them going.
You better check the desk off here again.
Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Maybe I ought to see how the mother's doing.
Yeah, what you would. Hello, this is Lieutenant King.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Asher. Help yourself.
Foreman, please.
Did you find her?
No, not yet, Mrs. Allen.
I'm sitting here thinking, what could have happened to her? Now, where could she go? Maybe one of those maniacs. That's the only thing I can think of.
No, Mrs. Allen.
Well, what else? Kidnappers? What would kidnappers want? I haven't got anything. Dave hasn't got anything.
I don't think you ought to jump to conclusions.
It's been 2 hours almost. She's just a little girl, 4 and a half. She couldn't have just disappeared. Where? She wasn't out of my sight 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes.
We'll find her.
Sure, yeah, but how? When? Alive? Not 2 minutes.
Come in. Captain Lieutenant King would like to see you.
Any news, did you see?
No, Mrs. Allen. Excuse me, Mrs. Allen.
Yes, sure.
I brought the husband up, Captain. Lieutenant King is talking to him. Lady, if you want to bring your own soap out, how can I stay in business?
Captain Kennelly, Mr. David Sullen.
Mrs. Allen, it's something more than she's just lost, isn't it?
You know as much as we do, Mr. Sullen. You were at work when this detective came down to the market?
Yeah, I was at work in the store. I was cutting a side of beef. Is that right?
He was at work, all right. How long have you and your wife been separated, Mr. Sullen?
2, 3 months, something like that?
What was the reason for the separation?
Is it necessary to go into that?
I think it is.
For 7 years we're married. Since the month after I got out of the Army. 7 years. Nag, nag, nag. Be a big shot. Talk better. Dress nicer. Move to Long Island. 7 years. Nagging. What's the glorious would have happened a long time ago, but even with Gloria, enough is enough. Mr. Solent, we know that you love your daughter, and we know you were at work when this thing happened, but if you have anything to do with this, well, I mean, if you sent a friend or a relative or anybody else up here to take that child, we'll find out about it. Listen, you're barking up the wrong tree. Yes, I'm assuming that I am, but just in case I'm not, I want to tell you that we've got 30 men on the job right now, and there are more coming. Your wife is in there worried to death. I'm worried to death, too. Now, if you're behind this in any way, Mr. Solent, you're in for a lot of trouble. Well, I'm not behind. Now is the time to get it straightened out. I'm telling you. All right. I just want you to understand. I understand.
Bender.
Yes, sir?
Why do you
gentlemen.
checking the floors on this block?
Jerry's laundrette.
Give him a hand.
Okay, Lieutenant, right away. Oh, Lieutenant King, telephone.
Thanks.
Are you the father?
Lieutenant
Yes.
King.
You got my deepest.
No word yet, Captain. All right, sir. Yes, sir. I'll watch out for it.
Yes, sir. Captain Fleischer?
Yes, sir. There are 14 men on the way up from the police academy. Sergeant is in command.
That's good. Well, you're getting some service to find your daughter, Mr. Solent. These guys have been breaking their necks. Tough cops, a bunch of softies, if I ever seen any. I know how much you're doing, and I appreciate it.
Don't you think you'd better talk to your wife?
Yeah, I guess I ought to. This way, Mr. Solent. Well, listen, while you're all here, somebody might bring Gloria home to the flat.
We've got a man posted over there.
Oh. Hello, Evelyn.
Oh, David.
Now, they'll find her, Evelyn. They'll find her. Now, don't worry.
2 hours for 2 hours. Where could she be?
They'll find her, won't they? Well, we're certainly trying. You know how many policemen they got looking? 30. Is that right?
That's right.
30 policemen now. More are coming. 50 policemen, Evelyn.
How could 50 policemen not find her?
I'm glad you came, David. It sounds like...
Yeah, I know.
Is your cold better? On Sunday, you look bad. Just terrible.
I felt terrible. They'll find her, Evelyn. Believe me.
I want to ring in, Captain.
I'll go with you, man. But they're going to find her, Evelyn. Don't you worry about it. I wish I was that confident.
Me too.
It's getting to be a long time.
No. If somebody came in and took that girl out of here right from under her mother's nose, he had a lot of nerve.
We haven't had a squeal like that around here in a long time, have we?
I don't remember any for a year or two.
How about in the district?
Not that I can recall. The last one I heard about was up in the Bronx, and they got the guy.
Yeah. Excuse me, coming through. I got to push this into the bank.
All right, come ahead.
I got enough room there? Mr. Asher.
Yeah?
What's that?
That's the bane of my existence. That's a load of finish work to go out in the morning, and I'll have another basket full by then. Excuse me.
Just a second. Mrs. Sullins?
Yes?
Any news? No, not yet. Would you come out here a minute, Mrs. Sullins?
What's the matter?
You said before that you remember the man from the wholesale laundry coming in while you were doing your wash, before you noticed Gloria was gone.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Asher, does he take this big canvas basket out with him?
Two. Every day, loaded with dirty wash, and he brings in two with clean.
Well, was the basket out in the front of the store waiting for him?
I didn't see
I
it.
keep him in back.
Could Gloria have wandered in the back?
Well, yeah, the whole place is open. I let the kids go all over. There's nothing could hurt them around here. There's a million kids come in. I let them wander all over.
You've got an idea, Captain.
What? I don't get it. Look, folks, you two wait in the office, will you, please?
If you think something, we got a right to know it's our baby.
Evelyn, please, if they can find her, they will. Go ahead.
All right. But you be sure you let us know.
Yes, as soon as we find out something.
What's the story? I don't get it.
Well, there's a chance the girl might have climbed into one of the laundry baskets this morning. The driver was in here then. The mother remembered that much.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe.
Then again, maybe it isn't so ridiculous.
What's the name of the laundry you take from?
The new Metro.
Where are they located?
Up on the west side, on Amsterdam Avenue. 68, 69th Street, in there someplace.
Do you have the same driver every day?
Yeah, this is on his route.
And what's his name?
Murray.
And what's his first name?
I don't know whether Murray's his first name or his last name. I just call him Murray.
What's the phone number over there?
At the laundry?
Yeah.
It's Academy 24599.
All right, let's get them on the phone.
Sure, I'll oblige with anything.
Lieutenant King telephoned the new Metro laundry and spoke to the delivery manager. He explained quickly what he was after and secured the telephone numbers along the route of the large truck that had made a delivery and pickup at Jerry's Laundrette shortly after 9 o'clock. After 3 telephone calls, he learned that the truck had just left after making a stop on 1st Avenue near 36th Street. He called the next place the truck was due to stop, a laundry on 38th Street near Lexington Avenue. The truck was expected but had not yet arrived. With Detective John Bender, Lieutenant King hurried to his car and drove downtown to intercept the truck. In the meantime, the search in the neighborhood went on. I phoned CB to dispatch a motor patrol car from the 15th precinct to the address in case the truck arrived before Lieutenant King. We waited in Jerry's Laundrette for word.
I don't know about you, Captain, but the suspense is killing me.
It's only a hunch.
Oh, you undersell yourself. How do you ever expect to be an inspector? Hey, what about the Mr. and Mrs.? Don't you think you ought to let them in on it?
No, they might get too hopeful. If it doesn't work, they're worse off than before.
Hey, that could be it.
Take it.
Jerry's Laundrette. Who? No, he hasn't worked here in 6 months. No. I don't know. I haven't got any idea. Look, I can't tie up the phone. I'm expecting an emergency. Yeah, you too. Tell them the truth, they don't believe you.
Right punch from the academy got here, Captain. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Should I start them over there going uptown? Well, I'll tell you, Sergeant. You get it, Mr. Asher.
Yeah. Jerry's Laundrette. Yeah? Who's this? Did you find a kid? Huh? All right, Captain.
Thanks. Captain Canelli.
Matt King, Captain.
Yes, Matt.
The girl was on the truck.
Good. They found her.
She was playing in the basket and decided to hide under the laundry.
Yeah?
She thought it was fun being rolled outside. When she got in the truck, she got scared.
Uh-huh.
Every time the driver opened up the back, she kept quiet from fright.
Well, is she all right, Matt?
Just fine. Got her a great big ice cream cone. She wants to talk to her mother.
All right. Hold the phone. I'll put her on. Sergeant, send those men back to the academy.
Yes, sir.
Captain. Yeah.
She can use the extension in the office. It's a little more private.
Mrs. Solon.
Yes?
Any news? Yeah. Pick up the phone, Mrs. Solon. Yeah, that one. It's Gloria. We found her.
Baby? Hello, my baby. Oh, darling, good morning, kiss. Oh, that's good. Yes, I'll see you very soon. Would you like to talk to Daddy? He's here. Yes, we're here together, and we're going to come and get you together. David.
Oh, Gloria. Yes. Yes, I know. You tell me all about it, huh?
You know something, Captain? You did a great job. Great. I should have been a cop.
Yes, baby.
Yeah, it seems great now. But the way I thought it was going to turn out, you could have had the job for 2 cents.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Where? Well, how do you know he was killed? Now, where is it? Between 3rd and Lexington or 2nd and 3rd? Well, who found him? Oh. Looks like he what? Well, how'd that happen? Yeah? Yeah. All right.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Lawson Zerbe, Ralph Camargo, Bill Zuckert, Mandel Kramer, Harold Stone, and Eileen Palmer. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where? Well, how do you know he was killed? Now, where is it? Between 3rd and Lexington or 2nd and 3rd? Well, who found him? Oh. Looks like he what? You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. Now, look, the officers will be there right away. Well, keep everybody from there if you can. That's right. Keep them back. The officers will be right there. You just stay around until they come.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was 10 minutes after 8 a.m. I signed the blotter after I turned out the platoon and left the station house at the end of my night tour after having been on duty since 4 o'clock the previous afternoon. The morning was dark and chilly, and it appeared that we were in for some snow. I walked to the corner and up Lexington a half a block to the barber shop.
Come in. Come in. You're next, Captain. No waiting this morning.
How are you, Joe?
Oh, no complaints. I take your coat.
Oh, thanks.
And the hat.
Yep.
In the chair, Captain. You got in a fight last night, Captain?
No, and I was working.
Boy, some fight. It was some fight.
Yeah?
I don't know how the guy stood on his feet as long as he did. I don't know. Well, what'll it be this morning? The work?
No, just a haircut, Joe.
Just a haircut, yeah. So how's the police business?
Quiet.
Knock on wood, huh?
Knock on wood.
I guess that is the only business in the world when you're in it, you like it to be quiet. Oh, you want a little more off on the top this time, Captain? Or about the same?
Oh, about the same.
About the same. You come into work or going?
Oh, I just signed out.
Oh. I never could get straight how you work. The days, nights, what?
Oh, I've been on the job since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I was off at 8, and I'm not due back until 8 tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
Until 6 tomorrow night.
Boy, some hours. Especially that 4 in the afternoon to 8 in the morning deal. Like the fighter last night. How could you stand on your feet?
It's not so bad, Joe. If things quiet down about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I get a little sleep on the couch in my office.
It's not like being home in the bed, believe me.
I believe you, Joe.
They must be police department paydays. 2 customers, 2 policemen. Oh, Captain. How about Sherry? You next.
Coley?
Lieutenant Gorman told me you thought you said you were coming here.
Well, what's doing?
Said tell you we've got a homicide, Captain.
Where?
78th Street near 3rd Avenue. Homicide? What's that, murder? Unidentified male, about 35 years old.
Shot?
They don't know yet, Captain. DPM has a street cut open for a new sewer connection there. Men came to work this morning, found the body at the bottom of the hole. Looks like a ride job. Some people...
Hey, Joe, take this thing off, will you?
How can you go out unfinished?
I'll be back.
It would be a good idea, believe me.
Are you in a car or on foot, Coley?
Sector car 2, Captain. I was instructed if you were here and wanted to take a ride over there to drop my partner on post and drive you.
I want to go, yes.
I helped you with a coat, Captain.
Thanks, Joe. What time did the call come in, Coley?
Oh, about 14 minutes after 8, Captain. Don't forget to come back, Captain.
I'll be here.
Okay, because walking around like that, you're no recommendation for my work.
I drove to the scene in sector car number 2 with Patrolman Coley. It had started to snow, and the flakes were coming down thick and wet as we pulled into the block. On the job were sector car number 1, the sergeant's car, and the detective squad car. There were 2 trucks from the office of the borough president, Manhattan, parked near the street cut. And a dozen laborers who came to continue work on the sewer connection to a building under construction were standing around trying to keep warm. Sergeant Waters had pressed them into service to aid in keeping civilians back on the sidewalk and, incidentally, to keep the laborers out of the way. Coley pulled the car up as close as he could manage. All right, park it down the block, Coley. Yes, sir. No sense in tying this up any worse. Excuse me there, will you? Police officer coming through here, huh? Sergeant Waters?
Hello, Captain.
What's it look like?
Well, there he is, down the hole. All right, mister, I told you to stay behind a barricade. Now stay behind that.
Who found him?
The laborers came to work on his sewer connection at 8. One of them spotted the body and that foreman rang in. Now, look, mister, I'm not going to tell you again.
Well, the detectives got on the job fast enough, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
I'll go talk to Lieutenant King.
Look, you know better than anybody else. Stay behind that barricade.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Captain.
What do we got, Matt?
Looks like homicide, all right, Captain.
Who is he?
No idea yet. We're waiting for the medical examiner and a photographer. Should be here any minute.
Is that how we found him?
Yes, sir. Right down there at the bottom of the trench.
Well, this is a pretty busy street. Surprising somebody didn't notice him before 8 o'clock. Where was the man on post?
Oh, I thought that, too, at first, Captain, but that slip's only 2 feet wide and about 4 feet deep. From the side, somebody'd have to get almost to the edge of the trench to see the body. Nobody passed close to this edge because of that dirt piled on both sides. No one could see into the hole from that end because of the wooden barricade there along the sidewalk. That motor compressor blocks the view at the other end.
No idea how long the body's been in there.
No, sir. The crew quit working at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Any time between dark last night and dawn this morning.
I got the names and addresses of all the BPM crew, Lieutenant.
Good.
Oh, hello, Captain.
What's Sally?
The foreman wants to know how long it'll be before they can get on the job here.
You better tell him it'll be an hour at least. We're waiting for the medical examiner, the homicide squad, and the photographer.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
What makes you so sure it's homicide, Matt? He could have been drunk, fallen in there.
You haven't had a close look at him, Captain. He got it working over. He couldn't have gotten banged up that way falling into the ditch. He was thrown in there. Probably dragged out of the car and dumped.
Any sign of a gunshot wound?
He might have been shot. We can't tell from the position the body's in. We'll know more about that when we can move him.
There wasn't any sign of anything in these piles of dirt, was there? If the body was dumped, whoever did it had to walk across these piles of dirt.
There might have been, Captain, but there isn't now. When the first officer got on the scene, those 12 laborers were all over the place. Well, looks like this might turn into a pretty heavy snowstorm.
Yeah, it does.
All I need, a homicide case, and go home and shovel the snow.
Captain Kennelly.
Yes, Sergeant?
I just rang in. Lieutenant Gorman told me there's a report of a safe burglary. In this precinct? Yes, sir. The Fernhill Radio and Appliance Company, 734 East 82nd Street. They opened up the store this morning and found that burglars had been in during the night. They tried to get the safe downstairs, apparently. They found at the bottom of the steps unopened.
Did the desk officer ring the squad?
Yes, sir. Gave it to Novak. Novak notified the safe and law squad and then went himself. He and Whitey Howard. All right, thanks, Bill.
Yes, sir. Well, you don't have to worry about shoveling any snow, Matt. You won't get home until it thaws.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Moving to Friday nights. After this evening's program, listen for these police cases at their new night and time, beginning 1 week from this Friday. Don't forget, Captain Kennelly and his hard-working enforcers of the law will bring you their thrilling assignments again beginning Friday, December 4th, on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
Within another few minutes, detectives from the Manhattan East Homicide Squad and a deputy medical examiner had arrived at the scene. While the Homicide Squad photographer made the required pictures, Lieutenant King, as the ranking officer of the Detective Division present, dictated to the Homicide Squad stenographer a detailed description of the position and appearance of the body and of the surrounding conditions. No identification of any kind was found in the pockets of the victim. The medical examiner reported to Lieutenant King that preliminary observation revealed no gunshot wounds. Death appeared to have been caused by a fractured skull. Finally, Patrolman Adam Austin, the first member of the force at the scene, placed a UF-95 tag on the body, and it was removed to the Bellevue morgue for identification and autopsy. And the investigation began. I then went to the scene of the safe burglary at 734 East 82nd Street. Detectives of both the Safe and Lost Squad and the 21st Squad were on the job. The uniformed officers had already resumed patrol. I returned to the barber shop. Joe completed my haircut, and I walked around the corner to the station house where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was now on telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
Mrs. Kennelly called.
Oh, for the love of... I forgot the phone. I got tied up.
Well, I explained it, Captain. I told her we had a homicide and a safe burglary.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
She said call her when you get a chance.
Yeah, I will as soon as I sign the block.
Yes.
Hello, man.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. How many dogs? Well, there's no law against people having dogs, lady. I know. Well, but lady, you'll have to take that up with your landlord. If he promised he wouldn't rent to anybody with dogs, that's between you and him. Well, madam, there's nothing we can do about it. All right. You're welcome.
What was that, Bill?
She's allergic to dogs. Family's moving into a building with two of them.
Oh.
Hello, Captain.
Man, I want to see you.
I'd like to see you too, Captain.
Well, how's it going?
Nothing much yet.
Come on into my office.
Well, for a minute, Captain Fleischer's upstairs talking to those two men from the borough president's office.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. The captain of the homicide squad is on his way up with the chief of detectives.
Any identification on him yet?
No, I just spoke to Vitale. They rolled some prints off the man as soon as they got him to the Bellevue morgue. He just brought them into BCI, and they're trying to get a make on him now.
The man wasn't shot or stabbed, was he?
No, sir. The medical examiner says death was apparently caused by a fractured skull. He's got other marks and bruises all over him. One thing's sure, the fall into the ditch couldn't have done it. He was dead before he got anywhere near the ditch. What I wanted to find out is, you were up at the safe burglary, right, Captain?
Yeah, man.
Well, I've been running around in circles around this other deal. Haven't had a chance to speak to Novak and Howard about that.
They were up there, and two men from the Safe and Lock Squad.
I've got the district captain upstairs now, the chief of detectives, and probably the borough chief are on their way. They'll have to start throwing questions at me on the safe job. Haven't even been over this.
Well, they didn't get anything out of there, Matt. It was a bust.
Yes, I know that.
It was this radio and appliance store. They gained entry through a side door, the freight entrance. Jimmy, the night latch.
Oh.
Apparently, they went straight upstairs to the office on the balcony, tried to rip the safe. Didn't get very far with it. Might have thought they needed more tools or more time. Decided to carry it out. Apparently, it got away from them coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
Must have made a lot of noise, and they left in a hurry. They left all their tools on the job.
Probably stolen.
Probably. Come in.
Excuse me a second, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
There's a woman out there talking to Lieutenant Gorman.
Yes?
Her husband didn't show up at home last night.
And?
Captain, sounds to me like she's talking about the man that was found in the ditch.
Did you say anything to her?
No, sir.
Ask her to come in here.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Balney,
Yes?
could you step in here a minute, please?
You don't mind, Captain?
No? Oh, that's all right.
Do they know something?
Come in, Mrs. Balney.
Yes. Yes, I'm much obliged.
All right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Just sit down, please.
Do you have Phil here? Arrested, I mean.
No, we don't.
Oh. I thought you did.
How do you spell your name?
Bolney. Bolney.
Your husband's first name is Phil.
Yeah, that's right.
What's your first name?
Louise.
Where do you live, Mrs. Bowling?
At 3422 Lewis Avenue in the Bronx. I was led to believe that you did have Phil here. I thought he was arrested.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, he said he had some business last night. He left right after supper, and he said he'd be home at 1 o'clock, no later. Well, about 11 o'clock, I turned off the radio and went to bed. Slept all night. When I woke up this morning, he wasn't in the bed. I don't know. I couldn't imagine what happened.
Does he ever stay out all night?
Well, late sometimes, but never all night. He always comes home, no matter what time in the morning, always. He don't drink much, so I'm never worried about that. A few beers, maybe.
I still don't understand what made you think he was arrested.
A detective called.
And spoke to you?
No, not to me, to the super of the building. We don't have a telephone.
Did the detective leave his name?
He just told the super if I'd come to the 21st precinct, they'd know all about Phil.
Did the super say the man told him he was a police officer?
Well, I don't know, but what else could he be? He said, come to the 21st precinct.
Mrs. Bowling, how old is your husband?
34 in March.
Do you know his height? How tall he is?
Well, not so tall, maybe 4 or 5 inches taller than me.
About 5'9".
About 5'9", yeah. Listen, don't you know anything? I mean, who'd call and say such a thing? And Phil not coming home.
Has your husband ever been arrested?
Well, he's been in a little trouble, yeah.
What kind of trouble?
He was away.
Where?
Sing Sing. But he's been all right. He's had no trouble since he's been back. No trouble at all. He was getting along fine. He's got a job. He's working every day, and the parole officer says he was doing very well.
You said he was in the habit of staying out late at night. He's not supposed to do that if he's on parole.
It's not often.
You know who he was out with last night, Mrs. Boney?
Some friends. I don't know. On business.
Excuse me.
Where could he be?
I don't know.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. Detective Vitale is ringing in for Lieutenant King. Says it's important.
All right. Matt.
Yes, sir.
For you, Tally.
Okay, thanks, sir. Lieutenant King?
Go ahead, Lieutenant. Vitale, Lieutenant.
Where are you?
Down at BCI. We got a make on the Prince of the Dead Man.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a good boy. He did a bit for grand larceny and some time before that as a juvenile.
What's the name?
Balney. Philip Robert Balney. Bolney.
Uh-huh.
The cards down here don't have a recent address on him, but he must have been reporting to the Board of Parole. I can check and see what address they've got.
No, that won't be necessary, Vitale.
Yes, sir.
You can get a mug shot from BCI and come on in here.
All right, Lieutenant. Yes, sir.
They got a make, Captain.
Did they?
Yeah. Where did your husband work, Mrs. Bowling?
On the docks. On the west side, along Shoreman.
Have any idea who he might have gone out with last night?
Oh, no, not exactly. He has lots of friends.
Which friend in particular do you think he might have been with last night?
Well, he did say something.
What?
About Red, about not having to go someplace with Red. You know, on business.
Red who?
I don't know his last name. He talks about this Red all the time as if somebody that works with him. You know, Doc Wallopin.
Would you know this Red if you saw him?
No, I never met him. I only heard Phil talk about him. Listen, if you don't have him arrested here, Phil, I mean, where is he? Where could he be? Do you think maybe he went right to work this morning?
No, Mrs. Bowling, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we know where he is.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you tell me before? Well, Captain, why didn't you tell me?
We just found out about it.
Well, where is he?
Down at Bellevue, we think.
What's he doing down there? Is he sick? Is he in... He's not dead.
Yes, he is. I'm sorry.
After a few minutes, Lieutenant King took Mrs. Balney upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad. There she was questioned by Assistant District Attorney Lawrence Shapir in the presence of Lieutenant King and the top command of the Detective Division, the Chief of Detectives, the Borough Chief, the Homicide Captain, and the District Captain. She was able to give no information other than the fact that she thought her husband might have been in the company of a friend named Red. Nor could she suggest a reason this Red or anyone else would want to murder him. At 11:30 a.m., Mrs. Balney was driven to the Bellevue morgue to identify the body of her husband. I remained in my office and cleaned up some paperwork that had hung over. A little after 12, the top command of the Detective Division signed the blotter and left the precinct.
I walked out of my office and into the lieutenant's locker room where a pot of coffee was on the fire.
Captain?
Oh, come in, man.
Well, I guess there won't be much snow to shovel whether I'm home or not. Stopped.
Yeah. How about a cup of coffee?
Yes, thanks.
Grab a cup.
Smells good.
Sugar's in the drawer.
No, thanks.
Well, how are you doing?
Oh, all right, I guess. She identified the body as her husband. Red is a fellow named John Gilliam. He didn't show up for a job on the docks this morning.
Well, that's a good sign.
For us, yes, sir. Not for him. I've got 6 men out looking for him.
Oh, your bosses seem to think it's in pretty good shape, man. I saw them troop out of here.
Well, they can't sit around and twiddle their thumbs, Captain. Don't have much to go on yet.
What kind of fellow is this Red?
Well, he's been in a couple of jams. Never any convictions, but he's been questioned in connection with some burglary deal.
Oh, incidentally, anything on the safe job?
No, not much, Captain.
Listen, Matt, did you speak to the medical examiner again on this Phil Bolney?
Yes, sir. What?
All these fractures and bruises he had, were they all internal injuries? No open cuts?
No, sir.
You know something?
What?
Bolney did time for grand larceny. The information you got is that this Red was picked up a couple of times for investigation of burglary.
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to listen to a wild guess?
I'll listen to anything, Captain.
It washes out a homicide case for you.
That's the last thing I need, Captain. A homicide case. I'm listening.
After I finished my conversation with Lieutenant King, at 1:30 I signed the blotter and left the station house. All that day and that night, detectives of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad beat the brush for John Gilliam, also known as Red Gilliam. They were waiting at the pier where he usually worked at the afternoon shape-up. He did not appear. They traced out his home address, a furnished room in the West 20s. He hadn't been seen. The place was planted. Detectives spoke to all the acquaintances of Red Gilliam and Philip Bolney they could locate. None had any information regarding the whereabouts of the fugitive. The plants at Red's rooming house and at the address of a girlfriend were maintained throughout the night. At 8:20 a.m. the next morning, there was a phone call for Detective Vitale from one of the acquaintances of Red Gilliam he had spoken to the previous afternoon. The caller, another longshoreman, told Vitale that he had seen Red Gilliam at a Greenwich Village bar during the night. Red told the informant he was broke and needed a loan. He had promised a small loan if Red would come to the pier where he worked just before the whistle blew for the afternoon shape-up. Vitale gave this information to Lieutenant King. Along with 5 other detectives, all dressed in work clothes, he was instructed to cover this pier in the event that Red Gilliam showed up.
This looks like a bust, Wade.
Yep.
He'll blow the whistle for the shape-up in a minute. If Red hasn't shown up by now, he won't.
Where's his friend? I don't see him now.
No, I got him. There. Against the fender of that truck, the pickup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there comes the hiring boss.
When they shape up, let's move in with them.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. Think we ought to wait around here until they get off the job this afternoon? Red's liable to come then.
I'll call the lieutenant, whatever he says.
Yeah.
Hey, Whitey.
Yeah?
There he is, I think.
Where?
Khaki jacket, no hat, headed for the truck.
Yeah, it's in.
All right, let's grab him. Watch yourself, he might be healed.
Don't worry.
Red?
Yeah?
Wait a minute. We want to talk to you.
Look, fellas, I'm in a rush.
We're police officers, Red.
Oh. Turn around, lean up against that truck. Hey,
Go on.
Yeah.
All right, hold still.
I'm clean. I'm not carrying anything.
That's what we want to make sure of.
Listen, what's the beef? What do you want me for? Don't you know, Red? How should I know what you guys want? You always want to know something.
Yeah, Red. We always want to know something. So come on, let's go.
I had been on duty since 8 a.m. At 1:20, I was upstairs in the detective squad office conferring with Lieutenant King about a renewal application for a pistol license, which must be investigated by detectives and endorsed with a recommendation by the commanding officer of the precinct. The applicant was a retired cop with a good departmental record, now working as a money guard in the precinct. There was a suspicion, however, that his eyes had gone bad on him and that he was no longer qualified for a permit.
It's a hard thing to say, Captain.
Yeah, I know, man.
I hate to do that to the man. He was a good cop when he was in the job. He's had a good employment record with this company. But supposing there's some trouble over that gun, his eyes are bad. We can't help that.
Yeah, I guess we can.
Yes. Come in, Pete. All right, Red. Inside.
Sit down over there, Red.
Here? That's good. Sit right there. Shut the door, will you, Pete?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. He says he doesn't know a thing, Lieutenant.
This is where you come to learn, eh, Red?
What's it all about? That you got to tell me.
We'll start off with introductions. This is Captain Kennelly. I'm Lieutenant King.
So?
We don't want to waste any time, Red. We want some straight answers.
About what?
You were out with Phil Bownley the night before last, right?
Who said that?
Were you?
No.
Where were you?
I spent practically the entire evening with a girl till about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning.
Well, if that's so, it'd clear up a lot of things, Red. What girl is that?
Her name is Isabel Gamer.
Where does she live?
Down on 17th Street, near 9th.
Well, you know that's a lie, Red.
No, it's not.
Detective Vitale spoke to Isabel yesterday. She says she didn't see you since Sunday. Isn't that right, Pete?
That's right, Lieutenant. So it's right.
Look, Red, we got a lot of things on our mind around here. We don't want to waste any time.
What do you think I'm doing? You think this is accomplishing something for me?
Bill was found dead on the street. Our information is that you were with him that night. Now, what about the truth?
If I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it.
Wouldn't we?
I guarantee you wouldn't.
Better try us, Red, because you're looking a murder beef right in the face. If the truth is going to help you, you better let us have it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Maybe we already know the truth, Red. Maybe we just want to hear it from you.
Well, you won't believe it. I guarantee it. But if you want it, all right.
What?
Well, you see, Phil and I were together, yeah. We've been doing a few things together. I had this store spotted over in the East 80s, I don't know. The safe looked like an easy touch. Well, we went in there together and tried to rip the face off. It wouldn't come. So we decided to go down the stairs with it and load it in the car. It was small enough. Well, we started down. Phil was below and I was up above. The thing slipped, or he slipped or something. Anyway, he went rolling down the stairs with it. I thought he was just knocked out.
Yeah?
Well, that's all. I figured get him out fast, so I loaded him in the car. And when I got a few blocks away, I saw he was dead. Well, what was I going to do with him? So I passed by this place where they had the street dug up. That looked good enough for me, so I dumped him in there, and that was that.
Was it?
Well, there you see, you wanted the truth, that's it. Where does it get me?
Did you call his wife?
Yeah, the next morning. I figured she's got to know. She's got to find out at least. Well, don't look at me like I was an idiot. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. It's the truth. It's the honest to goodness truth. If I had a stack of Bibles, it wouldn't be any more the truth. I didn't kill him. I didn't lay a finger on him.
We know it, Red. We believe you.
Do you?
Why shouldn't we? The captain had it figured the same afternoon.
The whole thing sounds so screwy, so nuts. To get caught in a set of circumstances.
Red, you're caught in a little bit more than a set of circumstances. You're caught in a safe burglary.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What'd you say about a gun? Oh. To get a license to carry one.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Louis Van Ruten, Bill Lipton, Harold Stone, Les Damon, and Julie Stevens. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. Hanna speaking. Hanna speaking. Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What'd you say about a gun? Oh, to get a license to carry one. Well, you have to apply here at the station house. That's right. You come in here any time between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. and see the hack inspector.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow by transcription the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir. You make your application here at the precinct house and it's investigated. Yes, sir, the hack inspector. He's a police officer here assigned to take applications for licenses. You're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their jobs, their homes, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I returned from patrol of the precinct at 2:50 p.m. and went to my office to read and sign reports. Among them, I saw a note from Patrolman Nathan Jaffe, the precinct hack inspector, who handles in the 21st applications for licenses of business and other activities which by law are subject to police supervision. These include cabs and cab drivers, gunsmiths, towing cars, catering establishments, and so forth. Patrolman Jaffe wanted to see me.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeant, would you ring into the hack inspector's office for me, please?
Nobody's up there, Captain. Jaffe went out on a job.
Oh. All right, Sergeant, thanks.
Oh, Captain,
Yes?
you know who's out here? Lieutenant Klein.
Which Lieutenant Klein?
Sergeant Klein. No, Lieutenant Klein.
Oh, tell him I want to say hello. I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Hello, Klein. Captain.
Where is this lady?
You don't look any the worse for being a lieutenant.
I don't feel any worse for it.
The officers are on their way over
Did
there.
this get to be a second home, Klein? Did you miss us?
Yes, sir. I miss you.
He didn't miss us at all, Captain. He had a pair of shoes over at the shoemaker's around the corner being fixed. He came downtown to pick them up.
Where are you? 10th Division office?
Yes, sir. That's right.
What's the job? Supervising plainclothes work?
Yes, sir.
Oh, why, Sergeant, is the shoe shine boy on the job back there?
I think so, sir, Captain. Yes, sir.
Come on, Lieutenant. I'll buy you a shine.
I'll take it.
Be in the back room, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you like the job?
It's all right, I guess, Captain.
What do you mean, all right?
Well, it's near home, and I've got a good boss. Inspector Roy F. Ullman. Do you know him?
Yeah, I've met him. You're the visitor. Go ahead.
Hey, Sergeant Klein, how are you? How you been?
Lieutenant Klein, Elmo.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Lieutenant Klein. Watch your step, Lieutenant Klein. Shine on Elmo for the promotion.
Shine us on me, Elmo.
All right, on you, Captain.
What's the matter with the job, Klein?
Oh, I don't know. This gambling law enforcement is not for me.
No?
You know, Captain, it's a personal feeling. I can't get excited about slapping somebody in jail for betting on a horse.
Well, it's the same as any other law.
I know. It's my job to enforce it, but I just can't get excited about it, Captain. That's all. All the effort we put in on it and so many men, people are going to bet, they're going to gamble, no matter how many men we put on. And it's all out of proportion. It'd be burglaries and assaults and car thefts, and it's just routine. But if somebody hears maybe a bookmaker is operating, the roof falls in. Everybody starts hollering.
Well, Captain, can I see you a minute?
Hello, Jaffe. Excuse me a second, Klein.
Yeah, sure, Captain.
Oh, Lieutenant Klein, how are you? I didn't notice it was you.
Hello, Jaffe.
I've got a pistol license renewal application on my desk, Captain. I took it yesterday.
Yeah?
You might want to think it over before you recommend approval.
Why?
Well, it's an awful tough spot, Captain. He's a nice old guy. If he doesn't get the renewal, he'll lose his job. It's a rough thing to do. I know he's a retired cop, a sergeant. But maybe he just shouldn't have a license anymore.
Why not?
Well, he's going on 74 years old. His eyes are getting bad on him. His reflexes don't seem to be much good. He just shouldn't be carrying a gun.
What's his name?
Thayer, Bernard Thayer.
Where's the application?
In my office, Captain.
All right, get it and bring it in to me.
Yes, sir. Right away, Captain.
Oh, Elmo's just as good on brown shoes as he is on black, Captain.
Oh, sure. I'm good on brown. Anything. Brown shoes. Why the first thing when somebody's made detective of plain clothes, they go out and buy a big brand new pair of brown shoes?
It's too bad you don't like the job, Klein.
No, sir, I don't. Truth is, I want to get out of it as fast as I can.
Oh, sir, Lieutenant Klein.
Yeah, thank you.
Stop it down.
Thanks, Captain.
Next, Captain.
That's what I really came down to talk to you about, Captain.
Yeah?
I'd like to get back to some precinct in this division if I can. Now, I was on the job for you for 2.5 years. You know what I can do and you know what I can't. If you feel you can give me a recommendation, would you talk to the inspector for me?
Well... You don't have to tell me whether you will or not, Captain. That's up to you. But I heard that there's a lieutenant retiring in the 19th. If I can get it, I'd like that job.
All right, Klein. If I get the opportunity, I'll talk to the inspector.
I'd sure appreciate it, Captain.
I've got that renewal application, Captain.
All right, let's see it, Jeffy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
You're next, Mrs. Jeffy.
No, not now, Elmo. Where are you attached now, Lieutenant?
10th Division.
Plainclothes work?
Yeah, plain clothes work.
Someday that's a job I'd like. You got a good break on the assignment, Lieutenant. A swell break.
To protect individuals against sudden and deadly violence inflicted by weapons which may be concealed on the person, violation of the New York State Gun Law, Section 1897 PL, more commonly known as the Sullivan Law, is a grave offense. This law gives the police commissioner exclusive authority to grant pistol licenses in the city of New York. The issuance of such licenses is rigidly controlled. Each application must have the recommendation for approval of both the commanding officer and the detective squad commander of the precinct in which the applicant resides or is employed. In addition to ordering a thorough investigation of the applicant by a superior officer, the commanding officer must personally interview the applicant. Recommendations for approval by the commanders of the detective district and the patrol division concerned must be affixed before it is forwarded to the Division of Licenses for action. Each endorser of the application, either original or for annual renewal, is held accountable if it subsequently turns out that the applicant is not of good character or properly entitled to a pistol license. When the Shine Boy had finished with me, I said goodbye to Lieutenant Klein and went into my office with Patrolman Jaffe to discuss the application of retired Police Sergeant Bernard Thayer for renewal of his pistol license. Sit down, Jaffe.
Yes, sir.
When did Thayer bring his renewal application in?
Yesterday afternoon, Captain.
Who told you about his eyes?
Well, I took his thumbprint. He could hardly find the place to sign the card.
Did he wear glasses?
Yes, sir, but they didn't help much.
Did you ask him when he had his eyes examined last?
Yes, sir. He said 2 or 3 months ago.
73 years old, huh?
Yes, sir. Going on 74.
Let's see that application again.
Yes, sir.
Appointed to the force, April 13, 1903. Made Sergeant June 11, 1916. Retired September 6, 1935.
He's an awful nice old guy. He's just full of stories about the old days. He loved the job. He really loved it.
What's this employment he's got now? J. Rowe Transportation Company.
That's a taxi fleet up on the 25th. They've got 165 hacks. He's a guard in the cashier's office.
How long has he been with them?
Since 1937, December of 1937.
Yeah, he stays with the job a long time, doesn't he?
Yes, sir. It's just rough, that's all, Captain. Plain rough.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it. If he's not physically qualified to have a pistol license, that's beyond our control. There's more than one man involved here, Jaffe. It's a matter of protection of the public.
Yes, sir.
Is he working days or nights?
Nights, Captain.
All right. See if he can come in here around 4 tomorrow afternoon. I'll talk to him.
I asked him to come in today, Captain.
Oh, did you?
Yes, sir. I knew you were on.
All right. It's too bad, but if he's no longer a proper person to hold a gun license, there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, there he is, standing at the desk. Hello, Mr. Thayer.
Oh, how are you? I knew they'd turn out at 4. I thought the captain would want to talk to me before that.
This is Captain Kennelly, Mr. Thayer.
Oh, I remember Mr. Thayer from last year.
It's a good thing the department doesn't issue many pistol licenses, isn't it, Captain? That's all you'd be doing, interviewing applicants.
You want to come into my office?
Yes, sir.
All right, Jaffe.
Yes, sir. I'll check with you later, Captain.
All right. I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes,
sir. Come in, Mr. Thayer.
Yeah, sure, Captain. Seems like a waste of energy to investigate renewal applications every year now, doesn't it?
All right. It's a lot of work. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
But I was in the job 32 years. I learned that a lot of things seemed ridiculous and a waste of effort. There turned out to be a pretty good reason behind all of them.
Yeah, there usually is.
I knew a Kennelly down in the old 2nd Precinct. John Kennelly. You any relation?
No.
This goes back many years. Right after I got on the job, he was a bicycle patrolman. He used to chase speeding automobiles on a bicycle and catch them, too. That's how many years ago it was.
You're 73 years old, Mr. Thayer.
I'll be 74 in February, Captain.
Yeah, that job you've got, wouldn't a younger man be a little better suited for it?
Well, as long as the bosses are willing to have me, Captain, I'm willing to stay. We hadn't had any trouble there. Since 1937, no attempt at a stick-up, not even petty theft.
You're drawing a city pension, aren't you?
Oh, yes. But my pension's based on a 1935 salary, and you'd be surprised at how little that amounts to.
Uh-huh.
But, of course, the sergeant's pay back when I retired was a lot more than most people were making. I got no complaints about that.
How's your health?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, for instance, do you have trouble with your eyes?
Well, I've had them a long time, Captain. There's no question. They're not as good as they used to be. Well, Captain, there isn't any doubt about the renewal of my pistol license, is there?
Well, you know as well as I do, Mr. Thayer, every renewal must be examined and investigated, the same as if it were an original application. You're nearly 74 years old, Mr. Thayer. You said yourself your eyes aren't what they used to be, and obviously neither are your reflexes.
Then there's a chance the application will be disapproved.
Oh, there's always that chance.
What's the chance in my case?
I can't say yet, not until we've completed our investigation.
It is just one more year in that job's all I want, Captain. That's all I need. Just one more year. After one more year, I was going to leave it anyway.
Why one more year?
Well, for a very good reason, Captain, the money. No license, no job, no money. I need the money. You can look it up, Captain. I was 32 years in this job with a good record. Perfect record. An honorable mention and 3 commendations. Mm-hmm. In all those 32 years, I never asked anyone for a favor, never. And way back there, those are the days when you needed favors to get along. But I made it on my own steam.
Yes, I know.
And now I am asking you for a favor. I'm asking you for another year. That's all, just another year.
Well, it's not up to me alone.
Well, I know they'll go along with your recommendation. I know that. Now, what difference will another year make? None to you?
We'll see, Mr. Thayer.
When?
When the investigation is completed.
Well, investigation or not, you've got your mind made up, I know.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you have. But I just want to tell you, Captain, another year means nothing to you. To me, it means everything in the world. Everything. Will you remember that?
Yes. I'll remember it.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
In the winter of 1944, during the siege of Bastogne, the German High Command demanded the surrender of General Anthony McAuliffe and his troops. His answer was a one-word classic: nuts. But even more inspiring to the men of the 101st Airborne Division was General McAuliffe's Christmas Eve message. He told the men that in the face of defeat, they had stopped cold everything that had been thrown at them from north, east, south, and west, and that it was a worthy Christmas present for their country and loved ones back home. By their action, General McAuliffe and his men assisted in the writing of Article 2 of the United States Fighting Man's Code of Conduct. I will never surrender of my own free will. If in command, I will never surrender my men while they still have the means to resist.
Now, back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
Shortly after the retired police sergeant left my office, I turned out the platoon for the night tour at 4 p.m. Before I signed the blotter at 6 p.m. to go off duty, I left instructions for Sergeant Waters, as required by the Manual of Procedure, to make an investigation of the application of Bernard Thayer for a renewal of his pistol license. In compliance, the next afternoon at 2 p.m., he called at apartment 3C, 379 East 65th Street, the listed residence of the applicant.
Yes, who is it?
This is a police sergeant, madam.
Oh, just a second. Who?
Sergeant Waters, 21st Precinct.
Oh, well, just a second. I'll take the chain off the door.
All right.
Well, nothing's the matter.
No, everything's all right. This is the residence of Bernard Thayer, isn't it?
Well, he's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. I'm just checking on his application to renew a pistol license.
Oh, well, come in.
Thank you.
Sergeant who?
Waters.
Oh, would you mind talking in the kitchen? I was just icing a cake.
It's all right.
I'm Mrs. Thayer.
Oh? That's all.
In there.
Thanks, Mrs. Thayer.
Oh, Not his wife. I'm his daughter-in-law.
I see.
It happens all the time. I introduce myself as Mrs. Thayer, and people get that funny look on their face. They think I'm Dad's wife. Do you like devil's food cake?
I do, but I gotta watch my weight.
Oh, Dad loves it. He and Mike, that's my son. He and Mike can eat almost a whole cake in one sitting. It's like a contest. Who can get the most in him? Do you remember the pie-eating contest they used to have at picnics? That's what it's like. I hope I made enough icing.
Who lives here? Your father-in-law, yourself, and your son?
And my daughter, Jean. She's at Juilliard studying voice.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she has a beautiful lyric soprano voice. Her teacher says she ought to go a long way after she finishes her training. She's only 19. You ought to hear her.
And your son?
Well, he's in his last year at NYU Medical School. He'll be a doctor in June. Would you like some coffee, Sergeant?
No, thanks.
It wouldn't be any trouble. It'll only take a minute. Dad tells me how there's always a pot of coffee going at the station house.
That's all right. What about your husband?
Well, he's dead.
I'm sorry.
It was an auto accident. Dad's wife was killed, too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I better let this soak. If I don't, the chocolate will stick to the pot. Then it's a real job to get it off. You see, Dad was retired.
What did you say?
I said Dad was retired. He retired in 1935, late in 1935. He and Mrs. Thayer went to Florida. They were going to build a small house and open up a little business down there at Kissimmee. Do you know where that is?
No.
Well, it's near Orlando. It's very nice. They got the house built all right, and they were looking around for a business. He was only 54 years old at the time, very young. Well, anyway, they used to come up to New York about twice a year to visit us. Joe was their only son, and to see the two children. They always drove. Well, this particular time, Mrs. Thayer wanted to go out to Brooklyn. Bay Ridge. She wanted to see a friend of hers. Dad didn't feel like going, so Joe drove his mother in Dad's car. I don't know what happened. Something with the steering wheel, it turned out. Joe couldn't control the car, and it went over onto the wrong side of the street. Truck coming the other way hit them.
That's too bad.
Here I was with two small kids. Mike was 10 and Jean was 3. Dad didn't want to go back to Florida. He sold the house and moved in with us. Said the kids were going to have good educations and everything else. So he got the job he's got now, and that, together with his pension and what little I could make once in a while, has been enough to support us and send the kids through school. Now he's almost finished. Mike graduates in June. He'll go into the Army a first lieutenant for 2 years. Jean's been offered 2 jobs already, but Dad thinks she ought to finish up at Juilliard. She's really good, so she won't have any trouble. She's pretty, too. So, that's the story. Coffee won't be any trouble at all, Sergeant.
No, thanks, Mrs. Thayer. How's your father-in-law's health?
Well, pretty good. He's going to be 74, you know. He can't run a 100-yard dash anymore, but pretty good.
How about his eyes?
What do you mean?
Has he been having trouble with his eyes?
Well, he wears glasses.
What's the name of the doctor he saw recently about his eyes?
I really don't know. You'll have to ask Dad about that.
All right. But he doesn't see very well, does he?
No, he doesn't. Poor Daddy wanted to retire to a house in Florida to take things easy. Instead, he's been working hard for the 16 years. Things never seem to work out the way you want them to happen. They never do.
Well, I guess they don't, Mrs. Thayer. There's always something to change things around.
I came into the station house at 3:30 the same afternoon for my night tour. After I signed the blotter, looked over reports and communications, and turned out the platoon, I went upstairs to the 3rd floor of the station house where the precinct youth patrolman, the safety officer, the civil defense officer, and the hack inspector had their offices.
Captain, did you talk to Sergeant Waters?
Yeah, he rang in when I first came into the house. Told me he saw Thayer's daughter-in-law.
Yes, sir. That's rough. He's putting his 2 grandchildren through school. The boy's going to be a doctor.
Yeah, I know.
He's a great old fella.
Yeah?
I'd hate to have to be the one to knock him out of the box.
Captain?
Come in, Sergeant.
Oh, Captain.
Sergeant Waters.
I saw you going up the stairs, Captain. I thought you'd like to know after I spoke to the daughter-in-law. I drove up to Thayer's place of employment, J. Rowe Transportation.
Yeah?
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Romano, they both were there. I talked to them. They like him, and they want to keep him if we're willing to go along on a license renewal.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Romano told me that since Thayer's been on the job there, 16 years, he's only missed 3 or 4 days, outside of his vacation, that is. He was laid up once with the virus.
You think they'd be willing to keep him on in any other capacity if he didn't get his license renewed?
Well, I asked him that, Captain. There's nothing he can do there. He's no mechanic. He's just got a cashier and a bookkeeper in the office. They've both been with the company a long time. They couldn't.
And I can see there wouldn't be anything much for him to do.
Well, they told me they got to have an armed guard. It's got something to do with making their insurance premiums less. I don't know. They never had any trouble there, no robberies or attempts, but they've got to have an armed guard there anyway.
Captain, after all, it's just one more year.
The question is not just another year to carry a gun. There's been no attempted robbery since he's been on the job there, and he's had no occasion to use the gun. But what about the coming year? If he has to use it, he's liable to get himself killed. What about the protection of the other employees there?
Family sure swears by him. Daughter-in-law thinks he's just about the best thing that walks the earth.
That's beside the point also, Sergeant. Rate's pretty high in my book, too. He'll be in at 5 o'clock, huh?
Yes, sir.
Will he come up here?
No, sir. I told him to ask for you.
You're not going to recommend approval, huh, Captain?
No.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the one who has to tell him.
I don't look forward to the job, Sergeant. Not at all. On the way downstairs, I stopped off on the second floor at the office of the 21st Detective Squad. There I saw Lieutenant King, the squad commander, and spoke to him at some length regarding the application of Bernard Thayer for renewal of his license to carry a pistol. Lieutenant King agreed that, unfortunate as it may seem in view of the circumstances, it would be extremely unwise to recommend approval for another year. It was a few minutes before 5 that I left the squad office, walked down the rickety stairs into the back room, and out into the muster room. Lieutenant Pope was on duty as desk officer, and Sergeant Waters on TS.
Sergeant, excuse me a second, Captain.
Yeah, sure.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. All right, 26. Yes, sir, Captain?
I'll go on patrol at 5:30. Would you have a car around here for me then?
Yes, sir. Captain.
Yes?
Mr. Thayer came in. I asked him to wait in your office.
Oh.
I got to talking to him for a few minutes. He was in the job of my father, down the old 2nd Precinct. Sure got a well of stories.
Yeah, well, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Mr. Thayer? Oh, that's all right. Keep your seat.
Yes, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir.
We've given your LD-80 a great deal of consideration, Mr. Thayer.
Yeah, I know you have. My daughter-in-law tells me one of the sergeants was over at the house, and I spoke to my boss on the telephone. I just want to say, Captain...
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Captain, Inspector McBride is ringing in from division for you.
All right, Sergeant. Just 1 second, Mr. Thayer.
I got lots of time now.
Go ahead, sir. Frank?
Yes, Inspector.
You've got the division tonight, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
There's a movie company going to shoot some film on the 47th Street station of the 3rd Avenue L.
Yes, sir.
I think they'll be on the job there from midnight until about 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
We got word in the secretary's office to give them all the assistance we can. I have 4 men from the 17th assigned there. Could you drop down sometime during that time and see that everything's going all right?
Yes, sir, sure. The 47th Street station.
That's right. All right, Frank.
Oh, Inspector McBride.
Yes, Frank.
You remember Norman Klein, a sergeant here? He was made a lieutenant about a month ago.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, I saw him today. He's up in the 10th Division supervising plain clothes work. He heard there's a lieutenant retiring in the 19th. He'd like to put in for it.
Well, you found him a good man, didn't you?
Oh, yes, very good.
It's an idea, Frank. I'll think about it. I'll talk to the chief.
Yes, sir.
So long, Frank.
Inspector Edward McBride, Captain?
Yes.
He was a rook in my squad, fresh out of the academy.
Is that so?
Oh, that's 21, 22 years ago. I was in the 44th up in the Bronx. I thought he'd get someplace. He made a good pinch his first night on the job. He walked up to a parked car and...
Mr. Thayer.
I'm sorry, Captain. Seems the older I get, the more I like to talk. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I've got some news for you in regard to your renewal application.
Well, I didn't come to get any news, Captain. I came to save you the trouble.
What do you mean?
I want to withdraw the application.
Oh?
I thought about it. I know there's only one thing you can do, and that's recommend disapproval. You can't do anything else. Well, I was in the job 32 years, and I've held a gun license 16 years. In all that time, I never had a spot on my record. I don't want to start now.
Mr. Thayer.
I quit the job, I went down today and applied for Social Security. That plus the pension will let us squeak by. No luxury, but we'll manage.
I see.
Captain, one thing.
Yes?
You were going to recommend disapproval, weren't you?
I was, yes.
Yeah. Well, you had to. Well, thanks for all your trouble, Captain. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Well, bye, Captain.
It was nice to have known you, Sergeant Thayer.
Maybe I'll get to spend a little time in Florida after all. Maybe after all.
Hello, CB. Sergeant Waters at the 21st. We made that notification of 421 York Avenue. 421 York Avenue. Yeah. Okay. I gave it a CB, Lieutenant. Did you tell him, Captain?
No, Sergeant. He told me.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yes, ma'am. This is the police department. Stole your purse? Well, who? What's his name? Do you know him? At what party? Where?
And so it goes.
Take it?
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the police department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Harold Stone, George Petrie, Lawson Zerby, Santos Ortega, Ethel Everett, and Bill Smith. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. George Bryan speaking. George Bryan speaking. George Bryan speaking. George Bryan.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What do you mean robbed? Held up? Where is this? The what bar and grill? Oh. What's the address? Yeah. Did they have guns? How many?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the Nerve Center. A call is coming through. You will follow by transcription the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, just wait for the officers. They'll be right there. Yes, right away. They'll be right there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was 2:20 p.m. I had just returned from patrol of the precinct, and I was in my office speaking to a photographer who had his studio near the station house in regard to arrangements for making new individual pictures of the members of my command, which are required for departmental files every 5 years. And here are some samples of my work, Captain. Oh, excuse me a second, Mr. Bell.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Collins on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
Paychecks are here, Captain.
All right. Tell Lieutenant Pope to assign a man to make distribution.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bell.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Captain. The samples.
Oh, yeah. This is the size we require, isn't it?
Yes, that's the exact size.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like you do very nice work, Mr. Bell.
We try, Captain.
Well, what do you think you'd have to charge each man?
Let's see. You told me you had about 175 men to be photographed?
Yeah, that's right. Plus about 15 members of the 21st Squad, the detectives. I imagine most of them might want to take advantage of the convenience.
To be perfectly honest with you, Captain, I'd be willing to give a very good rate to make the pictures and hope to make my profit in case any of the men want to buy prints for their own personal use, the enlargements.
Oh, well, that's understandable, but I don't want you pressuring anyone around here to buy prints.
Oh, no, I won't.
What do you think you charge each man?
Well, let's say $2. And included in that, I would furnish them with one glossy, the same size as the official picture.
All right. That sounds fair enough, Mr. Bell.
Good.
We'll get you a room to work in on the 3rd floor.
Oh, fine.
Come in.
Excuse me, Captain.
Come in, Sergeant.
Signal 30 just came over the air.
3rd
Avenue near 68. An armed robbery at a bar and grill. Bartender and customers are holding a suspect.
All right, I'll go.
Captain?
Mr. Bell, Sergeant Collins will take you to see Patrolman Archer. He's the 124 man. Sergeant, tell Archer to get Mr. Bell set up and going with the photograph.
Yes, sir. I'll get a car in for you, Captain.
All right, you do that. Cassidy.
Yes, Captain.
Are you going over to that armed robbery?
Yes, sir. Goldman and I. Do you want to ride?
Yeah, okay. Never mind the car, Sergeant. I'll go over with the detective.
We're parked right on.
My. You certainly move fast around here, don't you?
When things happen fast, you move fast.
Well, I guess that's life.
Yep. Life and then some.
We were at the scene of the holdup within 5 minutes. Patrolmen Owen Kenny and Ernest Pagano in sector car number 3, the first to arrive in response to the radio signal, had taken custody of the suspect being held by the bartender and 2 customers. She was a young woman, hardly 20 years old. The victim and witnesses had told Sergeant Waters and other officers that the young woman, in the company of 2 men, also in their 20s, came into the place shortly after 1 o'clock and ordered drinks. When the lunch hour rush had dwindled to 2 patrons, the men got up from their booth, walked to the bar, flashed a gun, and held up the place. They took $230 from the cash register and fled, leaving the young woman, who said her name was Edith Hargrave, seated in the booth. Detectives Cassidy and Goldman began the investigation, and Edith Hargrave was taken from the scene of the holdup to the 21st Squad, where Detective Cassidy was in the process of making her fingerprints.
All right, honey, it's not that bad. Just hold the handle limp and let me do the work. Don't stiffen up like that.
I'm trying.
That's it. Limp. Now give me the whole hand. Limp, that's it. Relax. Okay, that's all. Wash up over here.
Where?
Over here, Edie.
Yes.
There's soap and there's towels.
Yes, sir.
What about the lieutenant? Is he still tied up?
Yes, he is.
Just plenty of that soap, Edie. That stuff comes off hard.
Yes, sir.
Very hard. Want to change your mind about anything, Edie?
What do you mean, change my mind?
There's towels. I mean about how you told us you were never arrested before.
I never was.
Use the towels. Your hands will get chapped.
Never was. Honest.
All right, we'll see.
Honest.
Well, like for everything, there's always got to be a first time in there. In the trash basket. Okay, Edie. Come on.
Yes, sir. Oh, I can take my purse, can I?
Sure, bring it along. You're sure now before we get any farther? All right, sit down here.
Yes, I'm sure.
Here, Edie, sign this card here.
What is it? What am I signing?
Just says that you verify that these are your fingerprints.
Oh. Where am I going now? To jail?
No, not just yet.
I want to go home.
Cassidy.
So do I. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, Edie. In the office. Over there, to the desk.
Yes, sir.
Edie, this is Lieutenant King. He's the commander of the 21st Squad.
Sit down, Edie.
Yes, sir.
Well, I understand you picked yourself some fine company.
How was I to know?
A smart girl finds out before she goes bar hopping with 2 guys like that.
I didn't have a date with the 2 of them. I only had a date with one, Dick. That's the only one I knew. I didn't know the other. Honest.
Did he ever tell you where he lived, Dick?
No, he never did.
Didn't you ask him?
No.
Why not?
Well, if I asked him, I thought he might think I was curious about going there. Didn't care to have one thing lead to another.
You met him when?
3 or 4 nights ago. I told the detectives. He came into the place and...
Place where you work?
Yeah, the place I work. Sat down at the counter and he ordered a cup of coffee, and I served it to him. Things were slow. Before you know it, we got to talking.
Guess you got to talking too much, huh?
Well, he looked like a nice enough boy.
The other one didn't look like a nice boy, did he?
I didn't even know about him. Dick and I had this date for this afternoon before I went to work. He came by for me, and the other boy was in the car. He said, we're all going out for a good time. I said, has he got a date? And he said, he'll get a date. Meanwhile, we'll all go out and have a couple of drinks. So we went to these places, and you know.
Are you in the habit of drinking in the daytime?
Well, I worked night.
You were out with him Sunday night?
I told the detectives I was off Sunday night, didn't I?
Yes, you told us. Where'd you go Sunday night?
Went to a few places.
Where, for instance?
Gee, I don't know. A couple of bars, 3 or 4.
Well, where first?
Down Times Square.
Where in Times Square?
Well, on Broadway, I think. Maybe 7th Avenue. I don't know. It was one of those places where the bars are circle-like and people sit around watching musicians play on a stand-up behind the bar.
Did he talk to anybody in there?
Just me and the bartender to order drinks.
Oh. Where else did you go?
After that?
Yes.
To another bar near there. We had a couple of drinks there, too. I think I had a sandwich also. The only place he talked to somebody was much later. A man.
Somebody he knew?
Oh, yes.
Where was this?
Another bar.
In Times Square, too?
No. No, as a matter of fact, it was up around here someplace, because I remember we came uptown through Central Park in his car, and we came out of the park at 65th Street, you know? I remember that. It wasn't far from there, on Lexington or 3rd Avenue, something like that. I had a few drinks.
Well, who was it he talked to?
Friend of his. Nellie. I remember Nellie.
Thought you said it was a man he talked to.
Nellie was a man. That's how I remember. I thought, how funny, a man named Nellie. Isn't that funny, a man named Nellie?
What?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
You're going to have to help us more than this, Edie. Those 2 boys are wanted for robbery.
I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know anything about it.
Well, you know something about it now. I hope it's not long before we all know a lot more about it.
I returned to the station house at 4 p.m. in time to turn out the platoon for the night tour. Lieutenant King was waiting in the muster room for me. He said that he had already talked to the desk officers at the 19th and 23rd precincts. He would like a description of the man Nellie announced at each of the turnouts in the precincts on the Upper East Side in the hope that some patrolman on post was acquainted with Nellie or had heard of him. I invited him to make the announcement himself. With Lieutenant King, I stood behind the desk. It was exactly 4 o'clock. The 53 men who would patrol every inch of the precinct between that moment and midnight were lined up in the back room awaiting the signal of the desk officer. On the sound of the bell, they marched out into the muster room in a military manner and formed ranks facing the desk.
Saunders.
The roll was called for entry in the
Scully.
blotter.
Taub.
Yeah.
Turner.
Here.
Underwood.
Here.
Weber.
Here.
Weeks.
Present.
Wolf.
Present.
Ziegler.
Here. All right, man. A couple of things. We've had 3 or 4 complaints about peddlers annoying people on the streets to purchase toys and flowers. You see any of these peddlers on your post, I want you to stop them and examine their license. If they have no license, give them a summons. Or if they're causing too much of a nuisance, bring them into the station house. I want these complaints to stop. Also, beginning tomorrow and for the next 2 days, the photographer will be on the 3rd floor to make official photographs for the department files before and after the 8 o'clock and 4 o'clock turnouts. Details are on the bulletin boards. Lieutenant King has something to say to you. Pay close attention. Lieutenant.
We had an armed robbery in the precinct this afternoon. In the course of the investigation, we've developed the information that one of the suspects is acquainted with a man who hangs around a bar someplace on the east side. Perhaps in this precinct, perhaps in the 19th or 23rd. We'd like to locate the acquaintance in the hope he could lead us to the suspects. The acquaintance is described as about 35 years old, 5 feet 8 inches, and 150 pounds. He has brown hair, rather thin on top. We know he goes under the name of Nellie. On your posts, have any of you men run into a man of that description known by the name of Nellie?
Lieutenant?
Yes, Weber? Are you acquainted with a man named Nellie answering that description?
Yes, sir.
All right, you stay here. You're temporarily relieved from your post.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, post the platoon.
Platoon, 10 shut. Right face. Forward, hurt.
Weber.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Come Come on to my office. Matt?
Coming, Captain.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Which is your post, Weber?
Number 11, Lieutenant.
You know a Nellie, huh?
Yes, sir. He's one of the guys that hang out around there.
Has he ever given you any trouble?
No, he stays pretty clear of me, Captain.
What does he do?
He says he's a mechanic. He might be working at it, I don't know. He hangs around 2 or 3 bars there every night.
Uh-huh.
Had some information that he was hustling policy slips once a couple of months ago. Reported it, and the plainclothesman checked him out. Nothing to it, I heard. I do know he's done time.
Oh? For what?
Receiving stolen goods, Lieutenant.
Recently?
A couple of years ago, he got out. Wouldn't be surprised if he still gets into a deal once in a while.
That's not his real name, is it, Nellie?
No, sir, it's a nickname. His name's Bevan. Nelson Bevan.
Uh-huh.
Captain, could we borrow Weber to work with us tonight?
Oh, sure, Matt, if you need him.
I'd like to send him up there with either Cassidy or Goldman to look around for Nellie. Know where he lives, Weber?
No, sir, just where he hangs out.
All right, that's good enough. We'll find him.
Okay, Weber. Change into your civilian clothes. You got your work cut out for you.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
Men, we're offering you an opportunity to study the various operations and applications of the Mannheim Slide Rule. Well, perhaps this offer wouldn't appeal to the average clerk, journalist, or administrative specialist. But to the man engaged in technical or scientific work, it would mean something. If he were not already familiar with the Mannheim Slide Rule, he would be interested. He'd want to know how he could take advantage of the offer. He'd know that a working knowledge of the Slide Rule would be of considerable help to him in his job. He'd learn that the person to see is his education officer, who would tell him that the course in the application of the Mannheim-type Slide Rule is offered by USAFI. He'd fill out an application to enroll in the course and take the first step toward power through knowledge with USAFI. Yes, he'd do that, if he were smart.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
As instructed, Patrolman Weber changed to his civilian clothes to assist detectives in their search for Nelson Bevan, also known as Nellie. While Detective Goldman sought information on Nellie through other means, Patrolman Weber took Detective Cassidy to the bars where he thought Nellie was a regular patron. The proprietor of one place told the officers that Nellie was indeed a steady customer and that he came into the place late almost every afternoon between 5 and 5:30. The two officers took a booth in the back of the place and waited.
Sure beats walking a post.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Hey, Cassidy, how many years you got in the job?
12.
And in the brains?
Almost 9 now.
Yeah. How'd you make it?
Well, I made a good collar. I almost had my head blown off.
No kidding.
I was walking a post. It was late to it, dark and cold. The only thing open on the block was this drugstore on the corner. I rang in for a personal. Well, I figured I'd go in there and warm up a little bit and maybe sneak a smoke. So I started into the drugstore. There were these two guys in there, and the doc had his hands high in the air.
Wow.
So I get out my gun. I don't ask any questions. They start shooting at me, and as soon as I come in the door. But I dropped one of them with my first shot and hit the other one with about the fourth or fifth. One of them was dead by the time the ambulance got there. The other's still in Sing Sing. Just got a letter from him last week.
That was some collar.
Yeah. Old Commissioner Valentine showed up at the station house at 4:30 in the morning. Had me on the back and made me a detective on the spot. Mayor LaGuardia had me down to City Hall the next day. For tea.
Well, I'm trying to make it the other way. I'm going to Delahanty's now, studying for the sergeant's examination. There. That's Nellie.
Yeah?
He just stepped up to the bar. Brown overcoat.
Uh-huh. All right. Let's go talk to him.
Okay.
Keep it social for now. Let me spring it on. Okay?
Okay, sure. Hello, Nellie.
Oh, how are you?
Patrolman Weber.
Sure, I know you. Patrolman Weber, sure. You're not working tonight, huh?
Yeah, I'm working.
No blue suit?
Not tonight. Nellie, this is Detective Cassidy.
Glad to know you.
Yeah.
Where you been keeping yourself, Nellie? I haven't seen you around.
Oh, busy. You know me, Mr. Weber. Busy.
I understand you're in the general merchandise business, Nellie.
Oh, you got me wrong, Mr.
Cassidy. We've always got you guys wrong, huh?
Oh, I'm out of that business, Mr. Cassidy. I've been out a long time. That right, Mr. Weber? You know me.
Yeah, I know you, Nellie.
Hey, how about a drink, huh? How about a drink on me?
No, thanks.
Well, if you don't mind. Skull.
Skull.
Nellie.
Yeah, Miss Cassidy?
Where's Dick?
Dick who?
The guy you spoke to in here Sunday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any Dick.
Come on. Let's take a ride to the station, Honest. We'll talk about it there.
Oh, Dick.
Yeah. Dick. Where is he?
I don't know where he is, fellas. Him and me are just strangers, practically. I was introduced to him just once, and I seen him here that night. What night was it?
Sunday.
Yeah, I seen him in here Sunday, and we had a few words.
About what?
Time of day. We just passed the time of day.
Is that all?
Yeah, you know. Hello, how are you? What's new? That's all.
Come on, Nellie.
Wait a minute.
Where is he?
I don't know where he is. That's the honest to goodness truth. I don't know a thing about him. I don't even know his last name. What do you want from me?
What did he want from you?
You know the kind of reputation I got. He had a ring and a watch he wanted to realize something out of. I told him I wasn't in that kind of business anymore, and that was that.
How did you meet him?
Some guy pointed him out to me.
What guy?
What guy? I don't know what guy. I know a million guys. Just one of those things. I was standing on 2nd Avenue one afternoon last week, and he walked up to me. He asked me to come over and sit in the car, so I did. He had these things he showed me, and I told him I didn't want any part of them. What, is this guy hot, Dick, this Mr. Weber?
Burning.
Good thing I didn't have anything to do with him.
What kind of car?
It's a Hudson, I think. A tan Hudson. It's 49 or a 50, something like that.
Well, that checks, Cassidy.
Everything I tell you checks. You know me, Mr. Weber.
Yeah.
You know me from way back.
Too far back.
Where is he?
I don't know. That's the honest to goodness truth.
Where does he hang around?
How should I know where he hangs around? All I know about him is what I told you. I've seen him only that twice. Once when we had the merchandise, and once that Sunday night. I don't know him from Adam otherwise. I know nothing about him. You give me a stack of Bibles, I'll swear.
I still wouldn't believe you, Nellie.
You wouldn't?
Come on, let's go in.
Is that trip necessary?
Yeah.
Can I at least finish my drink?
Go ahead.
Well, skull again.
Skull, Nellie.
It was 5:45 p.m. when I signed the last report in my folder and put it in the letterbox with the other reports and communications to be picked up and taken by the precinct messenger to the 6th Division office at 160 East 35th Street. I got up from behind my desk and walked out into the muster room.
Yes, sir, Captain?
Go ahead, take the call.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yeah, Coley. Listen, walk around and talk to the owner of that dress store at 613 before he closes. Remind him again to set his burglar alarm correctly. We don't want to make another run there during the night. Yeah, all right. Yes, sir, Captain.
I'm going to sign out, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, what time are you going out on patrol tonight?
Sergeant Rosen is going to relieve me on TS at 8 o'clock, sir.
All right. Take a turn by that ballroom on York Avenue sometime during the night. Make sure they've corrected the conditions we talked to the manager about, all right?
Yes, sir.
And leave a report for me.
Yes, sir.
All right, Nellie. Step right up there.
Where, here?
That's all right.
Hello, Weber.
Captain?
Sergeant, would you bring up to Lieutenant King for me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you found him, huh?
Yes, sir.
What kind of job is finding me? Who was hiding?
Lieutenant King,
I think I was the hottest guy in New York.
Yes, Cassidy's here. He wants to talk to you. Okay, Cassidy. Take it over there, huh?
Good job, Weber.
Thank you, Captain.
We got Nellie, Lieutenant. Yeah, downstairs.
He hasn't been much help to Cassidy, though.
Who said I haven't? I can't tell him what I don't know. What do you want me to do, kid him?
Yes, sir. He's here.
I don't kid anybody.
Yes, sir. I'll ask him. Thanks, Sergeant.
Okay.
Captain, Lieutenant King wants to know if you've got a minute.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Didn't say.
All right, I'll come up.
Okay, Nellie, let's go.
Pillar to post.
I'm going to the detective, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
So I get shoved around. Pillar to post.
We'll try to make it post to pillar, Nellie, just so things don't get dull.
We walked out of the muster room and into the back room where 2 motorcycle patrolmen from motorcycle precinct number 1 were sitting at the table going over summons stubs preparatory to informing the desk officer of the summonses they had issued motorists in the 21st precinct. Then we climbed the rickety stairs to the 2nd floor and walked into the 21st Squad office.
All right, Nellie. Sit down right there on the bench.
Listen, Mr. Cassidy, you got any idea how long I'm going to be here?
Why?
I got a business appointment.
What kind of business?
On a bench, huh?
Yeah. Sit down.
That's 2-1. Captain, am I supposed to stay around here, or do you want me back on my post?
Well, you see what Lieutenant King has to say, Weber.
Yes, sir.
Whatever he wants.
Hello, Captain. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, it's all right, man.
Weber, good job.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Keep him there a minute, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Captain, it's that Edith Hargrave.
Oh?
We checked out her prints. She's never been in trouble. I'm sure she's telling a straight story about this fellow, Dick.
Uh-huh.
Her boss called me. He says he knows you. A fellow named Audley. Runs a restaurant up on Lexington Avenue in the 80s.
Oh, yes, I know him.
She waits tables there. Audley said he'd vouch for her. What kind of a guy is he?
He's all right, Matt. Been in business there a long time. He's never had any trouble that I know of. He's okay.
Edie, you remember Captain Kennelly?
When can I go? Can I go soon?
I will see. You'd know this Nellie if you saw him, would you?
I told you I would.
All right. Walk over to the door there. Let me know if you see him sitting outside.
Really? I want to go home.
See him?
Yes, on the bench. That fella. That's him.
All right. Cassidy, bring him in here.
Yes.
Sit down, Edie.
Oh, excuse me, Captain.
It's all right. All right, Nellie. Inside.
Till the post.
Shut the door, Cassidy.
Yes, sir. This is Lieutenant King and Captain Kennelly. Nellie Bevan.
Gentlemen?
Know this young lady, Nellie?
She looks familiar, I'll say that.
She was with Dick on Sunday night when he met you.
Was she?
You know I won't.
All right, Nellie, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. We want Dick and the guy he was with. We want them in a robbery this afternoon, and we think they're right for 5 or 6 more. Now, where is he?
I said I know where he is. I don't know him that well.
Look, mister, I don't want to waste any time with you. You told the officers he drives a 1949 or 50 Hudson painted tan. If you know that much, you know a lot more.
How could I know a lot more? I seen the car.
You know where he stays. He told you where he stays, didn't he?
No.
Well, where do you think he stays?
What, do you want me to speculate?
Yeah, speculate. We'll go from there.
Well, once in a conversation, he said he parked his car at nights near that museum over there. You know, on the west side, right off the park?
Museum of Natural History?
Yeah, that one.
So?
So if he parks his car there at night, he must stay around there someplace, don't you think?
I don't know what to think, Nellie. We'll see what we can find out.
The interrogation of Nelson Bevan, also known as Nellie, continued. Meanwhile, Lieutenant King had Patrolman Weber take the girl Edith Hargrave to a restaurant for a meal. After listening to the questioning for some minutes, I went downstairs, signed the blotter, and left the precinct to go off duty. At the end of an hour, Lieutenant King had gotten no more information from Nellie on the whereabouts of the suspects. He concluded that Nellie knew no more. It was decided to trace the suspects by attempting to locate the car parked on the street in the vicinity of the Museum of Natural History, located on the west side of Central Park between 77th Street and 81st Street. Inasmuch as this location was out of the 21st, the commanders of both the 20th and 24th detective squads were called. Each furnished 2 detectives, and with 4 men from the 21st, the search of the streets began later that night. Because of his work on the case so far, Patrolman Weber continued temporarily as the partner of Detective Cassidy. Shortly before midnight, they were cruising on Columbus Avenue looking for a 1949 or 1950 Hudson painted tan.
Suppose we go up to the corner, take a right, and come back in the next block. Okay, Weber?
Yeah, sure.
We might be batting our brains out for nothing. Wouldn't be smart for them to hold on to that car any longer. They know we've got the girl.
You give them credit for being smart, leaving her in the bar like that, taking her along on a robbery.
Some of them get smart at strange times. Take a right, huh?
Hey, Cassidy, look up there.
Go on, straight through.
49 Hudson.
Pull up ahead of it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
I'm right with you.
Of course, I grant you that not everybody owns a Hudson, but there's a few of them around.
Yeah.
Fill the hood.
Warm?
Well, I'll try the door. Uh-huh.
Well, what's the matter?
This could be the car. Girl said she remembered a little blue knob on the steering wheel, like that one. Whoever left it here must be coming back for it.
Yeah?
There's a bottle of whiskey under the seat. Half full, too.
Well, what now?
Suppose you ring in to Lieutenant King.
Yeah.
Tell him what we've got. I think it's a car. Ask him to check out the registration and see if there's an alarm out for the car.
Yeah, there's a candy store on the corner.
Good. Use the phone in there. I'll keep my eyes on the car.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Pop.
Yes, sir. Something?
Yeah, for the telephone, please.
For the telephone. Stay open all night. What do I get? Telephone customer. The telephone. On the wall.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, what's that?
I'm a cop. Get help.
Hey, listen.
Cassidy!
Cassidy?
Here. Behind the car. Get that one's gun. How is he?
Through the neck.
Don't bother with that other one. I got his gun.
You hit?
Yeah. Not bad, I don't think.
Here, let me see.
In the shoulder, that's all. They came back as soon as you went inside. They started blazing away.
You sure handled them, though.
Yeah. Well, here I go again. Tea with the mayor.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What is it? A kid? Who's the driver, you? He was what? Riding a bicycle?
And so it goes,
Where
around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Elaine Rost, George Petrie, Jack Orison, Santos Ortega, Mandel Kramer, and Michael Dreyfus. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. And Television Service. And Television Service. And Television Service.
What is the girl? 16? Where is it? Yeah. East 75th and the Bait.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow by transcription the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right.
The officers are on their way over there now. You wait outside for them. Show them where it is. An ambulance, too. An ambulance is coming. All right. They'll be there right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was a cold, windy night, and I was on patrol in sector car number 2 with Patrolman Edward Farrell as operator and myself as recorder. It was about 11:30 p.m., and I had instructed Farrell to drive west on 75th Street from 1st Avenue to Lexington, and then return to the station house where I was due to turn out the platoon for the late tour at midnight. After we crossed 1st Avenue, there was no traffic in the block ahead of us, and I saw no pedestrians. Cold weather keeps them off the streets. It's a good policeman. Our headlights cut a swath in the darkness as we cruised slowly in the long block toward 2nd Avenue.
Captain, that old man down there, I think he wants us.
Go ahead, pull up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Police!
Come on, Farrell. Right.
Police, help!
What's the trouble, Pom?
Killing her.
Where?
In the basement there.
Let's go, Farrell.
Killing her right there, look.
Down there. Watch the step. I got my light. All right, hit the door. Get away from her. Get away.
Kill her! Right there, head.
Come here.
I'll kill you all.
Hold still there.
I mean, get up against there.
Get the nippers on him.
Let me out of here.
Stay still, I said.
All right, I got him.
Let me go. You've got enough trouble now, mister. Stay still or you've got plenty more.
He's all right now, Captain.
All right, get those hands against the wall. Get them up there.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Okay. Sit down on the floor.
He said sit down on the floor.
All right,
yeah. Don't kill her yet, I'll kill her.
You won't kill anybody, mister. Watch it, Farrell.
That's it.
Let me take a look at her.
Stay still.
No, don't, please.
It's all right. I'm a police officer.
He hit me. Oh, my side. He hit me in my side.
She's only a kid, Farrell.
All right.
How old are you?
16. My side. My side is killing. My face.
All right, just take it easy. We'll get help. Watch him, Farrell. I'm going to call in for an ambulance.
I got him, Captain. Is everything okay?
Come on upstairs, Pom.
Yeah, okay.
You know that girl?
Yeah, sure, the Truro girl from my building.
This building?
No, the next building, that one, 4th floor here.
You know him?
No, I never seen him.
She live with her folks?
Her folks, yes.
All right, you go upstairs and tell them, okay?
Yeah, tell him. All right, I go.
Car 681 to Central, K.
Car 681, proceed.
At 388 East 75th Street, in the basement.
E75 Street, K.
That's right, an assault case. Send an ambulance and assistance, K.
Okay, 681, 21st Precinct. The address? 388 East 75th Street, car 634, 635, at signal 32. The ambulance is responding, K. 634, 10-4. Car 635.
Within a few minutes, in response to the radio signal, sector car number 4 and the sergeant's car were on the job. When the call was heard on the radio monitor by the desk officer at the station house, he notified the 21st Squad, and Detectives James McLeese and Louis DeLuca hurried to the scene. As we waited for the arrival of the ambulance, the assailant, Joe Packus, sat on the floor in a corner of the basement with his back against the wall under the guard of Patrolman Farrell. The victim's mother had been summoned from the apartment. She tried to comfort the girl.
Anita, my baby, my baby. He wanted to kill me, Mom. He tried to.
Oh, my baby.
Oh,
Mrs. Truro, don't touch her, please.
Baby, where's the doctor? She's gone.
Now, the ambulance is on the way.
Well, where is it?
Mrs. Truro, you'd better stand over here.
No.
It'd be better for her.
Come on, Mom. Come on, baby.
Mrs. Truro,
Yes, all right.
the ambulance will be here right away. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
My poor baby.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Stay here with the girl.
Yes, sir.
Is that the ambulance, that siren?
Yes, I'm sure it is. Let's go over here, Mrs.
I
Truro.
don't like to leave her. I don't like to leave my baby.
How old is she?
16, just 16. Will she die? She won't die.
No, I think she'll be all right.
Excuse me, Captain.
Oh, yes, McLeese. This is the girl's mother, Mrs. Truro, Detective McLeese. I'd like to ask you 2 questions, Mrs. Truro.
Yeah, anything. That's the ambulance?
Yes.
Good. Oh, my poor baby.
This fellow, this Joe Packers, he said he's known her for a long time.
Oh, 6 months, maybe 7. But she don't want anything to do with him. He comes around to the house. He scares us all. He brings a bottle of whiskey. He sits down in the kitchen. He says he wants to marry us. She don't want anything to do with him. But we're scared.
Well, then why didn't you call the police?
I said once I would. I said, get out or I call the police. He said, what would the police do to him? Nothing. He'd come back and tear up the house. So I didn't call. He'd come. Anita would lock herself in the bathroom. We were all scared.
Well, where was she tonight? Did she have a date with him?
Oh, no. She went to a girlfriend's on First Avenue to do her homework together. She's a good girl, Anita. She goes to school. She wants to learn. She wants to learn to go to business. All right, bring it in. They take her where? To a hospital?
Yes.
What hospital? Could I go?
Yes, you can go.
Tell me, what was he doing? Was he waiting for her on the street?
I guess. I don't know. I want to help.
Let's leave it to them, Mrs. Truro. They know what they're doing.
All right, easy. Easy.
Oh,
Put her on.
my baby, my poor baby. Mama. Oh.
All right. Take it out.
Come to the house. He said, where is she? I said, out. He sat down with a bottle of whiskey for 2-3 hours. I was scared.
Now, watch the turn there, easy. All right, Liz, up with her.
He said he'd kill her. He'd kill me. I was glad he went.
Easy now, keep it high.
Can I go with her, can I?
Sergeant,
Yes, sir?
see that Mrs. Truro gets over to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait for me.
You can talk to the mother later, can't you, McLeese?
Oh, yes, sir. Right now, I want to talk to that bum over there.
All right, you men. Don't stand around here. Get back on patrol. How's he doing, pal?
All the steam's out of him, Captain. He's no trouble. All right, you get on your feet. Why? You first, then say, get on your feet.
McLeese?
Yes, Captain. What's your name? Packius. Joe Packius. How do you spell that? P-A-K-U-S. And where do you live? East 81st Street, 816. What do you do to justify your existence? What do you mean? Have you got a job? Yeah, I work. Where? Different places. Contractors. I'm a plasterer. How old are you? 27. 27, huh? Yeah. Well, you grow gray by the time you're through with this one, mister. I'll teach you to leave that family alone. I'll teach you to stay away from 16-year-old girls. I want to marry her. I love her. A fine way to show her you love her, isn't it? Almost killing her. You're no good. You're plain no good. I was a little drunk. That's a great excuse, isn't it? You get half in the bag and you think you own the world. Well, I'll show you what you own. You don't own any part of it. You don't even own your own time.
All right, Mike. Take it easy.
He should be in the hospital, not her.
That's enough. Joe, what are you coming around here making trouble for that family? They told you they didn't want anything to do with you.
I want her. I want to marry the girl. She won't speak to me. She won't see me. She go out with other guys. All right, I waited for her tonight to talk to her, just to talk. When I saw her, she tried to go away. She wouldn't talk. Okay, sister, you'll talk. You'll do what I tell you. You threw her down in the cellar and you beat her up and you almost killed her. And she might die yet. It was a whiskey. I didn't mean it. 16-year-old girl. 16? I don't know. I don't care. I want to marry. She's a woman. And you're a man, huh? Well, not in my book, mister. In my book, you're a nut. A great big cipher.
The suspect, Joe Packius, was taken to the station house in the custody of Patrolman Farrell, the first officer on the scene. Detective McLeese rode with them in sector car number 2, and I returned in the sergeant's car just in time to turn out the platoon for the late tour at midnight. At the station house, Packius was taken upstairs to the 21st Squad, still in the custody of Patrolman Farrell. There, he would be questioned further by detectives and, on completion of the investigation, booked in on charges of felonious assault. As the senior officer on duty in the 6th Division during the night, I was called to the 25th Precinct, where a 3-alarm fire in a loft building had caused the evacuation of 2 tenements. It was 2:20 a.m. when I returned to the 21st Precinct and walked into the muster room and around the desk to sign the blotter. Hello, Sergeant.
Captain. Captain.
Red.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins.
What about that Truro girl in the hospital, Red? How bad is she?
2 broken ribs, Captain. Their face is pretty badly cut up. No internal injuries, I don't think.
Lieutenant Gorman, Iceman bringing in. He made that notification on York Avenue. He got hold of the brother.
Okay.
All right, Iceman.
Did they book that Joe Packius yet, Red?
No, sir, not yet. They still got him upstairs.
What about Farrell?
He's still there. As soon as he's booked in, he'll get a couple of hours sleep before he has to go to court with him. That's a mean one, that guy, Captain. 16-year-old girl.
Yeah. I'll be in my office, Red.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yeah, all right. You take your meal now, right? Okay. Yes, sir, Captain?
Sergeant, I'll tell you what. I want you to... What's that?
In the back room.
Come on, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Somebody fell down the steps. Yes, sir. That's what happened.
Are you all right?
Packius. What happened, Mac?
He tripped, fell down a whole flight of stairs.
Did he?
Packius. He's out. He's out like a light.
What's going on? What happened?
Where were you, Farrell? He's your prisoner.
Well, Captain,
Just a second.
Packius. Come on. Packius.
Sergeant, ring for an ambulance, will you?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Well, he's out, all right.
All right, Farrell. Where were you?
Oh, we're taking him down to book him. He left his hat in the squad room. I went back inside for it.
You were alone with him, McLeese.
That's right, Captain. Yes, sir.
How'd he fall?
I don't know. He tripped, I guess.
Did he? On what?
Captain, I didn't lay a hand on him. If anybody deserved to get thrown down those stairs, he did, but I didn't lay a hand on him.
We'll find out about that, McLeese. We'll find out about that right away.
You're listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Since 1910, the work output of each of us has more than doubled. In the same period, machine power has increased 4.5 times, and the average annual income has gone from $2,400 a year to about $4,000 a year in equivalent purchasing power. In spite of all this, about 18 hours has been cut off the average work week in the same period. Those facts are but a few in the great story of our American economic system, a story that adds up to this for all of us. The better we produce, the better we live. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Anelli.
Any unusual occurrence concerning a prisoner, injury, death, escape, or attempted suicide is a grave matter. The commanding officer of the precinct concerned is required to make an immediate and thorough investigation and forward his report to the office of the chief inspector and the New York State Commissioner of Corrections. Joe Packius did not regain consciousness by the time the ambulance arrived. He was taken to Bellevue Hospital. In the meantime, I had instructed the desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, to telephone Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, at his home and inform him of the incident. Lieutenant King was at the station house within 25 minutes and sat in my office as I questioned first Patrolman Farrell.
Oh, sir, I didn't leave him for a minute, not since I brought him in.
You got him into the station house about 5 minutes to 12. How come you didn't bring him downstairs to be booked until 25 after 2?
Well, McLeese was conducting an investigation, Captain.
Well, there wasn't much investigation that needed conducting, was there? You were an eyewitness to the assault, so was I.
Yes, sir.
And you had another witness, that old man that stopped you.
Yes, sir.
Did McLeese make any threats against this Joe Packius up in the squad room?
No, sir.
You just talked to him calmly?
Well, not exactly calmly, Captain. McLeese didn't think much of the guy. Who did?
Did either you or he use any violence in the squad room?
No, sir.
Well, then when you started downstairs to book him, what happened?
Well, we came out of the squad room and into the hall. I had Packers by the arm. As soon as we got outside, McLeese said his hat. We left his hat inside. Whose hat? Joe Packers.
Didn't Pacquiao say anything about it?
No, sir. I guess he forgot.
So you went back for his hat?
Yes, sir.
That was your prisoner, Farrell. You weren't supposed to leave him.
But it was just back in the squad room. We were out in the hall. I didn't really leave him, Captain.
And when you came out with the hat, Pacquiao was down at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You were in the squad room with Pacquiao all the time, between about midnight and 2:25?
Yes, sir.
Was McLeese?
No, sir.
Where'd he go?
Well, when we first got there, he printed Packers. Then we went into your office, Lieutenant. McLeese started to question him.
You didn't touch him, you said?
No, sir. He got awful mad at him, but he didn't touch him. And then about 1 o'clock, McLeese went out.
Where'd he go?
I don't know, Captain. He said he'd be back. We'd book him in when he got back. I just sat there with Packers until he came back about, 10 minutes after 2.
Any more questions, man?
No, sir.
All right, Farrell, that's all.
Yes, sir.
You can go on home. Pacquiao won't be going to court tomorrow.
How is he, Captain?
Oh, we're waiting to hear.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Tell McLeese to come in here.
Yes, sir.
Well, Matt, looks like a rough spot, doesn't it?
It sure timed out right.
Yep.
I'm kind of anxious to hear what Packers has to say.
He was unconscious when they took him out of here. He was unconscious when they got him to the hospital.
We might not get to hear what he has to say, eh, Captain?
Doesn't look good for him, Matt. It was an awful wallop on the head he took. Come in.
Yes, Captain?
Oh. Sit down over here, McLeese.
Yes.
Hello, Lieutenant.
McLeese, sit down.
Yes. Well, you got yourself in a jam, huh? I'm not in any jam, Lieutenant.
What do you call it?
Excuse me.
Sure, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Collins, Captain. Lieutenant Gorman would like to talk to you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Captain,
Yes, Fred.
the doctor down at Bellevue just called back.
Yes?
That Joe Packers has a possible fractured skull.
Possible, that's all they know?
Well, they're making x-rays now.
Yeah. He didn't regain consciousness?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, Brad. If you hear anything else, ring in here, huh?
Yes, sir.
How is he, Captain?
Possible fractured skull.
I didn't push him down those stairs. He tripped.
McLeese, I've been in command of this precinct 2 years. Every day, 24 hours a day, people go up and down those stairs. All kinds of people. Cops, complainants, drunks, narcotics addicts, everything. In 2 years, the only man to fall down those stairs is somebody you've been holding back your temper on all night. From top to bottom, he fell and fractured his skull.
I didn't lay a hand on him, Captain.
And it happens just when you send the only possible witness back into the squad room for a hat. Nobody around, only you.
He tripped and fell, Captain. I didn't touch him.
You were itching to all night, though, weren't you, McLeese?
Well, who wouldn't? I'm only human. A guy weighs almost 200 pounds, and he's no good. He's not even near human. He beat a 16-year-old girl within this far of killing her, and he would have killed her if the captain and Farrell didn't jump him. So what am I supposed to do, love a guy like this like a brother? I want to see him get what's coming to him.
That's just the point exactly. You're a cop, that's all.
You're not the judge and jury. It's not up to you to see that he gets what's coming to him. Your job is to bring him and the facts before the people who decide that. Not to set yourself up in a throne and decide who's right and who's wrong. That's not your job. Get that through your head. Yes, sir.
Did you throw him down the stairs?
No, sir. He tripped and fell.
Where'd you go about 1 o'clock?
I went out for a meal, sir.
Where else? You were gone over an hour.
Roosevelt Hospital.
Why?
To interview the victim and her mother.
Did you?
I saw the mother, Captain. The victim was still in the treatment room.
You didn't need the mother or the girl. You had 2 police officers and another civilian as eyewitness.
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any doubt in your mind that on Farrell's testimony alone, Pacquiao would be held without bail for the grand jury, was there?
No, sir.
Well, then why did you have to go to the hospital at that point?
I don't know, Captain. I thought I ought to get the girl's story.
This was a felony case. Did he call the district attorney?
No, sir.
Why not?
Those are your instructions, aren't they? It looked open and shut to me.
It looks open and shut to me, too, McLeese.
I've got the same feeling about it.
After the interview with Detective McLeish, Lieutenant King instructed him to return to his duties. At 3:30 a.m., Lieutenant King and I drove to Roosevelt Hospital, where we found the mother of the assault victim waiting in the corridor. Mrs. Truro told us her daughter was at last asleep and that she intended to wait at the hospital for any word about her condition. We said nothing of the injury to Joe Packius to the mother. In order to talk to her, we suggested that she have something to eat. She went with us to a nearby all-night luncheonette.
Do you want something else besides the soup, Mrs. Truro?
No, it's enough, just the soup.
Some coffee?
No, nothing. Oh, poor Nita, poor baby.
I don't understand how she happened to get involved with this guy. How did that happen?
Oh, girlfriend knew him. They met. He wanted to come to see her, to take her on dates and so forth. She didn't want to. Didn't want anything to do with him. He used to come in the house, breaking almost, drunk like a maniac. He'd scare her. Scare me. Sit in the kitchen and holler. He wants to marry her. Push me around. I was scared of him.
Well, you don't have to worry about him anymore.
I'm still scared.
Believe me, Mrs. Truro.
He's got brothers. He goes to jail, he'll send his brothers. They're just as bad. One came with him once to the house. Just as bad. I don't want anything more to do with him. I move. I take Anita. It's just the two of us. That's all.
You'll be in jail?
No, that's worse. The brothers will find us. I don't want anything to do with sending him to jail. I told the detective that. I said to him before.
Detective McLeish?
Yes, McLeish. I told him I didn't want anything to do with it.
And what did he say?
He said not to be scared. I don't have to. He said Joe Packius would be fixed good. Nobody would bother us. Not anymore.
Fixed good, huh?
Yeah. I told him, don't fix him. When the brothers come around, they fix us. I told him. Maybe I ought to go back to the hospital. This is very nice, but maybe Anita wakes up, and where am I?
Finish your soup, Mrs. Truro.
Yeah, all right. Then we go, huh?
Yes. I'm going to ring in, man. Order me another cup of coffee, will you?
All right, Captain.
I'll be right back.
Very good soup for a restaurant.
Captain Connelly, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir. Gorman wants to speak to you, Captain. He tried the hospital.
We left there. Put him on.
Yes, sir. Captain Connelly, Lieutenant. 21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman.
Yes, Red.
Captain, I got a call from the Department of Correction man at the prison ward in Bellevue.
Packius isn't dead.
No, sir. Far from it. He's regained consciousness. The doctor says if you want to talk to him for a few minutes, it'd be okay. No fractured skull or concussion, just a bad bump. He's okay.
We took Mrs. Truro back to Roosevelt and then drove downtown to Bellevue Hospital. We drove into the grounds at 30th Street and Franklin D. Roosevelt Drive and parked the car. The prison ward on the second floor of I Building is under supervision of the Department of Correction. Upstairs, we were admitted through the barred gates and directed to the room.
Thank you very much.
It's over there.
Yes.
Back here? Who are you? We're police officers. I want to see my lawyer. It's the only one I want to see.
You'll see a lawyer.
Wise guys, that's all you are, a bunch of wise guys. Wise guys, huh? What does that make you, beating up a 16-year-old girl, a big hero? I want to see my lawyer. Tell us how you came to fall down the stairs. My lawyer. It's the only one I'll tell. I don't want nothing to do with you guys.
You've got something to do with us. You've got plenty to do with us. Tell us about how you got hurt.
Go ahead. Hit me. See what it'll get you. Nobody's going to hit you. Laying here on my back. Hit me. Go on. I'll get more. Get more what? Money, that's what.
You
Just nothing but years, Joe.
I'll get money. I got a bushel basket full. I'll sue the city. I'll take them over the coals for that kind of treatment.
What kind of treatment?
Never mind. I'll take it up with my lawyer.
What about slapping that girl around? What do you think your lawyer can do for that? Nothing.
I ain't worried. I'll take only half the money I'm going to sue for, and the city will be glad to get off the hook. I'll get off with nothing. I'll buy a car, and I'll go to Florida.
You've got great ambitions, Joe. I guess we'll pin a medal on you, too, no?
I wouldn't be surprised. I'll talk to my lawyer about it. I got the city dead to rights. They can't do that to a guy and get away with it.
You don't seem hurt so bad, Joe.
Yeah, well, the pain's killing me.
What makes you think you're entitled to sue the city?
Those stairs, from top to bottom.
Look, the detective said you tried to break away from him and missed the top step.
That's a lie.
Well, what did happen?
Oh, no. You take that up with my lawyer. But I wasn't trying to break away. Don't let him tell you I was. He's lying.
I don't think so.
I wasn't. I was walking down as quiet as you could. There was this thing sticking up, caught the heel of my shoe. That's the city's fault, ain't it? I tripped and I went down to the bottom.
I looked at those stairs, Joe. That's not what happened. Tell us the truth now.
I caught my heel. I caught it on the step. I fell. I tripped on something that was sticking up. I tripped and fell. The city has to pay for that, don't they? That detective wouldn't tell you what happened. He don't like me. He don't want me to collect.
Doesn't he?
Like he never beat up a woman. Big man. Get him to tell you the truth.
We will, Joe. Come on, man.
Yes. How long, Joe?
Get him to tell you.
Well, big night, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've got to admit it. I thought McLeese gave him at least a little help down those stairs.
Captain, I was sure of it.
Oh, thank you, boys. Got a light, man?
Yes.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Much obliged. We told McLeese he shouldn't try to be judge and jury. You know something, man? Neither should we.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What do you mean, robbed? Held up? Where is it? The what bar and grill? Oh. What's the address? Yeah. Did they have guns? How many men? How many? Well, which way did they go? Were they in a car? What kind of a car? What kind? What color?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a transcribed factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Quinn, Louis Van Ruten, Phil Sterling, Joan Morgan, Barbara Weeks, Jack Orson, and John Larkin. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Bob Hall speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Shooting where? What subway station? Or what is it, a robbery? A what? Who is this?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Tell them I'm sending more officers in the ambulance. Yeah, that's right. The ambulance and more police officers. They'll be right there. Yeah, right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was a busy night in the precinct. At 9:20 p.m., Patrolman Joseph McGill rang in stating that he had reason to believe there was a dice game in progress in the rear of a barber shop on his post. The desk officer, Lieutenant Harry L. Snyder, conveyed this information to me, and I instructed him to notify the 6th Division plainclothesmen, whose job it is to enforce the laws relating to public morals in the 21st and other precincts of the division. At 5 minutes after 10 p.m., Deputy Inspector Elias Zimmerman and 4 plainclothesmen arrived in the precinct to act on the information. With the assistance of Patrolman McGill, 2 men from Sector Car Number 2, and myself, the suspected premises were raided. A dice game was, in fact, in operation. 17 men were placed under arrest. The patrol wagon was summoned, and they were brought to the station house for booking. The muster room was swarming with suspects and police officers. As Lieutenant Snyder took the pedigree of the first suspect and entered it into the arrest record, I stood behind the desk.
All right, now keep it quiet. Where do you think you are?
All right, who's first?
This one. Step right up there.
What's your name? What's the traffic, Captain?
Yeah.
Joe Mappin. First name is Joseph?
Joseph, yeah.
What's your middle name?
Joseph C.
The middle name, not the initial.
Carl. Joseph Carl Mappin.
All right, now let's keep it quiet.
C-A-R-L?
That's right, C-A-R-L.
How do you spell the last name?
M-A-P-P-I-N. Look, I want to get this straight. I wasn't shooting crap. I was in the barber shop to get a haircut. You can ask anybody.
How old are you?
32 in March.
Where do you live?
3420 Florence Avenue.
In the Bronx?
All right, I don't want
in the Bronx, yeah.
Keep it quiet.
What do you work at?
Electrician.
I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Electrical contract.
Take everything out of your pockets and put it on the desk.
Oh, Sergeant, I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir.
Oh, see what that woman wants, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Lady, over here, please.
Everything money, too?
Excuse me. I didn't want to be any trouble.
What can I do for you?
Get it down. Keep
I want to
it quiet
talk to
back
someone,
there.
a policeman.
What about?
Cigarettes, too? You want them out there?
Well, I don't know how to...
Excuse me.
Yes, all right.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
How much I got there? $52.20.
Lieutenant Snyder's busy now. What'd you find there? Yeah? All right. Wait just a second, will you? It'll be just a minute, lady.
All right, don't worry.
Keep it quiet.
Captain, would you mind handing me that aided card on the desk there?
Which one?
That's it, sir, right there.
Here you are.
Thanks, Captain. He's in Roosevelt Hospital with a possible fractured leg. A right leg.
You take the call, Sergeant. I'll talk to the lady.
Yes, sir.
I'm Captain Kennelly.
How do you do?
It's awfully busy here. Supposing you step into my office,
Oh, all right.
The wife lives in the 67th Precinct. Hold on a minute.
I don't mean to be any bother.
21st Precinct.
In here, please.
Is it like that all the time? So busy?
Not all the time, no. Would you sit down?
Mrs. Toppin, Mrs. Eva Toppin.
Would you sit down, Miss Toppin?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what can we do for you?
You know how many times I walked past the police station, how many times before I came in?
What's the trouble, Miss Toppin?
Trouble, all right. So much trouble I don't sleep nights. I don't sleep nights for 2 weeks.
What?
Instead of coming into the police station, maybe I should have kept right on walking by.
But you're in now.
Yes, I'm in.
Please sit down. You, want to tell me about it?
All right. But I'm married 15 years, going on 16. If I tell you, I might as well move out. If I don't move out, I'll get kicked out. 15 years.
It's something about your husband?
Yes. No, about his brother.
Well, what's the trouble with him?
Crazy, insane.
Well, Mrs. Toppin, that's not our job.
He shot his wife. Killed her.
Oh?
Crazy.
When did this happen?
6, 7 weeks ago, I don't know.
Where?
At his home, Brooklyn. He came home one night and took a shotgun. The shotgun he used to hunt ducks. He shot her. She was dead.
Why did he shoot her?
No reason. He's crazy.
Well, he must have thought he had a reason.
Well, he said she was running around. He said she ran around with all different men. He said it for years.
Was she?
No, nothing. She stayed home all the time. A nice woman. Just scared all the time. Scared he was going to kill her. And he did.
What's his name?
Who? My husband?
His brother.
Oh, just like my husband's Toppin. My husband's John. He's Fred.
Where is he now?
Fred?
Yeah.
I don't know right now.
Well, wasn't he arrested?
They didn't catch him yet.
Are they looking for him?
Oh, sure, yeah. They knew right away it was him that killed her. It was his gun. The lady downstairs from them heard the shot. She came out in the hall. He was running down the stairs. He ran down the stairs and out in the street.
And they haven't caught him yet?
No.
This was in Brooklyn 6 or 7 weeks ago?
Yes, Brooklyn.
Well, the police have been working on it, haven't they?
Oh, sure, all the time. From as soon as she was shot. A detective came to our house and told us about it. We went to Brooklyn with him, to some police station there. We went to the place where they had her laid out in a, what do you call it, morgue. They asked us a lot of questions.
Does your husband have any other brothers and sisters?
No, just him, Fred. So a day or two goes by and he still isn't caught. They went to a funeral and everything like that. There were detectives at the funeral, too. The same detectives that talked to us. They said they thought maybe Fred would come, but he didn't. After the funeral, one of the detectives came to our house. He waited there, and then another detective came and also waited.
Have they still got detectives planted at your house, Mrs. Toppin?
Planted? What do you mean planted?
Well, are they still waiting there?
Oh, no. After 10 days, so maybe 2 weeks, one of them came in for a cup of coffee with me and John. He said, the detective, they thought Fred had gone away from town, Pennsylvania someplace. They said they wouldn't wait at our house anymore.
I see. Well, what's the problem now, Mrs. Toppin?
The problem is John heard from Fred.
Oh?
Fred called John on the telephone at his place of business 2 weeks ago.
Didn't John call the detectives?
No.
Well, why didn't you?
I didn't know. I didn't know till the day before yesterday. I went to put money in the savings account. I saw $200 was taken out. $100 once and $100 again. When John came home, I showed him the bank book. He told me his brother called him on the job and told him he needed money. He called him twice for money, and twice he went to the bank and got it out. $100 each time.
Why didn't he get in touch with the detectives?
He wouldn't do anything against his brother.
Oh, but you said he's out of his mind.
I say he's out of his mind, yes. The detectives say he's out of his mind. Everybody says he's out of his mind. Everybody except John. John don't believe it. He sticks up. His brother could kill 3 wives and rob 4 banks, and to John he'd still be all right. It's a loyalty. Stick up for the family.
Doesn't he realize that his brother's liable to get violent with him?
How could he realize that if he don't realize he's crazy?
Yes, I see your point.
I can't mention it around the house. One word that anything is wrong with Fred makes John mad. He thinks it's a reflection on him. He thinks people will say runs in the family. He's insane, too. He should realize it. I asked him who's kidding who. Wasn't Fred in Harlem State Hospital for 2 years? I asked him why did they send him there. He said to get a rest. What are you going to do with something like that? You can't even talk to him about the subject.
Well, why didn't you come and see us or call the Brooklyn detectives before?
Because before he'd already seen Fred and the money was gone and so was Fred, so what good would it do? It just get me in a big argument with John, that's all.
And now?
Well, I noticed today the bank book was gone again. He took it when he went to work.
I see.
It was back after supper. Back where we keep it all the time in the drawer with his socks. Another $100 was withdrawn out.
You think he saw his brother during the day?
No.
Why not?
Because also after dinner he went to paint the pipes under the sink. He took off his good pants and put on his old pants. The $100 was still in his good pants.
Well, then you think, Mrs. Toppin, that he hasn't seen his brother yet.
I don't think it. I know it.
Well, maybe he's seeing him tonight.
No. Tonight, right now, he's playing 7-card rummy with a neighbor in the neighbor's flat downstairs.
Where did you say you were going?
36th Street, to the movie.
That didn't make him suspicious?
Why? Whenever he plays rummy, I go to the movies.
I see. What time does he expect you home?
11:15, 11:30, when he finishes the rummy game.
All right. In the meantime, I'd like to take you upstairs to talk to the detectives here.
If you want, all right. Now?
Yes, please.
Captain,
Yes.
I don't want you to think this is because John took $300 from the bank to give to his brother.
I didn't say I thought that.
$300 takes a long time to save. To give it to a maniac that goes around killing wives is not right. I'm loyal also, but there is a time and a place to do the right thing. That's what I made up my mind. Enough is enough.
Don't worry about it, Mrs. Tompin. He won't draw any more out of the bank.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
When you sign up for a course or series of courses with the United States Armed Forces Institute, you're getting the same education normally available in civilian schools and colleges. USAFI is under the direct supervision of an office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Education and Manpower, with outstanding civilian educators who work with military leaders in the formulation of plans for USAFI. A civilian agency evaluates and makes academic credit recommendations for USAFI courses. This aids schools and colleges in granting credit for educational work done with USAFI. As a result of this cooperation, USAFI courses are based on those available from civilian institutions as well as the needs of the armed forces. So, increase your power through knowledge with USAFI.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
I took Mrs. Tompin upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad and into the office of Lieutenant Matt King, commanding officer of the squad. There, she went through substantially the same story she had told me. As Lieutenant King and one of his detectives began to question the woman in greater detail, I left and walked down the worn stairs through the back room and out into the muster room. The crapshooters were still being booked at the desk as I went into my office and closed the door. At my desk, I dug deeper into the pile of reports and communications to be signed in time for the precinct messenger to take them to division headquarters with the morning mail. Yeah? Oh, come in.
I'll keep it quiet.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, what's going on out there? It's like a convention.
It is. Convention of crapshooters.
Oh? How many of them did you bag?
17. Sit down, Matt.
Thanks. Is that all?
The others are plainclothesmen from division.
Oh. Well, Lieutenant Snyder is going to have writer's cramp before he's finished with that hole.
Yeah. Say, what do you think of this Mrs. Tarpin story, Matt?
It looks pretty good, Captain.
Oh?
I called out to the 62nd Squad.
Uh-huh.
They had such a case. Fred Tarpin, the husband of the dead woman, is still a fugitive. The squad commander wasn't there. His assistant was on the job. He told me they suspected the man might turn up at his brother's. As a matter of fact, I remembered they spoke to me a month or so ago that they were going to put a plan on an apartment building here in this precinct.
Well, where are you going from here, man?
Well, it's their case, Captain. This acting Lieutenant Eric Hertz I spoke to, and a man from Brooklyn West Homicide are on the way over now.
What are they going to do? Put a tail on the husband to see if he takes the money to Fred?
Well, we thought we might do that at first, Captain, but we decided over the phone to pick him up tonight.
Well, why? If this John Tarpin is anything like his wife says, you're taking a chance. He might just shut up. The other way, it'd probably lead you to Fred.
Well, we thought it out pretty much, Captain. He might have had a date to meet his brother today and missed him. We could tail him around for 2 or 3 weeks before they make contact again.
Yeah, maybe, man.
Well, what I want to see about, Captain, is I sent Luca Novak over to the flat a little while ago to pick up Mr. Tarpin and bring him in. The wife's upstairs. Thought maybe I could talk to him in here for a few minutes before I took him up to the squad, if you're not too busy.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
I told the sergeant on TS to ring in here when they get back to the house with him. Or I can wait out in the muster room.
No, stay where you are. Oh, Mrs. Tarpin told me he was playing cards in a neighbor's flat.
Yes, sir. She told me. I got the name and location from her.
Oh, I got something I want to show you.
Huh?
This, my recommendation for departmental recognition of Patrolman Weber in connection with the gunfight he and your Detective Cassidy had with those 2 hold-up men before Christmas.
Oh, yes. I sent mine in on Cassidy yesterday. You ought to get commendations out of it, don't you think?
Well, I think a commendation for Weber. Cassidy ought to do better. He ought to get honorable mention out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Excuse me, man.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Is Lieutenant King in there?
Yeah, he's right here.
DeLuca Novak here. He asked me to stop them when I got back to the house and ring in here.
All right, hold on. Matt, DeLuca and Novak are out at TS.
Well, ask them to come in, Captain, if it's all right.
Sergeant, have them come in here.
Yes, sir. In the captain's office.
And, Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
how are you doing out there with the dice players?
The lieutenant's got about half of them booked in, Captain. It's slow.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Come in, Louis.
Go ahead, Mr. Toppin. Drag somebody away from a peaceful rummy game.
Novak, you better go on up and catch while Whitey takes for his meal. Sit down here, Mr. Toppin.
I know nothing. I told the detectives from Brooklyn I know nothing. I told this detective tonight I know nothing. I tell you I know nothing.
You don't have to know anything to sit down, Mr. Toppin. This is Captain Kennelly. I'm Lieutenant King.
How do you do?
Hello.
Mr. Toppin, I don't suppose there's any need for me to tell you how important it is for us to apprehend your brother.
Everybody's already told me.
As important as it is for us, it's just as important for him. His safety is involved. And his health.
There's nothing wrong with his health. There was never anything wrong with his health. He's as healthy as an ox.
Is he?
As an ox.
He looked well when you saw him,
Yes,
huh?
when I saw him a week before his wife died.
Do you think there's any doubt that he killed his wife?
I think nothing. I only know what I know.
It's been established beyond all doubt that he killed his wife, Mr. Toppin. You know that.
I don't know that. I was not there.
But he did.
Were you there, Captain?
The evidence is quite conclusive, Mr. Toppin.
I don't give this for the evidence.
Is that why you've seen your brother on several occasions?
When?
Since he's been a fugitive.
Who said I saw my brother?
Didn't you?
Eva has been talking to you.
You saw him on two occasions.
I know it was Eva. I know it was her because that's what I said to her. I saw him twice. Man can't even lie to his own wife without the police becoming involved.
Why did you lie to your wife? If it was a lie?
Sure it was a lie because I had to tell her something she'd believe about what I did with the money. You know about the money, too?
Yes.
Sure. Tell a woman a secret. I took the money out of the bank for other personal reasons.
What other personal reasons?
To pay someone I owed.
Who'd you owe?
My place of business, the shipping clerk. He takes bets on horses. I owed him.
$200.
$200, yeah.
And why'd you draw it out of the bank $100 at a time if you owed him $200?
Because I told him I'd pay him $100 at a time.
To settle the $200 you owed.
That's right. 1 and 1 is 2.
Then what was the other $100 drawn out today for?
Oh, so she sneaked a look at the bank book tonight, too, huh? Where is she? I could give her a piece of my mind, that woman. Is she here?
What was the $100 today for, Mr. Toppin? Also for the bookmaker?
Yes.
But you only owed him $200.
I was trying to win back the $200, so I lost another $100 also.
$300 altogether. That's what you paid him, is that right?
$300, yes. Except I didn't pay him the last $100 yet. I still have it in my pocket. Do you want to see?
No, that's all right. What's the name of this shipping clerk?
The bookmaker?
Yes, what's his name?
Al.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
You work in the same place? You don't know his last name?
Well, we're in different departments. It's a big place.
All right. We'll find it out.
Woman who runs to the police with lies. Her husband tells her wife a lie about some money. She runs to the police. Did you ever hear of anything so ridiculous?
That's what's the matter with lying, Mr. Toppin. Keeps getting people in trouble.
The interrogation of John Toppin continued for some minutes.
Now, when was it?
It was a difficult job for Lieutenant King. He needed information regarding the whereabouts of the killer, but he could not afford to press too hard for fear that the witness would stop talking entirely. He skirted the subjects that were touchy to John Toppin and kept going over and over the ground previously covered in the hope that the witness would be hopelessly caught in the tangle of his own lies. It didn't work. At 11:15, Lieutenant King and Detective DeLuca left my office with John Toppin and took him out into the muster room where the process of booking the gamblers was continuing. I stood in the doorway of my office and watched them go into the back room, up the stairs to the second floor on their way to the office of the 21st Detective Squad.
All right, Mr. Toppin, inside.
I have to be at work at 8 in the morning. I hope you're not... Eva. Family secrets. Family secrets, you tell them, huh?
Family secrets about a wife killer?
All right. Family secrets.
About a maniac?
The maniac part and the wife killer part don't bother.
All right, let's settle down.
It's the money, the $300.
You are crazier than he
Mr.
is.
Toppin.
He is not crazy.
Louis.
Just get it through your head.
Mrs.
I got enough through my head already.
He is not crazy.
Now, Mr. Toppin.
Now, let me go. I can talk to my own wife.
Your wife, yes, but not for long.
What do you mean, not for long?
I mean, not for long. Only for as long as it takes me to pack my clothes and go to my sister.
After 15 years?
After 15 years.
Why?
Because I can't live with a man who don't know right from wrong. Even after 50 years.
It's right. I know it's right.
How do you know what he's doing? Maybe he's killing somebody else. Maybe right this minute.
Eva, please.
please, not after 15 years.
Sit down, Mrs. Tarpon, please.
I'm not going to sit down.
Sit down, Eva, please. I'll talk to him. I'll tell him.
All right. If you'll tell him, I'll sit down.
I met him, yes, twice. He called at my place of business, and he said he needed some money. I went to the bank and got it. And he called again, more money.
Where's he living?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
You have more money for him now, don't you?
Yes, he called on the telephone yesterday, another $100. I took it out of the bank today.
When are you supposed to give him that?
Tonight, midnight.
Where?
He told me to be on the subway platform, the 77th Street station. He's to get off the train and meet me at midnight.
You'll be met.
He's got a gun, a pistol. He said he'd shoot. He'd shoot anybody. He don't care. He said if I didn't get him the money, he'd hold up places and shoot the people. That's why I got her. I didn't want anybody to get shot. That's why.
John. Poor John. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. I'm very sorry.
You'll be on the subway platform, John. We'll all meet him.
No. I'm not going. Not me.
We need you to point him out.
Not me. I won't point out my own brother. Don't ask me to do it, please. Let me be that loyal.
All right. We'll get him without you.
Arrangements were begun immediately to plant the 77th Street subway station of the Lexington Avenue line in order to apprehend the fugitive when he stepped off the train at midnight. Lieutenant King conferred with me and requested assistance in the form of members of my command to cover the stairs leading to the street on both the uptown and downtown sides of the station. Additional detectives were called in from the 19th and 23rd squads to aid in covering the subway platform. Detectives from the 62nd and homicide squads in Brooklyn arrived. With them, they brought photographs of Fred Tarpon. All the men assigned studied these pictures. Before leaving for the plant, Lieutenant King informed all members of the detail that Fred Tarpon was armed and apparently deranged. They were cautioned that the safety of subway passengers was more important than the immediate capture of the fugitive. At 20 minutes to 12, the detail proceeded to the subway station in several squad cars. Patrolmen in uniform were posted out of sight to avoid suspicion. Detectives were posted near the change booth, at turnstiles, and at frequent intervals along the 100-yard underground platform at which the trains pulled to a stop. Other detectives were assigned to board each train as it stopped at the preceding station. We waited. Several locals stopped at the station. Several express trains went through on the inside track. No one resembling the fugitive had gotten off a train by 12:10.
Here comes another train, I think, Captain.
Looks like an express, Matt.
Yes, sir, it is an express.
Well, the local shouldn't be far behind it.
Minutes after.
What?
It's 12 minutes after 12.
Oh, yeah.
Think he's going to show?
It beats me, Matt.
Well, it would beat me worse if John wasn't telling the truth. If he was supposed to meet his brother some other time in some other place.
Wait a minute. Here comes the local.
Yes. Looks like everybody's set. Better be on this one or the next one if he's coming.
6 cars.
Not many passengers, Captain.
No.
Way down there, the last car. Look. Could have been him getting off.
That's him. Come on.
He's going to talk to him. Crying out loud.
Lou, watch it!
Come on.
There he is. That way. On the track. He jumped on the track.
Lou, you all right?
You got me with one in the neck.
Ring in for an ambulance.
Come on, Captain.
Ring in for an ambulance. Ring in for an ambulance. He's on the track.
Look out jumping down, Captain. All right. Watch the third rail.
There he goes. Hold up there. Hold up.
Crossing over. Watch him.
Hold it, Matt. I'll see if I can stop him.
Get out! Get out! He's on the downtown side.
Come on.
There he is. Hold up, mister.
Let's cross over, Matt.
Train coming. Train coming. Train coming.
Watch it, Captain. Downtown Express. You see him? There he is, across the tracks. Get out of the way. Watch the train. See him, Captain?
No.
There he is. Come on. Stay away from me.
Come on.
Sergeant? There. There he goes. Down the track. Down the track.
Fred, hold up. Get off the tracks.
He's going to hit the third rail.
Oh, my God.
Where is he? He's down.
Watch him.
You see that spark?
I saw it. Yep.
Threw him 10 feet.
How'd you make it so fast, Sergeant?
Across the track up above.
Watch him now.
Grab his gun.
Got it.
Fred. Fred. He's had it, I think.
How is it? Everything okay?
It's okay.
Well, at least one thing, Matt.
What, Captain?
He did his brother a favor. He won't have to plead insanity in court.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Well, where was the car parked? The 61st and what? Were the doors locked? Well, what kind of a car is it? What year? Well, what's the registration number? Yeah. Yeah.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Barbara Weeks, Scott Tennyson, Santos Ortega, Larry Haynes, John Sylvester, and Harold Stone. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where was the car parked? 61st and what? Were the doors locked? Yeah. What kind of a car is it? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. You come into the station house. We'll have to take a report from you. That's right. It's between Lexington and 3rd. As soon as you can. Yeah. All right.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. At 6, after I had turned out the platoon, interviewed an applicant for a tow truck license, and cleaned up considerable paperwork, I instructed Sergeant Waters on TS to have sector car number 1 come by the station house and take me on patrol of the precinct. Patrol of the precinct by the commanding officer, in addition to responding to emergency radio calls as they occur, generally involves a personal check of conditions concerning which complaints from the public have been received. In connection with the investigation of such a complaint, I instructed Patrolman Coley, the operator of sector car number 1, to drive to 88th Street and Madison Avenue. At 7:20 p.m., we were in the car proceeding uptown on Park Avenue in the 70s. The weather was cold and extremely windy.
So, when the landlord came to collect the rent, I happened to be home. I invited him to come in the living room and sit down. He said, "You're almost 2 weeks late with the rent, Mr. Coley." I said, "I know it." I said, "I wrote you a letter and told you we wouldn't pay the rent until you sent somebody to fix the refrigerator." He said I was stalling him, trying to pull my badge that I was a cop on him. He was going to write the commissioner and make a complaint against me. How do you like that, Captain?
Well, what did you say?
Well, I told him to write anybody he wanted to write. Still wasn't going to get the rent until the refrigerator was fixed. I don't know what these guys think they can get away with.
Well, some of them try, Coley.
Yes, sir.
After the light changes, take a left into 77. Go up Madison the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Captain.
Yeah?
What do you think of those 2 guys in the Cadillac there?
Yeah.
They look so good to me.
They're sure making an effort to act calm, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
When the light changes, take off behind them. We'll get a look at the registration plate.
Yeah, but 2 guys that didn't own a new Cadillac, that's them.
All right, there's the light. Let them go ahead. Okay.
Illinois car. I don't remember any Illinois Cadillac in Milan.
Let's talk to them, Coley.
Yes, sir.
Watch out, they don't try to pull away from you.
They could, too.
All right, give them the horn.
Pull over there! Pull over!
Go for it. No, they're not. It's okay. Mark them off when they stop.
Yes, sir.
I'll take the driver.
Yes, sir.
You take the other side. Watch him now.
Yes, sir. What's the trouble, officer?
That's what we want to find out. Let's see the registration. And your operator's license.
Oh, I forgot to take them. They're on a dresser. We made every light, didn't we? Yeah, every light. You, keep your hands up there where I can see them.
Is this your car?
Well, as a matter of fact, no.
Well, whose is it?
A friend of ours. Right, Ruby? Yeah, right. A friend lent it.
He lent you the car, but not the keys, huh?
Well, you see what
Keep
happened.
your hands on the steering wheel.
Right, I'll keep them there. I'll keep them.
They got a jumper on the ignition, Captain. Are those your suitcases in the back?
Not of his. Who said they were mine? I didn't.
Come on. Out this way.
Out of the car?
Come on. Both of you.
Now, keep your hands where we can see them.
You. Lean up against the car there.
Here?
Right there, yeah. Come on around, Coley.
Yes, sir.
All right, you. Right next to him.
I, for one, would like to know what this is all about.
So would I. Lean up there.
I'm leaning. Okay, Captain, I got him covered.
All right. You first. Hold still.
I got nothing. What are you worried about? I'm carrying nothing.
Oh. What do you call this?
A Penknife, that's what it is. Ain't a guy entitled to have a penknife?
Not with an 8-inch blade.
Well, I use it to peel apples. I like apples. All right, just keep quiet.
You. Hold still.
Look, I was doing nothing. He asked me if I'd like to take a ride. I asked quiet. I got 2 witnesses to prove he asked me. His cousin Scar, he said. What cousin?
All right.
I got no cousin.
What's your name?
Me?
You.
Leon Gambler.
Where do you live?
361 Charles Street.
In Manhattan?
Yeah, in Manhattan.
How old are you?
22.
Where'd you steal the car?
Belongs to his cousin.
I thought you said it belonged to your friend.
His cousin is my friend. I got no cousin.
What's your name?
Protea, Reuben Protea.
Where do you live?
289 East 109th Street. Not my cousin. I got no cousin.
Then who is the man?
What man?
Okay.
What man?
That's enough.
All right, enough.
Keep your eye on them, Coley.
Yes, sir.
I'll ring in for some help.
Well, just stay like that. Don't move.
675. 681 to Central. Okay. At 79th Street and Park Avenue, northeast corner. We require assistance in handling 2 prisoners in the stolen car. Okay? Okay, Coley. They're sending another car over.
Yes, sir. I did nothing. Nothing. Don't say my cousin. I got no cousin. Go for a ride. Get some air. That's all I was invited to do.
Well, you've got another invitation now, mister. To a party. You're giving it. Within 2 minutes, sector car number 4, Patrolman Joe Ryan, operator, and Patrolman Daniel Ziegler, recorder, arrived at the scene. A more thorough search of the prisoner's persons was conducted. No additional weapons were found. We also made a search of the 1953 Cadillac sedan. The ignition had been jumped to enable the thieves to start the car without a key. Although the favorite tool of car thieves, a beer can opener, was found on the floor of the car, there were no marks on any doors or windows indicating that the car had been broken into. In the back seat were 2 large suitcases and 2 smaller ones. The glove compartment was locked. So was the luggage compartment. Sergeant Fred Burns arrived on the scene with his car and operator. Sector car number 4 was instructed to resume patrol. Both prisoners were loaded into the space behind the front seat of sector car number 1 and were driven to the station house in the custody of Patrolman Coley and myself. Sergeant Burns followed, driving the Cadillac, which he parked in the passageway next to the station. The 2 prisoners, carrying the luggage that was in the car, were taken directly upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad by Patrolman Coley and myself.
Go on. Move along. We're moving. Stuff is heavy.
That way. Go ahead.
Why I gotta listen to you, I don't know. Listen to me what? Okay. Every time I listen to you, I wind up in a jam. Every time. Inside, drive up Park Avenue, he said. There's lots of Cadillacs on Park Avenue. Well, ain't that Park Avenue's lousy with Cadillacs? Over there to the desk. So why did this one have to stick out like a covered wagon? Where do I put the bag? Hold on for a minute. You catching Novak? Yeah. Who you got there? The Brinks Bandit? Hello, Captain. Novak? No, we jumped him on 79th and Park driving a Cadillac. Not there. I wouldn't expect it to be. Well, it's a free country, ain't it? I could own a Cadillac. Yeah, you could, but if I were you, I'd buy a pair of shoes first. But where'd you steal the car? Well, look at me, look at him. I was just along for the ride. You were driving, so that makes who along for the ride? Me, that's who. Where do you want the suitcases, Cap? Hold on to them. Look, what is this, Grand Central Station? Hold on to them. All right. You don't have to take offense just because I made a remark.
Where's Lieutenant King, Novak, in his office?
Yes, sir. You, what's your name? Me?
I'll be in there with him.
Yes, sir. Protea, Reuben Protea. All right, where do you live, Protea? 289.
Captain Kennelly. Hello, Matt.
Captain, leave the door open, would you?
Yeah, sure.
Shut off the heat in here. It gets ice cold. Leave it on, burns up. That radiator knows no middle ground. Well, what do we got out there?
I was on patrol with Coley. We jumped a couple of thieves in a Cadillac.
Oh, good work, Captain.
Car's got Illinois plates. There were some suitcases in the back seat.
Uh-huh.
The car's not in the alarms or in the automobile list.
They say where they got it, Cap?
No, they didn't say anything yet, Matt.
They will. Let's have a look at them.
Sure. You know, they look like a couple of users to me, Matt.
Oh, wouldn't be surprised.
You don't need a job to have an occupation, do you?
That's true. That's very true.
All right, what's your occupation?
Well, you know the guys that put down linoleum and tiles on the floors?
Yeah. Is that what you do?
No. I'm a helper. The linoleum layer, he says, hey, Leon, get this, get that. So I get it for him. That's my occupation.
Yeah.
Only I ain't working.
What do you call stealing Cadillacs?
Who's this? A new ingredient has been added.
Lieutenant King.
Hey, we'll be a lieutenant and a captain both. That's better than last time, huh?
Yeah, we're getting up in the world.
When was last time?
When? I don't know. 3, 4 weeks ago. Before Christmas, huh, Ruby?
After Thanksgiving.
Oh, I'll kill him. Where was it? Down in my neighborhood in the village. All we had then was detectives. Now a lieutenant and a captain. Boy, this is living.
Yeah, living. I should join you.
Where was it? 6th Precinct? Yeah, I think so. Is that right, Ruby?
I don't know. The police stations all look alike.
What'd you get picked up for?
Stealing out of cars. They caught us with a key that we took out of a car down there.
What happened to the case? We're out on bail. $2,000 bail. $1,000 for him, $1,000 for me. So you're out thieving again. Oh, well, listen, the bondsman costs us $50 apiece. We got to pay for him some way, don't we? We got to live, don't we? We got to live high. High on a hog. That's us, right, Ruby?
Right, high on a hog.
Stick around, boys. We'll show you how to come down a notch. You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
Detectives of the 21st Squad, under the supervision of Lieutenant King, began to make a case of grand larceny automobile against the two suspects, Leon Gamer and Ruben Protea. As required by law, the suspects were fingerprinted by Detective Novak. The locked suitcases found on the rear seat of the automobile were moved into Lieutenant King's office. The 6th Detective Squad in Greenwich Village was telephoned for information concerning their arrest in that precinct and the charge of grand larceny already pending against them. Although it was obvious the car had been stolen, no report of the theft was in the alarm, nor had one been received by the Communications Bureau. As frequently happens, it appeared that stolen property had been recovered before the owner was even aware it was missing. While the arresting officer, Patrolman Coley, kept one suspect under guard in the squad office, the other, Leon Gamer, was questioned by Lieutenant King in his office in the presence of myself and Detective Novak.
Pretty suitcase, isn't it, Leon?
Personally, I don't like the color, but it's pretty, yeah.
And heavy.
You're telling me I had to lug it up the stairs.
It's heavy. There must be a lot of good stuff in there.
Maybe telephone books.
Suits, ties, shirts, maybe even jewelry or money.
Yeah, maybe.
Why don't you try to open it? Or any of the others?
Oh, now I ask you, would that be honest?
Look, Leon, save your comedy routine for the tombs. We're trying to get someplace here. We want to find out who that stuff belongs to.
I knew I'd tell you. You think I got to be personally acquainted with somebody before I touch their car?
My point is, you couldn't have been far from where you lifted the car before you were jumped by the officers.
No, not too far, I don't guess.
Because if it was more than a mile away, you'd have had the catches on that bag pried open to see what was inside.
Look, I don't know exactly where it was. I don't carry a map around in my head. We pulled up together for that light on 77th and Park. How long before that was it? Not long. Was it below 72nd Street? 72nd Street? Yeah, it could be.
Then you drove at least 6 blocks on Park Avenue.
Oh, more. Much more.
Was it farther downtown than 72nd Street you got the car?
Look, Lieutenant, you want me to be honest with you?
I want you to make the effort.
You want the whole story, what happened?
Yes.
Got nothing to hide. I'm hooked. If you'll have the patience, I'll give you the best of my recollection.
All right, give it to us.
I'll get it, Lieutenant.
Okay. Okay, Leon, the best of your recollection.
21st Squad, Detective Novak.
Let's have it.
I can't concentrate with somebody on the phone.
Captain Kennelly, Sergeant Waters on PS for you.
Okay. So can you wait a second?
All right.
Thanks, Novak.
Yes, sir.
Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
Yes, desk officer at the 17th rang up here.
Yeah?
A motorcycle patrolman skidded on a patch of ice coming off the East River Drive at 53rd Street.
Well, has he hurt bad?
They took him to Bellevue. Possible fractured leg.
All right. Bring the desk officer back and tell him I'm on my way. And have a car come by the house for me.
Yes, sir.
Cop hurt in the 17th, Matt. I've got division tonight. I'll have to go investigate it.
Pretty bad?
A broken leg, they think.
No.
I once broke a leg jumping over a fence when I was a kid.
We don't want your life history, Leon. Just what happened tonight.
Look, if he's going to go, let him go. I can't concentrate with the interruptions.
The captain has to wait for a car to come in and get him. You don't worry about what we do. You worry about yourself. We'll give you plenty on your mind. Now, what happened?
Well, I met Ruby.
Where?
I'll tell you if you give me the chance. Met him in a bar and grill on 110th Street. We were sitting there having a couple of beers, and he said, "How much dough you got?" I said, "Why?" Well, he said his brother wanted some of the money back, the $50 he borrowed from his brother to pay the bondsman. I said, "Don't look at me. I'm living from hand to mouth, too. I didn't pay back the money I borrowed to pay the bondsman." And we got to talking about how the trial is set next month, and even if we cop a plea, we're sure to get no less than 2 years apiece out of it. We got a lawyer to pay, and we still owe for the bail. And here we are with not $5 between us.
Not even enough for a good jolt, huh?
Oh, look, don't get me wrong. I don't mess around with that stuff. Just chippy once in a while. I got no big habit.
So you got $5 between you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who mentioned it first, me or Ruby, but one of us said, let's get downtown, see if we can make some money. So we finished the beer and got on the Madison Avenue bus. We went downtown.
Where'd you get off?
You'll have to ask Ruby that. I got no idea. He said, come on. I got off. We walked around a little bit. I don't know. We saw this caddy parked there. I looked in, and there were these suitcases in the back. I looked at Ruby, and we walked by. He said, a cinch. The button isn't down on the back door, so we walked to the corner, turned around, and come back, just like we own the car. We walked up, opened the door, and got in. I was behind the driver's seat, 1, 2, 3. Ruby was on the floor and had the ignition jump. Like a flash. You know, he's quick, that kid. He's got a real talent. He said, go. I went, and that's that. Well, I'll see you, Matt.
Okay, Captain.
So long, Captain. All right. Don't go away mad. I'll, check with you, Matt?
Yes, sir.
Well, looks like you'll have to go to court in the morning, Coley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that for us?
Can't you keep quiet for 2 seconds?
Well, I try. Don't say I don't try.
Had a dentist appointment, but that won't be hard to cancel.
All right. I'll leave instructions with the desk officer that you're to go on reserve after you get those 2 books in.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Captain.
It was a good collar. Hey, what gives in there? What's he telling him? You'll get your turn, Ruby. Well, see you later, Coley.
Yes, sir.
Good boss?
Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cop.
Well, at least you got to know a few.
There was this cop over there on my block. A regular guy. I wanted to be like him. And I got to hate him.
Yeah?
He took me in. Grabbed me by the collar, took me in. And for what? For nothing. For stealing. So I decided not to be a cop.
Well, you had a pretty good reason.
What's he telling him in there? How much could there be to say? You think I could talk? That Leon, boy, chew your arm off. I got nothing against cops. I even like you.
Thanks.
Oh, but that's nothing. Don't be too glad. I like everybody. Even Leon. If anybody could like Leon. He ain't very particular about his friends. What's he telling them, do you think?
All about the deal, I guess.
Well, he can leave something for me to say. I'll go in there and stand like a dope. They'll know everything I got to tell them. Oh, here they come.
All right, go over there and sit down, Leon.
Over where? Over here with him?
That's right. Come on, Ruby.
What'd you tell him, Leon?
Get going, Ruby. My life history, A to Z.
Well, what'd you tell him about me?
Come on.
Yeah, all right.
Just don't make me out a liar to them.
How could I tell him? I don't know what you said.
Inside. Sit down over here.
Yeah. Right here?
Yeah.
I want a lawyer.
You can have 1 million lawyers.
I can't afford 1 million. All I want is one.
All right, we'll call whatever lawyer you want. Tell him to be in felony court at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Felony court, that's downtown?
100 Center Street, Criminal Courts Building.
All right, talk to me after I talk to my lawyer. Right now, I got nothing to say.
Well, Leon had plenty to say.
Well, that's his business. I don't care.
He sure thinks a lot of you.
I can't say vice versa.
Thinks you're the most talented boy he knows. Doesn't think anybody can snap a lock on a car, get in, and jump the ignition as fast as you.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
That's nice of him, you know.
Said he can't think of a thief he'd rather work with.
I didn't think Leon had a compliment in his body.
12 seconds is your record.
Nah.
Break open the door, jump the ignition, start the car in 12 seconds.
Nah, not 12. I could maybe 15, not 12.
That's what he said.
Well, you know, Leon ain't no slouch either, you know.
I know.
Of course, I handled that caddy tonight, but I seen him turn some fast tricks, too. Between us, I guess we could get in almost any lot. Any lot.
Oh. Well, we'll give you a new challenge, Ruby.
Yeah, what's that?
Sing Sing. You try the locks up there.
By 8:45, no alarm had come through on the Cadillac sedan with Illinois license plates. Lieutenant King had been in touch with both the auto squad and the correspondence bureau of the central office. It was agreed that if the owner were not heard from within another hour, a telegram would be sent to the Illinois State Highway Patrol at Springfield with a request that the name of the owner be ascertained and a check made at the residence. Meanwhile, I was at the 17th Precinct Station House on East 51st Street. There, I entered in the blotter the results of my investigation of the injury to the motorcycle patrolman. I'd been to Bellevue Hospital and got a statement from both the officer and the doctor attending him. I'd seen the sector man and the sergeant who responded to the original call concerning the accident. In cases involving injury to a police officer in the line of duty,
The manual of procedure requires a complete and immediate investigation of the facts by the commanding officer of the precinct or a captain on night duty in the division because of the possibility of sick leave with full pay and eventual disability retirement of the man. I returned to the 21st at 9:05 p.m. The car pulled up in front of the station house, and as I got out, I instructed the operator to pick up his partner and resume patrol. I crossed the sidewalk and started up the steps of the station house.
Excuse me.
Yes?
This is the police station, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Seems nothing is safe anymore. Nothing. Thank you very much.
What's the trouble, sir? Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to talk to the person in charge here.
Well, I'm the captain in command of the precinct. Will I do?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your insignia in the dark. Didn't you?
Oh, what an old, smelly building, Edward. Are the police stations in Chicago this old?
How would I know? Captain, our car's been stolen.
Oh? Has it?
He just told you it had.
What kind of car?
A Cadillac sedan.
You said you were from Chicago?
Yes, that's right, Chicago. Captain, it's absurd the way criminals are allowed to run around on the streets in New York. To steal our car from practically under our nose, that's no way to treat visitors, is it?
Well, sir, I don't think thieves stop to find out if their victim is a New Yorker or a visitor. They're out to steal, not discriminate. I don't believe you told me what your name was.
Private. Edward J. Private.
I'm Captain Kennelly.
And Mrs. Private?
How do you do?
Mrs. Private.
Well, if you're in charge, sir, how can we get some action? Our luggage was in the car, you know. We were leaving for Florida tonight, driving to Philadelphia tonight, starting out the first thing from there in the morning for Palm Beach.
You have no idea what this does to our vacation. No idea.
I can imagine, Mrs. Private. Would you excuse me just a second?
We're not going to get the runaround, are we?
No, sir. I've got to go over to the desk and sign the blotter. You just wait here. I'll be right back. Hello, Captain. Sergeant. A couple of messages for you. All right, I'll sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What was that, mister? I didn't hear you. The bartender what? Were you speaking to the phone? Oh, he wouldn't sell you anymore, huh? No, there's nothing we can do to him. We ought to pin a medal on him. Well, you better not worry about drinking any more tonight. Better go on home and go to sleep. Yeah? Well, go on home and go to sleep. I'm sure you will. You got those messages, Sergeant? Yes, sir. I saw those people hook you as they came in the door, Captain. You want me to bail you out with them? No. No, thanks, Sergeant. This one I want to handle myself. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Bradford, we'll go upstairs to the detectives, all right? This way, please.
A lot of good it'll do. The car's gone for good. Gone, I know it's gone. And all my clothes with it. Fine place for decent people to come, New York.
Did you lock your car when you left it?
Why, of course we locked it.
Through here, please.
Thank you.
You know, even if it was locked, 4 suitcases on the back seat look pretty attractive to thieves. It was a sedan, you say? 4 doors. You might have locked 3. Upstairs, please.
I'm positive I locked all 4 doors. I always do.
Uh-huh. Where was the car parked?
On 61st Street near Park Avenue. After I finished some business, we checked out of the hotel. We were going to this restaurant, L'Escargot. Do you know it, Captain?
I've been in there, yes. That way, please.
The most absurd thing in the world. Just absurd. You'll never get anything back, anything.
Right here.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Parford?
No protection. There's no police protection at all.
Well, if that's a complaint, Mr. Private, you're talking to the wrong man. I'm responsible for the police protection here. You should complain about me, not to me.
Maybe I will.
Over here, please.
Hey, Leon, here comes the captain back again. Hi, Cap.
Just sit there and be quiet.
Are those men criminals?
They're suspects, Mrs. Private.
Oh.
Novak, is Lieutenant King in?
Yes, sir, he is.
Thanks. Yes. Captain Kennelly. Inside, please.
Yes.
This is Lieutenant King. Mr. and Mrs. Edward Twyford of Chicago, Illinois.
Oh?
How do you do?
Mrs. Piper?
Lieutenant, Mr. and Mrs. Piper are looking for some fast action. Their car has been stolen. And some luggage.
I see.
I don't know what we can expect, but I want
Do
to...
you have the registration for your car, Mr. Piper?
Don't you believe that I own it?
Oh, yes, I believe it. Just like to see your registration.
Gets to be a question of who gets investigated, the victims or the thieves. Oh, there you are.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do you mind looking on that table behind you?
What?
Is that your luggage?
Edward, it is.
Have you got the car, too?
Yes, we've got it.
Well, Edward, some of it's missing. There was more. In the trunk, there were 3 more bags.
What about that?
You've got the keys to the trunk in your pocket. We haven't touched it. The other bags are still in the luggage compartment.
The car's not damaged, is it?
No, not a scratch. Huh? We've got the thieves. Those 2 boys outside. You saw them.
Yeah, well, does everything look all right, Alicia?
Yes, I think so. I think so. Well, this vanity case has a little scratch on it.
Oh, does it? Sorry.
But it might have been there.
Well, I suppose that covers everything. Not quite everything, Mr. Piper. No? You might say thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Captain. We're really deeply obliged. You're welcome, Mr. Piper.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What do you mean robbed, lady? Held up? Oh, burglars. Well, when did this happen? During the night? Yeah? Yes, ma'am. The front door, huh? Well, what's the address there? Did you say 1405 or 1409? The candy store. Yeah? Well, what did they
And
say?
so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Ethel Everett, John Sylvester, Bill Lipton, Mandel Kramer, John Markin, Wendell Holmes, and Harold Stone. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. What do you mean, robbed, lady? Held up? Oh, burglars. Well, when did this happen? Was during the night? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah, they'll be there right away. You just wait for them. What? Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their home is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. A light rain had fallen early in the morning, and the temperature had suddenly dropped, making the streets icy and treacherous. At 7:35, after I changed to my uniform, I sat in my office to begin reading and signing the reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on duty 24 hours earlier. At 2 minutes to 8, Sergeant Burns on TS rang into my office and told me the 8 to 4 platoon was ready to turn out. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, pressed a button that rang a bell in the back room, and the 47 men who would patrol the streets of the 21st for the next 8 hours marched out in a military manner and formed ranks in front of the desk. As I walked out of my office, I crossed the muster room and went behind the desk where the roll call for entry in the blotter was being made by Lieutenant Gorman.
Turner. Here. Underwood.
Here.
Weber.
Yes.
Weeks.
Present.
Wolf.
Yeah.
Ziegler.
Present.
You want to take over, Captain?
Yeah. All right, men. A few things. We have instructions to assist the borough president's office in a survey of certain street conditions. Each of you will take note of any street opening now in progress on your post. You will talk to the foreman in charge of the job and ascertain what public utility or city department has opened the street, for what purpose, and the approximate date and time the repairs will be completed. All this information will be entered in your memorandum books, and at the end of the tour will be transferred to a UF-20A and turned in to the desk officer. The streets and sidewalks are icy and dangerous today. In cases that so require, you will call the attention of householders and storekeepers to their legal obligations to remove ice from the sidewalks. That's all. Sergeant, post the platoon.
Platoon. Tense. Hut. Right. Face. Forward. Hut.
I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, take the call.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Would you excuse me, please?
You'll have to take your business over here at the desk, mister. Well, what kind of a wreck? Automobile?
Well, I'd just like to talk to the captain a minute.
What is it you want? Was anyone hurt?
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. I'll talk to him. I know him.
Well, how bad? You need an ambulance?
Hello, Ralph. What can I do for
Captain, how are you?
you? Oh, I'm fine. When did you get out of the service?
Oh, 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah?
I'm in business again over at 690 East 70th. I opened a little radio and TV repair shop.
Well, what hospital?
Oh, yes. I think I passed the place. I didn't know it was yours.
The officers over there right away.
What is it you have on your mind?
Well, I got a kid brother, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
He's 16. He'll be 17. I'm a little worried about him.
Yeah, you just wait there.
Oh, well, come on in my office.
The officers will be right there.
He's a good kid, I guess. But he gets himself into some awful jams.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
All right, Ralph, have a seat.
Yeah, thanks.
What kind of jams?
Well, it might be the other kids he runs with in the neighborhood. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Does he live in the precinct?
Oh, yeah. In the same block as the store. My mother. I used to live there, too, before I got married. My folks lived there for years. That's how I come to open the store on the block.
Well, what's this trouble he's had?
They had him down here last night.
Yeah, who?
The detectives, he said. They came around to the candy store. He hangs out with the other kids, and they picked him up. They brought him in here and talked to him a while. And then they let him go home.
Well, what'd they talk to him about?
Stealing. I don't think he'd done anything like that, though. What does he need it for? He doesn't need to steal.
Well, what specifically did they talk to him about?
About some flats in the neighborhood that had been broken into. And a store. Florist over on 2nd Avenue. One of the kids ran over and told my mother he'd been arrested. She got all excited and called me on the telephone at home. By the time I got here, they let him go.
Maybe they decided he had nothing to do with it.
Maybe. But what I would like, Captain, would be for you to talk to him.
All right.
You know what I mean. I can't do it. He don't have much respect for what I say. And we got no father. He always said he wanted to be a cop. He still says it. I figure if you could talk to him, maybe that'll straighten him out. He'll realize what the score is.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you said that you thought he didn't have anything to do with that stuff.
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know what to think. My wife, Stella, can't stand him. She thinks he's sneaky. My mother thinks he's an angel. The kid, when you talk to him, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. I don't know what to think. Would you talk to him, Captain?
Oh, that's a job for our youth patrolman.
Well, the kid needs somebody to make an impression on him, Captain. A real impression. Couldn't you just spend a couple of minutes with him as a personal favor to me?
All right, if you want.
I'll bring him in here this afternoon, if that's okay. After school.
No, I don't think it'd be a good idea to talk here. He might be a little uneasy.
Yeah, he might at that after last night.
What time does he get home from school?
About 4, a little after.
Well, could you have him in your shop at 4:30? I'll come by and see him there.
Yeah, sure, that'd be fine. I'll have him there. 4:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot.
That's all right.
Bye.
Bye, Ralph.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Sergeant, ring the detectives for me.
Yes, sir.
Squad, Detective Cassidy.
This is Captain Kennelly. Is Lieutenant King around?
No, sir. The lieutenant's swinging today.
Oh, yes. Look, somebody was talking to a boy up there last night about some burglaries. Paul Hance. Can you find out for me who was handling those squeals?
Yes, sir. It was me, Captain. What did you want to know?
Well, what about it? Was he right for them?
About breaking into the flats, I don't know for sure, Captain. But that kid was inside the florist shop for sure.
Oh, why'd you turn him out?
He denies the whole thing, and I had nothing to hold him on. Just the information from another kid that Paul showed him $20 and told him it came out of the shop. Paul says the other kid is a liar. He never had $20. Well, he still had 11 in his pocket.
Oh?
I asked him where he got it. He said he wanted playing cards in a club room. The boy just sat here and lied to me for 2 hours. And polite. You never met anyone so polite. He's the politest liar I ever saw.
What are you doing about him, Cassidy?
Well, I'm going to keep my eye on him and talk to him after every break-in.
His brother wants me to talk to him. See if I can straighten him out.
Does he?
Yep. I'm going to see him this afternoon.
Well, I wish you luck, Captain. That boy's a walking corkscrew.
At 4:15, sector car number 3 came by the house and drove me to 690 East 70th Street, an old law tenement building. The first floor had been converted to commercial purposes. The front rooms on one side were occupied by a beauty parlor. Those on the other by Ralph Hant's radio repair shop. I walked up the stoop and into the hall. Through the glass door, I could see a young woman sitting at the counter, thumbing through the pages of a magazine. Hello.
Oh, hello. You're that captain.
Captain Kennelly, yes.
Ralph's in the back. I'm his wife. Ralph! Let me turn this thing off. Ralph, that captain's here.
All right.
He's back there working on a rush job. The customer wants it back in time for the fight tonight. You're going to talk to the kid, huh? Paul.
That's right.
You're wasting your time. Ralph!
All right.
He'll smile at you and say, yes, sir, no, sir, and he'll go right out and do what he pleases. Boy, look at that casserole. The magazine gives you a recipe and a picture in color and tells you how to make it in every detail. You think it ever turns out like the picture? Never. Ralph!
1 second.
You know, that kid's been lying and stealing since he was able to walk. He's just rotten, through and through. But don't quote me. Ralph's mother will jump down my throat. She thinks he's an angel.
Excuse me, Captain.
That's all right.
I was soldering a new condenser in the radio. I couldn't let it go. Sorry.
Well, where's Paul?
He'll be here.
Well, the captain's a busy man. Paul should be here waiting for the captain instead of the captain waiting for Paul.
Oh, it's just 4:30.
It's a waste of time and effort with that kid.
How do you know it's a waste of time and effort?
He's no good.
Now, you got no right to say that, Stella. Just because some kid in the neighborhood is mad at Paul and lied to the police about him, you've got no right. The detectives let him go, didn't they?
Just because they couldn't prove it. I don't have to prove it. I know. So do you.
I don't know.
Sure. You're still a little boy. You listen to everything Mama tells you. If Mama told you to go jump in the river, you jump.
All right, Stella.
Mama tells you Paul's an angel, so he's an angel.
All right.
Well, it's true.
I'm sorry, Captain.
That's all right, but instead of arguing over what the truth is, I think we'd all do better for him if we pay a little more attention to the future. The boy needs help. Whether he's guilty or not, he's been suspected, been questioned by detectives. That might have some detrimental effect in itself. The job is to see that he's headed in the right direction and stays headed that way.
That's what I meant, Captain. That's why I wanted you to talk to him. Exactly.
Oh, sure.
Paul?
No, it's not Paul. Me.
Well, where's Paul, Ma?
I didn't tell him to come. He's home.
But the captain made a special trip to talk to him. This is Captain Kennelly, Ma.
Miss Hans?
How do you do? There's nothing to talk about, so I didn't tell him. Why should he talk to the captain if there's nothing to talk about?
Something to talk about, all right.
Stella, I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed. Your own brother-in-law. You know that Paul is a good boy, a very good boy. He goes to school. Every day he goes to school and to church on Sunday. He's a good boy. Why, he would never do anything like that.
Go ahead, convince yourself.
I don't need to convince myself. I know my own sons. I know them better than anybody.
Well, there wouldn't be any harm in speaking to him, Mrs. Hans.
There's been plenty of harm already. To take a nice boy like that to the police station, to ask him all kinds of questions, to make a criminal out of him.
No one can make a criminal out of him, Mrs. Hans. He's got to do that himself.
A good boy like that. You know what it is, don't you? It's the neighborhood. No matter how good a boy he is, if he grows up in this neighborhood, he hasn't got a chance. You don't give him a chance.
I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Hans. Look at Ralph. He grew up in exactly the same place. He seems to have turned out okay.
Very little is written or said about one of the most important members of our armed forces. But he's accustomed to doing his work without fanfare or publicity. That's because he has a very personal relationship with the men around him. He's their chaplain. He hears their problems and gives them advice. He joins a couple in marriage, christens their children, gives them religious counsel. His job doesn't begin with reveille and end at taps. It's a 24-hour job when he's needed by the sick or wounded or imprisoned. No matter what his faith may have been before he joined the chaplain's corps, he's prepared to help men of any faith in their religious activities. To him come the most personal thoughts of the men he serves, for religion is always a personal thing. The problems are many times more complex than he would find in a civilian community, but he finds his reward in seeing those problems solved. The emergency furlough he's been able to arrange for a man with illness in the family. The private talk that helped a new recruit with a touch of homesickness. The words of encouragement and advice to a man in trouble. These are important to the people he serves. They are the things that make the chaplain an important part of life in the armed forces.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
After a few more minutes of discussion, Mrs. Hans was finally convinced by her older son, Ralph, that no harm could possibly come from my speaking to Paul, and that the conversation might do a lot of good. We left Ralph and his wife in the shop, and Miss Hans reluctantly led the way out of the store to a building down the block, the house in which she resided. We walked up 3 floors to the flat she occupied with Paul.
Someday, if my sons ever become successful enough, maybe I'll live in a house with an elevator. Someday.
Well, I hope so.
There's a nice kitchen with a brand new icebox. He's in the kitchen with his homework. You'll see. He's doing his homework. He don't wait until the last minute late at night to do it. As soon as he comes from school. And that's a good boy, isn't it, if he's prompt with his homework?
Well, it's a good sign. You'll, let me talk to him alone, Miss Hans. I think that would be best.
Oh, yes, sure. I got some ironing in the bedroom to do.
Fine.
Got my keys someplace. Yeah, here it is. Paul?
Yeah, Ma.
You see? Homework. Come in, Captain.
Thank you.
Did you take an apple, Paul? There's some apples under the sink there.
No, I wasn't hungry, Ma. Hello.
Paul?
Paul, this is Captain Kennelly from the police station.
How do you do?
How are you, Paul?
Your brother was over there and talked to the captain today. You know, about what happened last night.
Uh-huh.
They decided it would be nice if Captain Kennelly came and talked to you.
About what?
Oh, just about you, Paul. In general.
Oh, sure. If you want. There's some coffee on the stove, Ma. Maybe Captain Kennedy would like a cup.
No, thanks. Not now. It's, Kennelly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. A lot of people make mistakes.
Are you sure no coffee, Captain? It was just fresh this afternoon.
No, thank you.
Well, I got to do some ironing in the bedroom.
All right, Ma.
You can talk, huh? Oh, Paul.
Yes, Ma?
If the captain changes his mind about the coffee, you'll pour him a cup, all right?
Sure.
There's milk in the icebox.
Oh, sit down, Paul.
Yes, sir.
What's that you're doing?
Solid geometry.
You good at it?
Yes, sir. Pretty good.
How about the rest of your subjects?
Pretty good.
Are your grades good enough so you can go on to college?
I'd like to. But I don't know. Ralph has got a lot of responsibilities now. I really should go to work after I finish high school and help out a little bit.
Ralph told me you said you wanted to be a cop.
Yes, sir. I thought about it.
It takes a long time to get in the job and a lot up here.
I know.
Also, you've got to have a clean record.
Yes, sir.
That's the first thing. Without that, nothing else does you any good.
What happened last night won't show up against me, will it? They just took me down to the police station and talked to me. I didn't know anything about breaking into any stores or anything like that.
No, that won't count against you. There've got to be convictions.
Oh. Would you like an apple, Captain?
No, thank you, Paul.
I think I'm ready for one myself now.
All right, go ahead.
I tell Ma she ought to keep them in the icebox. She's been keeping them under the sink for years. I guess it's hard to change habits. It is, yes. You sure, Captain? No apple?
Positive.
Still no coffee either, huh?
No.
It'll only take a second.
No, I don't care for any, thanks.
Okay. Really good.
As a matter of fact, a conviction wouldn't only hurt you as far as getting on the cops is concerned. It'd make it kind of rough for you all around.
Yes, sir, I know.
Of course, there's case after case of boys getting in trouble and straightening themselves out afterwards.
And a lot of them never get straightened out, huh?
That's right. Never. One jam after another, all their lives.
I really didn't break in any place like that detective said.
Well, that's not why I'm here, Paul. Right now, it doesn't make much difference whether you did or not. We can't help what's happened.
I guess we can't.
But what happens in the future is entirely a different story.
Yes, sir.
You know, a kid breaks in someplace or mugs somebody for the thrill of it or to get a little money out of it, he's a loser. It just doesn't pay. Believe me. I've been in this job a long time. I've seen more kids than I could count, sitting just like you're sitting right now. Nothing's free, Paul. You got to pay for everything. And the hardest way to pay for it is with years out of your life. You can't earn them back. They're gone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I know what you're thinking right now. This guy's giving me a lecture.
No, sir, I'm not thinking that.
Well, I am. I hate to give lectures, and I hate to receive them. But this is one instance where it's called for.
I didn't break into any place, my word of honor.
I told you that was beside the point.
Yes, sir.
The point is, what's going to happen from now on?
You got my word, Captain.
Your word for what?
That I'm never going to get mixed up in anything like that.
Good.
You don't have to tell me it doesn't pay. I know it.
I'm glad you do, Paul.
It's a sucker deal. I want to make something of myself. I want to get on the cops or something like that. I want to get married like everybody else, like Ralph, and have a family. You can't do that messing around with that other.
Okay, Paul. I think you understand what I was driving at.
Yes, sir, I do. And I really appreciate you coming over to talk to me like this. I know you didn't have to. When my brother asked you could have said nuts. What do I care for the kid? Yeah, you could have said it. But I want to tell you something. If more cops would come around the kids' houses and sit in the kitchen like this and talk, there'd be a lot less trouble you'd have with, juvenile delinquency.
I thoroughly agree with you, Paul. That's why I'm here.
The only thing is, I don't go for getting picked up in a candy store by a detective and taken into the station house like I was last night. Being sat down in a chair and tossed a lot of questions. And then not being believed when I tell the truth.
You weren't mistreated in any way, were you?
No. Unless you want to call being arrested in front of all your friends being mistreated. Maybe it is. Well, I'll tell you the truth. I was getting mad up there last night. What's the use, I thought? Why go through this for nothing? If you're going to get the business like this, it might as well be for something. Okay, if they think you break into flats and stores and they won't believe anything else, go ahead, break into flats and stores. That's what I was thinking.
But you're not thinking that way anymore.
Oh, no, sir. Thanks to you.
Good. But don't blame the detectives. They've got their job to do.
Yes, they have. How about that cup of coffee now, Captain?
All right, I think I will, Paul.
Good. You take milk in it?
No, just black.
It's good and hot.
Well, that's the way I like it. Whoa, that's enough.
Sugar, Captain?
Please.
There's none in the bowl. I'll ask my ma.
Oh, that's all right.
Ma,
Yes, Paul.
where's the sugar?
I'll come in and get it.
Okay.
You didn't have to bother your mother. I like it this way, too.
She doesn't mind, I'm sure.
There's no sugar in the bowl?
No, Ma, it's empty.
Well, there's a 5-pound bag in the closet, Paul.
Over here? In this closet?
That's right. You see it?
Yeah, I see it, Ma, yeah.
He's a good boy, Captain. I've got a good boy.
I think he'll turn out that way, Miss Hance. A good boy. It was 5:15 when I returned to the station house. I signed the blotter and went into my office to read and sign reports and communications that had accumulated during the tour. At 6 o'clock, I changed from my uniform to civilian clothes and walked out into the muster room.
Oh, Captain. Did you get to talk to the Hance kid?
Yes, I spent about a half an hour with him at his house.
What do you think?
I think he might turn out all right.
For you, Captain?
Yeah. He's an intelligent kid. Told me he wants to do the right thing. Seems to know the direction he's headed in.
Yes, sir, that's the trouble. He knows, but we don't.
I left Cassidy and went over behind the desk and signed the blotter to go off the job. It had started to snow as I walked to the subway. By the time I got off the train near my home in Queens, the streets were already covered. It continued to snow all night, and by morning, 6 inches of it was on the ground. I was due back on the job at 4 p.m. the next afternoon, but because of the weather, I started out a little early. I got into the station house at 3:25 and walked toward the desk to sign the blotter.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Sergeant, what's doing?
Oh, it was a quiet tour.
Good.
Except for the weather.
I'll sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
All right.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Hello, is Captain Kennelly there?
Oh, he's busy right now. Who's this calling, please?
This is Ralph Hance.
Ralph who?
Hance. H-A-N-T-S? He knows me. I was there yesterday. He was to my shop. It's very important.
I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Hold on a second, please. Captain?
Yeah.
Mr. Ralph Hance on the phone for you. He says he knows you.
Oh, yes. I'll take it on the extension here.
Yes, sir. Hold on, Mr. Hance. Captain Kennelly will talk to you. All right, go ahead, Captain.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Ralph Hance, Captain. I'm glad I caught you in.
Oh, what's the trouble, Ralph?
Don't you know? I thought maybe you could give me some help.
Well, I just now came in. What's the trouble?
Well, I was out on a service call. My wife says my mother came in the shop all excited. A detective was at the house and went through Paul's things. The detective told her another detective went to the school to get him.
Why?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling. My wife said my mother ran out and went to the police station. I don't know what happened. I thought everything was all right.
So did I.
Can I find out something?
As soon as I do, Ralph. You call me back or come over here.
Did you see my mother there?
No, I told you I just got in. You call me back, Ralph.
Yeah, all right, Captain.
In about a half an hour. Bye. Is Cassidy upstairs, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I saw him go up about 25 minutes ago. He had a kid with him.
Oh? 16, 17 years old. Good-looking kid, blonde?
Yes, sir. Shall I ring upstairs for Cassidy?
No, I'll go up myself.
Yes, sir.
I'm going upstairs to the detective's, Red.
Yes, sir.
Captain.
Huh?
They took Paul again. They got him up there, up in the detectives.
All right, Miss Hans.
You said it was all right. You said it was a good boy.
I'm going up to find out about it now.
Please, Captain, tell them he's a good boy. He is. He did nothing.
Now, look, Miss Hans, there's nothing you can do here now. You better go on home.
Yes, that's what the detectives told me, but there must be something. There must.
You better go on home. I spoke to Ralph, and he's going to call me back.
Oh, my poor boy.
When he does, I'll tell him everything I can find out. Now, you better go on home.
You tell Ralph. You tell him.
I will, yes.
Hello, Captain.
Hi, Novak. Cassidy.
Hello, Captain.
You got Paul Hance in here, huh?
Yes, sir. He's sitting in the lieutenant's office.
Lieutenant King with him?
No, sir. I'm waiting for him to get back to talk to him.
What's the trouble?
There was a candy store broken into on 2nd Avenue last night. They took about $40 in cash, 2 boxes of cigars, and lifted a postage stamp machine off the counter.
Yeah?
We got some information on it this afternoon and picked up one boy. He admitted being in on the deal. He said Paul Hance was with him. We went over to Paul's house this afternoon and found the stamp machine under his bed. I sent down and got him out of school.
Uh-huh.
In addition to this, he now admits burglarizing the florist in 3 flats in the neighborhood.
I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. Help yourself, Captain.
Well, Paul, looks like we wasted a lot of time yesterday, huh?
Yes, sir, I guess we did.
You're in it up to here now, Paul. I don't know what the cure is, do you?
Look, I know I've been greasing you along, you and my mother and my brother.
And even me.
But I made a mistake, that's all. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry.
So did I, Paul. I made a mistake, too.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Who's shot? Well, where is this? Wait just a minute. Don't talk so fast. That's 3422, is that right? Yeah? In a restaurant. Well, who shot him? Oh? Yeah. Well, who are you? All right, now, just take it easy. Calm down now. Talk slowly. All right.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Eileen Palmer, Bryna Rayburn, Wendell Holmes, Joe DeSantis, Santos Ortega, and Martin Newman. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced by John Ives. Art Hannes speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. And Television Service. And Television Service. And Television.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Well, who shot? Where is this? Now, wait a minute. Don't talk so fast. That's 3422. Is that right? And the rest of them? Yeah? Well, who shot him?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send the officers right up there. Yeah, right away. You just wait there. Show them where it is. Yeah, just wait there. Okay.
21st Precinct. Just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It had been raining hard when I came on the job, and it continued to rain through the night. After I turned out the 12 to 8 platoon at midnight, I went on patrol of the precinct in sector car number 3. It was another quiet tour. The rain helps policemen as well as farmers. It keeps troublemakers off the street. At 2:25, I returned to the station house where I signed reports and communications and caught up generally with the voluminous paperwork that plagues commanding officers. A meeting of all precinct, division, and borough commanders had been called by the police commissioner for 9 a.m. in the lineup room at police headquarters, 240 Center Street. In order to get some rest, at 3:40 a.m., I lay on the couch in my office with instructions to Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, that I be awakened in time to turn out the platoon for the day tour.
Captain. Excuse me, Captain.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain.
Yeah, what is it?
We got a homicide.
Oh? Where?
3422 Lexington Avenue at the restaurant. Pastry chef. You know, the baker. He was shot twice.
Is there a car on the way?
Yes, sir. I put out a radio call for a car. He'll be here for you any minute.
What time is it?
It's 5:25.
What was it, robbery?
Well,
is it still raining, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. You better take your raincoat. The information we got so far is the pastry chef comes to work at midnight.
Uh-huh.
The restaurant closes at 1 in the morning. But the pastry chef works all night in the kitchen, baking. The kitchen help starts coming in a little after 5.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. And the first one there went in the kitchen door, found the baker on the floor. The place was a wreck. Call went direct to CB. But when the sector men got on the job and saw what they had, they rang in here.
Gorman, desk officer.
They said it looked like a robbery.
We've got a homicide.
The car will be here right away, Captain. I better get back on the switchboard.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's right. Okay. The detectives are there, yeah. You're welcome. I know it was too quiet at school, Captain.
Yeah, have you got your notifications all made, Lieutenant?
That was the medical examiner's office. I've notified the detectives, the division, the homicide squad. I just got the DA's office left. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Will you get me the DA's office in here?
Yes, sir.
What detectives went, Red?
Battalion Howard.
Hello, CB. This is Sergeant Burns at 25.
What about Lieutenant King?
They told him at home. He's on his way.
He was around here until 2 o'clock. Probably didn't even get to bed warm.
There's one cure for that, Captain. Have his phone taken out.
In a few minutes, sector car number 2 came by the station house to drive me to 3422 Lexington Avenue, the scene of the homicide. It was still raining hard when we pulled up to the place. The front of the restaurant, a large and popular place, was still dark. The flashlights of cops inside could be seen poking around in the empty dining room. I instructed the operator of the car, Patrolman Coley, to pull around to the kitchen entrance on the side street. Parked there were 2 sector cars, the patrol sergeant's car, the detective's car, and an ambulance. I got out of the car and crossed the sidewalk to the kitchen door where a patrolman had been posted by Sergeant Waters to keep out unauthorized persons. The patrolman saluted me as I approached and opened the door. Thank you, Marshal. Sergeant?
Oh, Captain.
What do we got? Want to take a look?
Yeah.
Carl, tell the press.
Looks like robbery. Fellow was in there alone.
Uh-huh.
That's just the way he was found. See? One shot got him in the shoulder, the other one in the forehead. His name is Eugene Francis Tarpon. Resides at 2119 Mill Avenue in the Bronx. 31 years old. He's a baker here. Comes to work at midnight. He's here all alone after the place closed at 1 a.m. Makes rolls and bread, pies, cakes, and so forth.
Yeah.
Works all night until 8 a.m. Want to take a look over here, Captain?
Yeah.
Boss usually doesn't get in to open up the safe until after 8 in the morning. Place opens for business at 6:30. So it's been the custom to leave about $100 in coins and small bills locked in this drawer here. The early cashier has the key to the drawer and uses the money for change till the boss gets in.
Really hacked away on the drawer, huh?
Yes, sir. Apparently with that meat cleaver there. Must have taken a good 10 minutes to get it open.
No sign of the gun around?
No, sir. Must have taken it out with him.
He or they?
Yes, sir. He or they. The detectives are talking to the fellow that found him and rang in. That fellow over there, Emil Lindvik. He's a fry cook. He's doing here 5:15.
All right, let's go over there.
Yes, sir.
You don't need all these men around here, Sergeant. You better get some of them back on the job.
Yes, sir.
he was sick or something. Fainted.
That's what I thought.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Charlie? Captain?
Whitey?
This is Emil Lindvik, Captain. He found the body. He's a fry cook here. I come in and there you are. Right in the middle of the floor.
You haven't used your key to get in, I know.
Oh, yeah. Just like every morning. I had to use my key.
The door wasn't standing open. It was locked.
I had to use my key.
You always work here alone at night?
Oh, yeah. We baked all night so we'd have fresh rolls and bread and cake for the trade the next day. You see, we got a sign out in the dining room. All baking done on the premises. He did it, Sergeant.
Did he always work alone?
Oh, yeah. All alone.
And you're always the first employee in the morning?
I'm the fry cook. I got to get things heated up, the deep fat fryers for the breakfast rush. You know, French fried potatoes, etc.
Mm-hmm. Was the baker always alone here from the time the restaurant closed at 1 a.m. until you came to work?
Oh, yeah. He worked alone.
Tell me, did you ever see anyone in here with him? Or did he ever tell you he had friends in during the night?
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while what?
Once in a while he had company. He didn't come into work until midnight, like I said, and once in a while, if he had a date, he'd bring her in the kitchen and he'd work and she'd keep him company.
Did you ever see a woman in here with him?
Oh, yeah. Once in a while.
Always the same woman?
Yeah. He went with her.
You know her name?
Look, she's a married woman. She's got a husband. I don't like to get her involved.
She's involved whether she wants to be or not, don't you think?
Yeah, yes, she is.
What's her name?
Edna.
Edna what?
Edna, I don't know. There's Lieutenant King. I was told that about, but I don't remember.
Hello, Captain.
Not? Boy, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, this is Emil Lindvik. He found the body. Lieutenant King, commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad.
How do you do, Lindvik? What's it look like?
A drawer where about $100 was kept was broken open, Lieutenant. Robbery, maybe, but any of this says that the victim never opened the door for anyone he didn't know, isn't that right?
Oh, yeah. I forgot my key one morning. I had a time convincing him it was me before he'd opened the door.
No sign of forcible entry. No.
He's a nice guy. A very nice guy. What a baker. His damages couldn't be beat. They just couldn't be beat.
Within a few minutes, detectives of the Manhattan East Homicide Squad arrived to aid the 21st Squad in the investigation. A deputy medical examiner and a representative of the New York County District Attorney's Office were on the scene shortly afterwards. As the ranking officer of the Detective Division present, Lieutenant King dictated to a stenographer from the Homicide Squad a detailed description of the surrounding conditions and the position, appearance, and condition of the body. Meanwhile, the Homicide Squad photographer took pictures of the premises and of the body from every possible angle. The deputy medical examiner then made a preliminary examination of the body and ordered its removal to the Bellevue morgue. The first officer on the scene, in response to the original call, Patrolman Ernest Edelman, placed a UF-95 identification tag on the body. He made a search of the victim's pockets and inventoried the contents in his memorandum book. Fingerprints of the victim were taken by a homicide detective and the body removed to the ambulance. The investigation was underway. Detectives of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad were assigned to various tasks in this connection. Detectives Vitale and Howard, for instance, made a call at an apartment building on West 101st Street, an address found in the victim's wallet. Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
It's about time.
This is Edna Heppel?
Yes, that's right. You have to excuse me. I thought you were somebody else. I thought you were my husband. What is it?
We're detectives.
All right. Well, you got him. Every time you turn around and being waked up at 7 o'clock in the morning, he's in some jail. So always getting into some kind of trouble.
Can we come in?
Sure, come ahead. I'm used to it. Well, don't mind the house. I haven't had a chance to straighten up yet.
That's okay. I'm Detective Howard. This is Detective Vitale.
How you do?
Heppel.
Well, what'd you do now? He was down in Jersey, Trenton. Wrote me to be home last night, 10:30 the latest. He show up? I asked him, did he show up? He did not. Never seen a man like him. It's a wonder I've stuck with him this long. I've been wanting to leave him, but I stuck like a fool. What's he in for now?
We don't have your husband, Miss Heppel.
You don't?
No, we don't.
Well, what do you want then?
Do you know a man named Eugene Francis Tarpon?
Oh, sure, June. I know June. He in trouble? What'd he do? He's never been in trouble before.
He's dead.
Dead?
He was shot.
Mind if I sit down?
No, no matter how.
Who did it?
That's what we're trying to find out. How long have you known him?
I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months, something like that. I was thinking of marrying him.
You're married already, aren't you?
Married? You don't call this married, do you? Works out of town all the time, never sends me any money, hardly. Uses me to run around with this man and that one.
How often did you see Eugene Tarpon?
Oh, 2, 3 times a week, I don't know. I was going to get a divorce and we were going to get married. At least we were thinking about getting married.
Did your husband know Tarpon?
Yeah, sure, he knew Eugene. He didn't like him, though.
Why not?
Well, on account of me, I guess. On account of I was interested in Eugene. He didn't like him at all.
Where is your husband now?
Look, don't ask me where he is now. I don't know. That was due 5 days ago, and here I am with hardly a nickel in the house, and he hasn't showed up. He got off this construction job near Trenton last night. He's supposed to be home. I thought you were him at the door. Listen, you don't think he killed June, do you?
What do you think?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
I didn't ask you what you know. I asked you what you think.
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. I'll say that. Poor June. Such a nice guy. Really a nice guy.
Yes, so we understand.
Yes. Guess it always happens to nice guys, huh?
I guess.
Couldn't happen to a bum like that husband of mine. It's got to happen to a nice guy like Jim. Well, that's life for you.
In addition to assigning detectives to run down what leads existed, Lieutenant King and members of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad remained at the restaurant to question employees as they came to work and to talk to the proprietor of the place. I stayed there myself until 20 minutes after 8 when Sector Car Number 1 came by to take me to Police Headquarters, 240 Center Street, for the scheduled meeting of all borough, division, and precinct commanders in the lineup room. The meeting, called by the new police commissioner to explain his policy in regard to the enforcement of laws relating to gambling and public morals, lasted until 11:15 a.m. At that time, I returned to the 21st in order to change into civilian clothes and finally go off duty. Hello, Sergeant. Captain. Oh, what's doing?
Oh, it's quiet to her. There's a lot of calls from the press on that homicide I saw. A couple of messages for you. Nothing looks important.
I'll sign the blotter first.
Yes, sir. Take the call. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. All right, 19. You go to meal now. All right, Sergeant. Lieutenant King? Yes, sir?
Just want to see the captain.
Oh. Matt, you all through up there?
Yes, sir.
Here are your messages, Captain.
Oh, thanks. What's it look like, man?
Yeah, looks like robbery, Captain. Money missing out of the drawer.
Mm-hmm.
There's another angle, too. This Baker Tarpon was going with a married woman. The husband was supposed to be home last night and didn't show. We want to talk to him.
Is the husband that kind of guy?
I don't know. Any husband can be that kind of guy.
Then you think robbery's out?
No, not necessarily. The money was taken. I had a long talk with the owner of the restaurant. This Tarpon was pretty cautious when he was working there alone. He wouldn't open up that door unless he was sure of the person that wanted in.
Mm-hmm.
If it was robbery, I figured it had to be someone Tarpon knew and someone who knew where that change was kept. Former employee, maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
The proprietor told me about a kitchen helper he fired last week. He came in drunk and nasty a couple of times and let him go.
Did Tarpon know him?
Yeah, he knew him. Got a couple of men out there tracing the boy. His name is Julio Fernando Organza. Moved from his last address a week ago. People there said they thought he went to Bridgeport, Connecticut to work.
Well, and it doesn't look so good,
Nothing. At the moment, I like the burnt-up husband angle a little better.
Yeah, it does look a little better.
21st Precinct, Sergeant.
Got Howard and Vitale over there planted, waiting for him to show up at home.
Oh, yes, he's here. Captain Kennelly.
Yeah?
Dr. Rustall, the principal of CS 88, is calling in for you.
Oh, all right. I'll take it in my office. Well, I'm interested to know how it comes out, man.
So am I, Captain. Well, I've got to get upstairs.
All right, I'll see you. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly. Yes, Dr. Rustall. Oh. Oh, well, I was supposed to go off duty at 8 this morning, but we had a homicide break. Yeah. I see. Well, I'll be back on the job at 8 tomorrow morning. Will you keep until then? Uh-huh. Well, all right. I'll stay around and meet you here. 1:30? All right. Goodbye, Mr. Rustall. I had more than 2 hours to wait before the visit from Dr. Rustall, the principal of Public School 88, on what he said was an urgent matter. In the meantime, Detectives Vitale and Howard maintained their plant at the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Phil Heppel, waiting for him to return. The woman of the house, Miss Edna Heppel, was in the kitchen. Detective Howard watched out the front window down onto the sidewalk as Vitale sat on the studio couch.
What do you see down there, Whitey?
Nothing.
Hey, you know what?
No, what?
I went to the candy store to ring in Lieutenant King. I called my wife.
Yeah?
I told her I got stuck. We had a homicide and I wouldn't be home.
Well, what'd she say?
She said bring home the evening papers so she could read about it. I said, honey, I'll tell you all about it. No, she wants to read it in the paper. That's something I don't think she trusts me.
Where do you think you're going to go at 8 o'clock in the morning?
It beats me.
Well, I don't know where he is. See what I told you about him being unreliable?
Yeah, we see.
Not getting your lunchtime?
Is it?
All I got I can whip up is a can of soup and some saltines.
Oh, we're not hungry, Miss Pebble.
Well, I'm getting hungry. You don't mind if I fix them for myself?
No, not at all.
Chris, man with a suitcase getting out of a cab.
Is that your husband, Miss Pebble?
Yes, that's him, that's Phil.
All right, away from the window.
Imagine. I got a can of soup and a few saltines in the house and he takes taxi cab. See what I mean?
Miss Pebble, my partner is going up on the next landing out in the hall.
What for?
Go ahead, Whitey.
All right. That's good.
What's the idea?
I want to wait in the kitchen. You answer the door, all right?
Yeah, all right, but I don't get the production.
I want you to break the news to him about Jean.
Jean been dead, you mean?
That's the idea, but don't tell him we're here.
I shouldn't?
They'll know soon enough. All right?
All right with me, well, why should I guess that's him.
Go ahead. Oh, don't close it. But that's good.
Okay. All right.
Hi.
Look what the wind blew in.
So all you got to say to me, Edna? Look at the wind blew in?
I got plenty more to say to you.
What?
What? As if you didn't know.
Well, tell me.
Sure, I'm just itching to. Gene Tarpon got killed.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Who killed him?
Well, a couple of cops were here and told me about it, and they got a sneaky suspicion you did.
Well, they're out of their minds. I was in Trenton. I just got off the train.
I'll bet.
Look, if I was going to kill somebody, you don't think I'd kill him over you, do you?
You told him to stay away from me. You told him to stay away from me or you'd kill him.
Now, you forget you ever heard that.
I'll forget nothing.
You didn't say anything to the cops about
What
it.
if I did?
You did, I'll break every bone in your body. That's what I swear. I'll break every bone in your body.
Oh, fine husband I got. You don't go home when he's supposed to. If he does, he brings me nothing but a load of dirty laundry. Now he's going to break every bone in my
Now, you're
body.
asking for it, Edna. You're asking for it right between the eyes.
You go ahead, boy.
I don't need much encouragement. All right. Who are you? Police officer. You just stay right where you are. What's the idea?
You'll find out what the idea is.
Okay, Whitey. Right here. All right, hold still. What are you looking for? I got nothing. Take a look in the bag, will you, Whitey?
Yeah. Listen, if you think I had something to do with that baker getting killed, you're out of your mind. I got off the job in Trenton late last night. I took the train in this morning. I just got here 15, 20 minutes ago. That's where I was. Isn't that right, Edna?
That's where you said you were.
You and Carlton didn't get along so well, did you?
Listen, I was out of town breaking my back on a job. He was chasing after my wife. Would you get along with a guy like that?
He wasn't chasing after me. I was chasing after
You
him.
stay out of this.
I think you better stay out of it, Mrs. Heppel. Just sit down right there.
It's a liar. Born liar.
Nothing in the bag, Chris.
Even if he wanted to tell the truth, he wouldn't know how.
What are you trying to do to me?
You better just sit down there, Mrs. Heppel, and listen.
What'd you do in Trenton? Well, it wasn't exactly in Trenton. It was outside of Trenton on a road job. I ran a bulldozer.
For who?
For the state of New Jersey on a road job.
You got finished up last night?
That's right, last night. I got finished up and paid off.
Where'd you spend the night?
Down there in Trenton.
It's the rooming house where I stayed. The name of the rooming house.
It's got no name. It's run by Mrs. Wymark. Mrs. Wallace Wymark. You can call her.
Stayed there last night, took the train this morning. Is that right?
Told you it was right.
Have you ever been arrested before, Phil?
What do you mean before? Arrested now?
Were you ever arrested?
Yeah, I was arrested.
He was arrested, but big.
Keep your mouth shut. Ever do any big time? Yeah, I did some big time.
Where?
Sing Sing.
For what? Felonious assault. I got into a fight with a guy. What'd you get out of it?
I did 22 months.
Must come close to killing you.
It was touch and go.
Phil, this time it looks like you made it.
Maybe I had. Let's go. It was 1:45 when I finished with Dr. Rusthall, the principal of PS 88. As soon as he left my office, I went upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad. The suspect in the homicide case, Phil Heppel, was sitting next to a desk where Detective Howard was taking his pedigree. Detective Vitale was on the telephone on the other side of the room.
And what year was that? 1945.
Oh, excuse me, Whitey.
Oh, yes, sir, Captain.
Is Lieutenant King in his office?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Was this an honorable discharge?
Yeah, it was an honorable discharge. What made you think it wasn't? Captain Kennelly. Hello, Matt. Look, I know you're up to your neck. I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just waiting for the thing to wrap up while we're checking on his Trenton story. I got Bender and DeLuca out tracing the dishwasher, so he looks better.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, Captain?
Well, Dr. Rusthall, the principal of PS 88, was just in here. He's got 3 boys over there who've been flashing a lot of money around the school today and yesterday. He says he thinks there's only one way they could have gotten hold of it.
Yes, sir?
Pretty bad actors, he says, and he thinks we ought to take a look into it. I asked him to come up here with me, but he had to get back. I told him you'd send a man around to talk to him, okay?
Yeah, sure, Captain. I'll send someone over this afternoon.
Yeah.
Tell Lieutenant.
Come in, Chris.
Trenton just called back.
Yeah?
Hello, Captain. Chris? They checked out that road project and rooming house, both.
Uh-huh.
Heppel didn't stay at the rooming house last night. He was fired off the road job on Monday. Didn't work yesterday as he said he did.
Oh. Well, looks like that wraps it up. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Tell Whitey to bring him in here again.
Yes. Whitey.
Yeah.
Lieutenant wants you to bring him in here.
Okay.
He was at the rooming house night before last, they said, but not last night.
I got an idea where he was last night.
So have I, Captain.
All right, go on in, sir. Come on over here and sit down.
Where?
Right there. Shut the door, Whitey.
Yes, sir.
All right, Phil, what do you say we stop wasting time?
I'm willing.
By your own admission, you didn't like Tarpon. He was running after your wife.
Listen, if you'd asked me, I'd have given it to him.
You killed him, you know it.
I was in Trenton.
You were, huh? Let's get this straight. You worked until yesterday afternoon. You slept in that rooming house last night. Took a train from Trenton this morning, went right from Penn Station to your house.
That's what I told you.
You've been telling us nothing but lies. You were in New York. You went to that restaurant, knocked on the door, Tarpon knew you, let you in. You got in there, you shot him. Broke open that drawer to make it look good.
That's not so. I'll get it, Lieutenant. I was in Trenton. 21st Squad.
You went to get it settled about your wife, and you shot him.
Bender on the outside line for you, Lieutenant.
All right, thanks. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King. Yes, son. Yes. What? Oh, he did, huh? All right. Yeah. You coming in with him? Okay, good.
Why are you lying to us, Phil?
I'm not lying, and I didn't kill him.
No, you didn't kill him. That was one of my detectives on the phone. I got the man who did.
Mm-hmm. Who was that? The dishwasher?
Yes, sir, Ganza. I found him in a flat on 124th Street. He had the gun there and the money he took. He admits to killing.
Yeah, you see, I told you. Well, how do you like that? I told you I didn't do it. I told you. How many times did I have to tell you?
Why'd you have to lie about where you were? This is no spot to lie if you want to get straightened out. You were in New York. You should have said so.
I wasn't in New York. I was in Trenton. In jail.
Oh?
I got a little drunk the day before yesterday. I got in a fight with a guy and I wound up in a can. I didn't want to say anything about it because I still owe a little time from that bid I did. Getting in jail down there could get my parole revoked. You're not going to say anything about that, are you?
If I do, you'll hear about it from your parole officer.
Okay. Can I go?
In a little while. Go out there and sit on the bench for now.
Okay.
Leave it open.
Yeah. All right, Whitey. You can sit there.
Captain, you ever see anything that looks so good, blow so high, so fast?
No, but one killer is as good as another, isn't he?
Yes.
You want me for anything else, Lieutenant? I'm carrying a pocket full of squeals.
Yeah, Chris. Take a ride over to PS 88 and talk to the principal. He's got 3 boys he's kind of worried about.
Yes, sir, right away. Come on, Captain.
Chris? Kitchen worker. I had it pegged the other way, Captain. I had it pegged on the husband for sure.
Did you?
Yes. What I get for trying to cherche la femme when I should have been cherching the dishwasher.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is the police department. Stole your purse. Well, who? What's his name? Do you know him? At what party? Or did you see him take it? Yeah?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Elspeth Eric, Wendell Holmes, Santos Ortega, Harold Stone, Ross Martin, Bill Quinn, and Mandel Kramer. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yes, ma'am, this is the police department. Stole your purse? Well, who? What's his name? Do you know him? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow by transcription the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right, I'll tell you what. You're right around the corner. Why don't you just walk into the station house? You can tell us all about it. That's right. You come in here.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on the map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them if they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was 8:20 a.m. I had just turned out the platoon for the day tour and was in my office changing from my uniform, about to go off duty after having been on the job since 4 the previous afternoon. Come in.
I'd like to see you a minute, Captain.
Oh, come in, man. Well, what have you got?
I don't know, really, Captain. Maybe just an idea.
Yeah?
You lent a girl 50 cents to get home last night?
That's right.
I saw the UF-61 this morning.
Yeah, that's right. I had them take a complaint from her. She didn't know whether the man intended to steal her purse or whether she left it in his car by mistake. What about it?
Well, from the way she described the car and the man, I think he's wanted for homicide and robbery in Philadelphia. He and the fellow he's with.
Oh?
Just happened to see a wanted flyer yesterday. Everything fits like a glove.
Well, her name and address is in the UF-61. You can send out and talk to her.
I'm going to, Captain. Right away.
While I finished changing, Lieutenant Matt King, the detective commander, used my telephone to call upstairs to the 21st Squad. He instructed Detectives Louis DeLuca and Ralph Scanlon to come to my office immediately. We went into the lieutenant's room and found that Lieutenant Harry L. Snyder, the desk officer during the 12 to 8 tour, had not yet left the house. In my office, the detectives got such additional information as Lieutenant Snyder, who also had spoken to the girl, and I possessed. Then, as I left the station house, the two detectives started to drive to Brooklyn to seek her out. A half hour later, they parked their car on a busy street in the Borough Hall section and walked toward the entrance to a beauty parlor. It had started to rain. Every time I come to Brooklyn, it pours.
That's because you're a Giant fan.
They look a little bit busy. And this is where all the husband's money goes.
That looks like the boss.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Does a Miss Grace Burgess work here?
Why, yes, she does, but she's not allowed callers during working hours. None of my operators are allowed callers during working hours. I make that a strict rule.
We'd like to see her. We're police officers.
Police officers? Oh, what's she done?
Well, she hasn't done anything. We just want to talk to her.
Well, if you want to talk to her, she must have done something.
We just want to talk to her.
Do you really have to?
Yes.
Well, all right. Oh, I'll tell you what. You can talk to her in my office. It's right over there. Now, please don't make any scene and disturb any of my customers. I have a high-class clientele.
There won't be any trouble.
Well, I'll bring her right away.
You think we were poisoned? Let's go in and wait, huh? This must be a nice business. Yeah, for the boss, I guess. I don't think the girls make too much. Some do all right with tips, I hear. You think this is going to amount to anything? Pretty thin.
Well, you can't tell. It might be the right guy.
Well, we'll see fast enough, I guess.
Here she is. Go in, Grace.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, don't keep her too long. Her book is full of appointments, and I have to take Mrs. Terry myself.
No, we won't keep her long.
Oh, do you want me to stay as a witness, I mean?
No, thank you. That won't be necessary.
Well, all right, if you say so.
We're sorry to disturb you at work, Miss Burgess, but this may be important.
Well, it's important. I guess it's all right.
I'm Detective Ralph Scanlon. This is Louis DeLuca.
How you do?
We're from the 21st Squad in Manhattan.
Oh, is it about what happened when I was there last night?
In a way, yes.
You see, that doesn't seem very important. It's not important enough to bring you all the way over to Brooklyn.
Well, it might have a connection with something important.
Oh, gee.
You reported your purse was stolen last night. Now, would you mind telling us exactly how it happened?
Well, I didn't say it was stolen exactly. I distinctly told the captain it might have been a mistake.
Yeah, we know.
Have you got a cigarette? She doesn't let us carry them in our uniform pockets.
Oh, sure.
Like I told the captain. Thanks. I was in this bar last night by myself.
Where?
In Brooklyn, on Ocean Avenue. Miss Stella and I, he was alone, too. We started a little conversation.
He told you his name was Carl.
That's right, Carl. Carl Board. Well, we got to talking, and one thing led to another, and he asked me if I'd like to go to a party with a whole lot of people. Well, he seemed like a nice enough boy, and I didn't have anything to do, so I said yes. Well, the party turned out to be in New York.
Well, didn't that make any difference?
Well, I didn't find out about it till we were on our way. It was a pretty night, and I didn't mind the ride. Anyway, we got to the party, and there were lots of people. Everybody's having a good time.
Do you remember where the party was? Where in New York?
Well, I don't know the street names or anything. I don't know much about New York. Up around there on the east side someplace. So, there were all these people, and we started to have a good time dancing and drinking. They had wonderful food, you know that? Real fancy stuff. Imported, and they had champagne.
The report said you left early.
Well, it wasn't really early, I guess, but it was first. I was having a good time like everybody else, and then this other fella, this Bob or Rob or something. It was his apartment, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he started to get fresh. He wouldn't let me alone, so I said to Carl, come on, take me home. Well, Carl wanted me to stay and so forth, and anyway, I finally talked him into going. Well, we got in his car, but as soon as we left the house, he tried to talk me into going back. Finally, I said I didn't want to.
So he stopped the car and he practically kicked me out. Well, my purse was on the front seat. There was $14 and some change in it. I don't think he meant to steal it.
How did you get to the police station?
Well, I didn't have a cent to my name, and I was mad and wondering what to do. And finally, I asked somebody where the police station was, and I walked over there and told him what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the captain was very nice. He lent me 50 cents, and I got the subway back to Brooklyn. Oh, I'd like to give you the 50 cents to pay back the captain. That was very nice of him. I was going to mail it today, but you can give it back for me, will you?
Oh, sure.
But I don't understand why I had to come all the way to Brooklyn after all. It was only $14. $14 means a lot to me, but it wasn't a big crime. I don't even know if Carl meant to take it. I don't think he did.
Well, all complaints on theft come to the detectives, and we saw your complaint this morning. We've been looking a long time for two fellows like that.
Yeah, Carl Boyd?
No, this is Carl Brighter, but he answers the description you gave, and he drives the same kind of car.
With the green body and the black top?
Yeah, that's right.
Is this a picture of him?
Yeah. Yeah, that's him. Gee, he's a criminal? I didn't know it, honest.
There's no way you could have known him.
Show the other picture, Ron.
He's a nice looking boy.
You recognize this one?
That's the one that tried to get rough with me. That robbed, or Bob or something. With his apartment we were at.
His name is Rick Nayland.
Gee. Almost got mixed up with some crowd, didn't I? What'd they do? What are they?
The two of them were wanted in Philadelphia. They stuck up a payroll messenger, shot and killed him.
Gee.
Now, you think you could remember where that building was?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. I told you, I don't know New York very well.
Would you try to help us?
Sure, if you want to. Now?
If you can.
He'll be awful sore.
Well, we'll see if we can fix it with him.
All right, you can fix it. I don't know. Look at the trouble a girl can almost get in. All I want was to have a good time. Just to be a fine, how do you do? You make a date with a boy, you have to ask him for his fingerprints.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
The two detectives telephoned to their commanding officer, Lieutenant Matt King, and passed on the information they had obtained from the beauty operator, Grace Burgess. They were instructed to bring the girl to New York and make a search for the apartment house where she had attended the party the previous night. They did this, and 3 hours later, at 1 p.m., they parked their car in front of the station house, walked through the muster room, and up the stairs to the 21st squad.
All right, let's wait right here, Miss Burgess.
What happens now? I'd like to know that much.
21st squad. We still want to see if we can find that apartment house.
Oh, he's not in there. Tried, didn't we? I don't know what more good I can do.
Oh, the lieutenant wants to talk to you.
Oh.
You want to see if he's busy, Lud?
Yeah.
Listen.
What?
I'm hungry. Don't you think we're entitled to lunch?
Oh, we'll get you lunch. Whitey, Lieutenant tied up?
No, he's all alone in there.
Thanks. DeLuca, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. We've got that Grace Burgess here.
Did she locate the building for you?
She hasn't any idea where it is. We rode around for 2 hours.
Bring her in here.
Yes, sir. Scanlon?
Yeah?
Okay. She's not much help at all.
Right in there, Miss Burgess.
Yeah.
Come in, Miss Burgess.
Thank you very much.
Close the door, Scanlon.
Yes, sir. Now, everybody move along.
This is Lieutenant King, Miss Grace Burgess.
Hello?
I'm sure.
Sit down, please.
Oh, thanks.
I understand you weren't able to locate the house, Miss Burgess. It's too bad.
Well, I tried. They can't say I didn't try.
She tried, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. We rode every street between 57th and 79th and 5th Avenue of the river. Nothing, huh? Nothing.
It's not my fault. I told you. I don't know New York.
Did you locate the spot where she got out of the car?
Well, we're only guessing about that, Lieutenant. She doesn't remember which way she walked to get to the station
How
house.
could I remember?
But you didn't ride very long from the apartment house before you did get out.
No, it was only 3 or 4 blocks, maybe 5. Listen, I'm getting very hungry. This is as bad as being with those crooks. At least they fed me. They had plenty to eat.
All right, we'll go out and get something to eat.
And plenty to drink. Champagne, all kinds of fancy liquor, delicacies from all over the continent.
Well, we don't do quite as well as thieves, Miss Burgess, but there's a nice spaghetti joint around the corner. That's where we're going if you want to come with us.
Sure. All right. Now?
Miss Burgess, what kind of fancy liquor do they have there? Besides the champagne, I mean.
Well, whiskey. There's Scotch whiskey from Scotland and something from Sweden or someplace. Somebody said it could really knock you for a loop, so I didn't try any.
Aquavit?
Yeah, aquavit. That's all this Robert, Bob Jank. He said he didn't anything else ever. They're just bottles of it. What have they got besides spaghetti in this place? Anything good?
Anything you want?
Oh, that's nice. I had spaghetti last night. Think they might have a steak?
They might.
Well, I'm ready.
You have a nice lunch, Miss Burgess. Then they'll take you back out to try to find that house.
Do we have to?
I think that'd be a good idea.
The process of investigation is slow, painstaking, and often fruitless. Detectives must often rely upon others who have neither an appreciation nor an understanding of the importance of the information being sought. But fortunately for the police, most citizens are willing to give all the time and effort they can spare, whether or not they grasp the implications. In this case, Detectives Scanlon and DeLuca took the witness to lunch and then returned to the car. The weather had cleared some, and they slowly cruised the streets of the precinct. Across 62nd to the river, back on 63rd to 5th Avenue, 64th, 65th, and on uptown.
No, it's not on this block either. At least I don't think so.
Ralph, what do you say we go back to the spot where he put her out of the car?
Yeah, okay.
I'm not even sure that's where he did that.
I thought you decided it was.
Yeah, but now I remember I walked a couple of blocks before I saw that furniture store.
Which way, uptown or downtown?
Which way is uptown?
I guess it don't make any difference.
You don't have to get sorted. Came all the way from Brooklyn to try to help you out.
No, we're not sorry.
I'm trying. You can't say I'm not trying.
Oh, we can't.
After all, I don't know New York, and it was dark then. I wasn't paying much attention to where we were going. You can't expect me to pick out a house I've never been to on a street I've never been to after all.
Hey, you want to try it again, Grace?
It's okay with me?
Now, look, when you left the house, can't you recall how many blocks you drove before you turned left, like you said?
No, I can't, really. Did I say we turned left?
Yeah.
Do you remember the kind of building it was? Was it brick, brownstone, what?
It wasn't really attention.
Was there a stoop or was it a street-level entrance?
I didn't notice. I could tell you all about the inside of the apartment. The living room was nice. And there was this lovely kitchen where they had the food and everything. All the bottles of champagne and the aqua vite, what do you call it?
Well, there's no sense worrying about the inside until we find the outside.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't remember. It's the first time I had champagne, you know. Maybe that's why I don't remember so well.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you insinuating?
No, just speculating.
Oh, that's different.
Does this block look familiar to you, Grace?
No, not a bit familiar.
Well, what do you say we take a turn up Lexington, Lud?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, if I didn't know New York before, I'm sure going to know it now, don't you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that either. The search for the apartment house continued all that afternoon and into the night. The detectives had no luck. In the meantime, Lieutenant King had taken other investigatory steps in an attempt to locate the two fugitives from Philadelphia who were thought to be someplace in the precinct. His immediate superior, Captain Robert Fleischer, detailed 4 detectives from the 6th Detective District to assist in the hunt. 2 additional men from the Manhattan East Homicide Squad were sent to lend a hand. At the turnout of the platoons for the night tour at 4 p.m. and the late tour at midnight, the uniformed officers of the 21st were given descriptions of the fugitives and shown their photographs. If they were holed up in the precinct and showed their faces on the street, it was more than possible that any one of the 150 men who patrolled every inch of the streets might spot them. At 7:45 the next morning, I came into the muster room to report for duty for my day tour. I walked around behind the desk where Lieutenant Pope was on duty as desk officer and signed the blotter. Then I passed the telephone switchboard where Sergeant Collins was on the job.
Good morning, Captain.
Sergeant?
There's a few messages on your desk.
Oh, good. Listen.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yeah, go ahead.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yeah? All right. Yes, sir, we'll take care of it. Park Avenue and 68, yes, sir. Thank you. That dog on the street, Park Avenue and 68, Captain. Yes, sir?
Any trace of those 2 Philadelphia fugitives?
There must not be. Lieutenant King asked us to keep giving the descriptions to the men.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir. Captain.
Morning, man.
You talked to the man about those 2 fugitives this morning, hmm?
Yes, man, sure. How are you doing with them?
Well, not too good. The girl identifies the pictures of both of them. She's sure about them.
Go ahead.
But that's the only thing she is sure about. Had her out riding almost all day yesterday. She couldn't locate the building. She had no idea where it is.
What else have you got working on it?
Well, she may not be able to locate the house they're in, but we're pretty sure it's in the precinct. She was telling us about the party there. Champagne, all kinds of fancy food and liquor. Seems that one of them, this Rick Nayland, has a taste for that Swedish liquor, aquavit.
Yeah?
He had several bottles of it there, she said. Well, we know they were in Philadelphia before they got into the deal. They came to New York in a hurry. They certainly didn't carry that liquor with them. Must have bought it here.
Aquavit? That stuff's not too common.
No, sir. Well, I figured the liquor store might carry a bottle or two of it, but if somebody wants to order a case or more, they'd have to get it special.
That's good, man. Might amount to something.
Better, Captain. So we've got...
In another few minutes, I turned out the platoon for the day tour. The men were given detailed descriptions of the Philadelphia fugitives and marched out of the station house to take over their posts. I went into my office and started on the paperwork, the signing of reports and reading of communications. As soon as the licensed package stores began to open for the day's business, detectives assigned to the job resumed their canvass. In teams of two, they worked all day. No luck. Finally, at 5 p.m., Detectives Scanlon and DeLuca walked into a package store on 3rd Avenue near 73rd.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Would you like to look over our specials?
Have you got a...
I'm sorry. This other gentleman was first.
Where to get him?
Oh.
We're police officers. I'm Detective DeLuca. This is Detective Scanlon.
What can I do for you? We're just checking up. We're looking for a fellow who might have bought a lot of aquavit, a case maybe. Do you sell a lot of this stuff? No. It could sit on the shelf for months. This is not an aquavit drinking country. Have you sold any recently? Me? Yeah. A bottle here, a bottle there.
I mean by the case.
To that fellow you're looking for? Yeah. No. Well, wait a minute. Just because I didn't sell it don't mean it hasn't been sold. The boss could have sold it. Is he in? No, I'm just here alone right now. Tomorrow morning he'll be in. He's out playing golf. He's a great golf enthusiast. What time will he be in? Well, he don't have to be in. If somebody wanted a case of aquavit, we wouldn't have it in stock. Not in this store. We'd have to order it in from the distributor, so the customer would leave his order and we'd write it down in this book. When the merchandise came in, we'd phone him to come get it. Well, can you look? That's what I'm fixing to do. You'll just have the patience. Yes, sir. Let's see. Would it have been this week?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah. Aquavit. Yo, one case. Helgerson's. Good brand. Imported. Let's see. One case at $69.25. The stuff ain't cheap.
What name did he give? Let's see.
Robert, Newfield.
Well, that could be Nayland. The initials tie up.
Yeah, Eldorado 58098 there. Don't you take an address? Why? They order the stuff. When it comes in, we call them on a telephone. They come and get it.
When was this ordered?
Well, the order went in on Tuesday. It says it arrived here Wednesday afternoon. We came and picked it up. That's what it says. Who sold them? That looks like the boss is writing. He won't be here until tomorrow. Where can we get in touch with him? Well, about the 16th hole, I think.
Well, we can check out the telephone number and get the address that way.
Yeah, let's hope there isn't another aquavit drinker around here. There ain't many. Take my word for it. That stuff gathers dust on the shelves. It's a long time between aquavit customers. They're scarce. Are they? We're going to make them even scarcer. This information was telephoned immediately to Lieutenant King. The telephone number, Eldorado 58098, was checked out. The address listed turned out to be a brownstone house converted into apartments on 74th Street near 2nd Avenue. A plant was put on the building. In order to avoid observation, the superintendent of the building was called on the telephone and asked to meet Lieutenant King in a drugstore on the corner. He was taken to the lieutenant's car and questioned concerning the fugitives. He said that an apartment, 2B, had been subleased furnished to a Robert Newfield just 10 days earlier by a tenant who would be out of town for 3 months. In the 10 days, he had seen Robert Newfield only once. The superintendent was shown the photograph of the killer, Richard Nayland. Although he said he thought it resembled the new occupant of the apartment, Robert Newfield, he would not make a positive identification. He was shown the picture of the other fugitive, Carl Brider. The superintendent could not remember ever having seen him. At 5:30 p.m., Lieutenant King sent Detective DeLuca to Brooklyn to get the girl, Grace Burgess, and bring her to the 21st Squad. Then, with them, he rode to the 74th Street address.
I hope this isn't another wild goose chase.
Well, believe me, you don't hope so any more than we do.
I had this date tonight. I gave the boy some silly excuse when I broke it. Probably thought I was lying.
Well, we'll give you a letter.
Will you?
All right, slow down, lad. Yes, sir. Third house from the corner, Grace.
The brownstone?
That's right.
Yeah, I have no reason to remember.
That's where you were to the party, wasn't it?
It's made of mind. Listen, is that door red? The front door of the house, I mean?
Yes, it's painted red.
Well, I do remember the building had a red front door. Remark at the time to call. What a nice front door, I said.
When you went in, how many flights of stairs did you go up?
Well, just inside and up one flight, if my memory serves me.
Was the apartment toward the back or toward the street?
Uh-huh.
Well, which?
Honest to goodness, how expect me to remember? I can't remember every little thing. Oh, you know what?
What?
I do remember something. When we were going in, there was a lady coming out, and she had the nicest hair French poodle you ever saw. A little bitty thing. Just as big. Very little dog. I remarked the car at the time. I never saw a cuter dog.
What color was the dog?
Black, I think. Yeah, black.
All right, lad, let's go back. Yes, sir.
Oh, if I can't say definitely, I can't say definitely.
You've been a lot of help, Miss Burgess.
Have I?
A lot of help. Yes.
After Lieutenant King returned to the precinct, he sent Detective DeLuca back to 74th Street to talk once more to the superintendent of the building. The super confirmed that there was a tenant who owned a dog exactly as described by Grace Burgess. The plant was maintained on the building. Neither of the suspects was seen to enter or leave. There was no indication whether anyone was in the apartment being kept under surveillance. Because the fugitives were killers and both probably armed, it was decided to wait until early in the morning. In the meantime, the raid detail was organized. It consisted of 6 detectives from the 21st Squad, 2 from the 6th Detective District, and 4 patrolmen from the 21st Precinct. I stayed on the job to go along with Lieutenant King. The pass key to the apartment was obtained from the super, and at 4 a.m. all the men were given their various assignments. With Detectives DeLuca, Scanlon, and Howard, Lieutenant King and I walked toward the street entrance of the building.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Okay. Now,
What, man?
I wanted to get a haircut today. I forgot.
Did you?
Okay. Whitey. Yes, sir. Up to the top. Go on.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Here's the key lock. Yes, sir. Quiet. Okay, inside.
There's one on the couch. He's sleeping, Cam. Yes, sir. That's the bedroom. Come on. There he is on the bed. All right, Joe. He's out cold. Come on your feet.
Let him lay there, lad.
Yes, sir.
He's not going anyplace.
No. He's full of this. Uncle Zeke.
Stay with him, lad.
Captain, coming?
Okay, Scanlon?
Yes, sir. He's passed out cold.
Well, he's the boys, all right. A good collar.
Yes, sir. Sure is. Well, Matt, there'll be some departmental recognition for this. There's one commendation the commissioner shouldn't forget.
Which one is that, Captain?
Aquavit.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Who's trying to kill her? How old is the girl? 16?
What is it? And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring.
Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city. It's presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the police department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Elspeth Eric, Evelyn Varden, John Sylvester, Eric Drexler, John Gibson, Joseph Julian, and Jack Orison. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Bob Pfeiffer speaking. Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Yeah, that's right. We want an ambulance up here at the station house.
What's that? Oh, yeah, an injured prisoner. Well, who gave it to you? CB? We got no name on the muster room at the 21st Precinct.
Well,
the nerve center.
A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Well, he'll have to go to Bellevue. He's a prisoner. Okay. Yeah. We'll be looking for them. 21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of the square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. The weather was cold and still. After a brief flurry of activity between 8 and 10 p.m., including a 2-alarm fire on 2nd Avenue, a bad auto accident on the East River Drive, and the attempted robbery of a delicatessen on 86th Street, things quieted down. I turned out the platoon for the 12 to 8 at midnight and went on patrol of the precinct. Things were still quiet. At 1:35 a.m., Lieutenant Patrick Gorman was on duty as desk officer at the station house, and Sergeant Fred Burns sat at the telephone switchboard. The stillness was broken occasionally by the hum of the switchboard or a call over the monitor of KEA, the police radio.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Could you connect me with a detective, please?
Yes, sir. Just a second.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
What time is Jacoby due to ring in?
Let's see, it's 40, Lieutenant.
When he does, ask him what the delay is on that notification from the 92nd.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, that's 12 to 8's getting me down, Lieutenant.
When do you swing?
After this tour, thank goodness.
That's Jacoby. Hope you'd better let me talk to him.
Yes? No, it's not him, Lieutenant. The call for the detectives. They're finished.
Oh, okay.
What time did the skipper say he'd get back to the house?
He didn't say.
How about a cup of coffee, Lieutenant? There's some hot back there.
Oh, no, thanks. I've got a lot of stuff to write up here, and I've got to file all the cards.
That's Jacoby. You still want to talk to him?
Yeah.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Is this the police?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, there's a burglar in my apartment.
There was or there is right now?
There is right now. I saw him. I came home and opened the door. And
Lady, wait a minute.
there he was.
Do you live in the apartment all alone?
Yes, all alone. I got scared and I ran out. I couldn't find any place open, so I used this phone on the street. It says to call police.
You get a good look at the man?
No, I didn't wait to get a good look. I was scared.
You sure it's not someone you know?
I'm sure. I'm positive.
Or is he still in the building?
I think so. I think he's still up in the apartment.
All right, I'll send the officers right over there. What's the address of your apartment?
194 East 68th Street.
Are you talking to the police call box on the street right there?
Yes, that's right.
All right, lady. You just stay right there. Wait for the officers.
Will I be here soon?
Yeah, right away. If you see the man come out of the building, remember which way he went. See if he's got a car.
All right.
Officers will be there right away.
What have you got, Sergeant?
A lady with burglars, Lieutenant.
Communications Bureau, Patrolman Donahue.
This is Sergeant Burns at 21st. Will you send a car to 194 East 68th? A woman rang in on the call box and said there was a prowler in her apartment. She's waiting on the street at the call box.
Okay, right away.
One burglar? How many does she need?
Car 681, carry. Car 681 at 70th and 2nd Avenue. Center 194 68th Street. Neither one of complains of a dark car in her private case. 10-4.
Set her upstairs to the detective sergeant and give it to them, too.
Yes, sir. But they'll hate me for it. As soon as the call was received by sector car number 3, Patrolman Paul Vaccaro, operator, and Patrolman William Coley, recorder, they started on the 3-block run to 194 East 68th Street. Following instructions in the manual of procedure, they did not sound the siren in order to approach the scene quietly and apprehend the criminal, if any. I don't see her, Coley. Maybe she's standing around the corner. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there she is. You're the one that called the police?
Yes, that was me.
Is she the one? Yeah. Which building is it?
That one across the street.
How do you know it was a burglar?
Well, I had this date, and I came home. I went upstairs and opened the door, and he was in the apartment.
Uh-huh. Didn't he jump when you opened the door?
I don't think he heard me open the door.
Did you see anyone come out of the building?
No, not a soul.
The street door locked?
Yes.
Give me your key, miss.
Oh, yes. Here.
Which apartment is it?
2A, the second floor right at the top of the stairs.
Does this key fit the door upstairs, too?
Yes.
Oh, you better wait down here in the hall, eh?
All right.
Right here. Okay, Coley?
Yeah, let's go.
Get set. She may be right.
I'm set. Hey, the door's standing open.
Yeah. Yeah, she must have left it that way. Kick it. There he is. Well, how do you like that?
Old-timer, come on. Wake up, Pop.
Well, how did he get up from the bar?
Come on, Pop. On your feet.
Oh, come on. Come on. What do you want, idea?
Sit up there. Come on. Sit up.
Let me alone, will you? He's been through all the ladies' liquor.
Sit up.
I don't want to sit up. I can't. Look, hold him still. I want to see what's on him.
Now, sit up.
Let me alone. Will you let me alone? Nothing.
We'd better get her up here, Paul.
Yeah.
All right, Pop. Sit up, will you?
Cut it out, huh? Let me alone.
Don't give me a bad sign. You just sit up.
Miss?
Was he in there?
Yeah, he was in here. We got him. You better come up.
Is it all right?
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, who is he? How'd he get in?
Yeah, we haven't had time to find that out yet.
Was he trying to steal something?
Just your liquor, it looks like.
My liquor?
Oh, before we go in, let me get your name.
Camden, Audrey Camden.
Is that Miss or Mrs.?
Miss. It was the strangest sensation opening the door and seeing him.
Yeah, I'll bet. Compden?
A-C-A.
You live here alone?
Yes, that's right. It's my apartment. You see, I had a date tonight. A business date, really. I'm a fashion designer. This was a client.
All right, let's go in.
We went to a nightclub, and he just took me in the downstairs door.
All right, now, come on.
Oh, that poor old man.
He's your burglar, Miss Camden.
Get in here.
Should I know? I don't know. I got in, that's all.
Are you looking for a drink?
I don't know. Oh, Coley, this is Miss Camden.
You know this man, Miss Camden?
No. How would I know him?
Nobody knows me, nobody.
Oh, look. Oh, my 2/5 of 12-year-old scotch. I got them for Christmas, and I was saving them.
He would rather have had canned heat, Miss Camden.
What's your name, mister?
I had a name. I did, honest.
What is it?
I had one.
All right, now, come on. Let's have some answers.
Yeah, sure.
What's your name?
You don't have to talk to him like that, do you?
How else would you talk to him, lady? Suppose he would have hit you over the head when you came in. He might have if he hadn't found a whiskey first.
How'd you get in, Pop? I live here.
You do not.
I do. I've always lived here, right here.
I'd better ring in, Vaccaro.
Yeah, go ahead. This is my home.
Can I use your phone, Miss Camden, to call the station?
Yes, right over there.
It's all mine.
Fine, thanks.
I can come in my own house, drink my own whiskey, can I? I can do. How'd you get in? I know. Where do you live? Here.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burke.
This is Coley, Sergeant.
Yeah? What you got there?
Well, there was a prowler in the place, all right. We got him.
Any trouble?
He was asleep in the chair, Sergeant. He's a rummy.
How'd he get in?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out. If we can ever get him down to earth enough to talk sense.
All right, come on in here with him when you get through there.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, Sergeant?
the captain heard the call in the air. He rang in here to ask what it was. I told him we hadn't heard yet. He's probably on his way there.
Okay, Sergeant.
I have another call, Coley.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Now, come on, Pop. Sit up straight there and talk to me.
My house. My house.
Maybe you need some coffee.
He needs a lot more than coffee, Miss
Come on, Pop. How did you get in here?
I live here. It's my house. The captain, Paul.
Hello, Carl.
Captain.
Coley.
Captain.
Well, what do we got?
This is Miss Camden, Captain Kennelly.
Hello.
Miss Camden.
Sit up, Pop.
She came home and found him in the place.
Look, you'll pass out again.
I don't know who he is or how he got in.
He found the liquor and did away with 2 bottles of prize
A
scotch.
Christmas gift.
Merry Christmas.
How'd you get in here, mister?
My house. I live here. It's mine.
Now, look, Pop, we played around long enough. How'd you get in and what are you doing here?
I live
Now,
here.
come off it, will you?
I do. I got the key. Proves I live here. Stay out of that pocket. Getting the key.
Here, give me that.
I live here.
All right, let's try it in the door, Carl.
Yes, sir.
Go on with my key. All right, now sit. I want my key back. Don't worry about your key. You'll get
Go
it.
ahead, try it, Carl.
Yes, sir. Well, that's funny, Captain. Couldn't work better if it was made for the lock.
It probably was, Carl. That's funnier still. The derelict who was caught unlawfully inside the apartment of the fashion designer, Miss Audrey Camden, was taken to the station house by patrolman Coley and Vaccaro. The victim, Miss Camden, was told that it might be necessary to appear in court at a later date as complaining witness. She agreed. As I resumed my other duties, the arresting officers escorted their prisoner, slightly recovered but still rather unwieldy, into the front door of the station house at 2:23 a.m.
All right, Pop, go in. I'm going. Watch him. Take it steady there.
Go on, up to the desk.
Who you got there? Willie Sutton?
Yes, Sergeant. You want to buy an interest in my commendation?
There he is, Lieutenant.
Better take him upstairs and let the detective talk to him, Coley.
He's not in much of a talking mood, Lieutenant.
What are you doing, huh? Stand on your own 2 feet.
Better take him up
will you?
anyway. Okay, Lieutenant.
Who's making the collar? You, Coley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give him a hand upstairs, Vaccaro. Yes, sir. And come back down and report to the captain. He has to ride up to the 23rd. Yes, sir.
All right, come on, Pop.
No, I don't want to go.
First precinct, Sergeant Brown.
All right, now steady, steady.
All right. You go for your meal now, huh? Come on, Pop. Come on.
Let me alone. Just walk. We'll let you alone.
You're through the door. That way.
No, I didn't do nothing. I was in my own house.
You're living in a dream world, Pop. You should stick to bay rum. That scotch is poison.
Go on up the stairs.
I live there.
Upstairs. Go
I
ahead.
do. Well, you live here now. Get going, will you?
I bought the furniture. I paid the rent. And the telephone and the lights for everything.
Yeah, for everything except the scotch.
Scotch, too? The scotch, too?
Upstairs.
Scotch, too?
Move, will you, Pop?
Scotch and the rye and the gin.
What? No beer?
Beer, too?
You're living, Pop.
Watch it.
Come on, Pop. You can do better than that. Go ahead. Just right to that door.
Detective. 21st Squad detective. Is that where I'm going?
You're there. Inside. Go on.
21st Squad, Detective Kenny.
Over there and sit down.
No,
Where?
Come on.
no, he's not here either. They're out on a flat. I'm here all alone. I'm catching.
Sit down, Pop.
Yeah?
Where?
In the chair.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, all right. I'll see what I can do, yeah.
Is this for me? With my compliments. Is this the whippersnapper who breaks into ladies' apartments and drinks their whiskey?
It's my apartment.
You stick with your story, Pop. It sounds good to me. Well, goodbye, one and all. I just hope he's got nothing contagious.
Leave it open, Vaccaro.
Okay.
All right. What's your name, Pop?
Tell the man your name. We've been having that trouble with him all night.
Look, mister, I really don't care what your name is. Not personally, but I got to make out what we call a 61. And the first thing I got to do is put down your name. Is it going to kill you to tell me?
George. Jones.
Couldn't you have thought of a better one than that?
George Jones.
George Jones. How old are you, George? Take a guess.
I'm 58.
Now we're moving. Sit up, Pop. Where do you live?
if any?
194 East 68th Street.
Well, let's stop playing, Pop. Where do you hang out? Down the Bowery? What place?
194 East 68th Street.
All right, no known address. You got an occupation?
Unemployed.
That's nice work. Now, what were you doing in the ladies' apartment?
My apartment.
Come on, Pop. I'm carrying a pocket full of squeals. I got no time to waste. Excuse me, gentlemen. 21st Squad, Detective Kinney. No, he's not here. Who's calling? Oh, no, sir, Inspector. Not tonight. Lieutenant King's due at 8 in the morning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll leave a message for him. Why do inspectors sound exactly like people?
Beats me.
So, what were you doing in your apartment?
I just went home.
Well, we're not going to get any place with him tonight, Coley. Book him in. We'll try him again in the morning before you go to court.
Okay. I just went home.
Look, he had a key that fit the door. If you want to put that down. Is that the key? Yeah, that's it. How did it come to fit the door?
Give me my key.
All right, sit down.
I want my key. Give me that.
Grab him.
It's mine.
Watch it. Brother. Let me get the phone up. I think he knocked his head on the corner of the desk. Yeah. Pop? Pop. Ah, he's out good. That's the question whether it's from the whiskey or the fall. Well, both, I guess. Pop? I ought to call downstairs and have him ring for an ambulance. Yeah. Come on, Pop. Nothing. You better call. He doesn't look so good to me.
An ambulance was called, and the prisoner was removed to Bellevue Hospital for treatment of a head injury and acute alcoholism. According to Article 24 of the Manual of Procedure, in any unusual occurrence concerning a prisoner, including such an injury, it is contingent upon the commanding officer of the precinct to make a complete and thorough investigation. In response to a radio call, I returned to the station house from the 23rd Precinct, where I was making an inspection as senior officer on night duty in the division. By the time I finished my interview with Detective Kinney, Patrolman Coley had returned from Bellevue, where he had accompanied the prisoner in the ambulance. I talked to him. The incident appeared unavoidable. I instructed the desk officer to check Bellevue every hour to inquire about the condition of the prisoner. It wasn't until 7:30 a.m. that the doctor said he would allow questioning. After I turned out the platoon for the 8 to 4 tour, I rode down to Bellevue with Lieutenant Matt King, commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad. We drove into the hospital grounds at 26th Street and 1st Avenue and went by special elevator directly to the prison ward on the second floor of I Building. We identified ourselves to the Department of Correction guard, and he opened the steel door and admitted Lieutenant King and me to the ward. Thanks.
This way. That's him there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, he's been washed, fed, and he's a new man. Almost. Thank you. Pleasure.
Well, how do you feel this morning?
All right. Not bad.
I'm Captain Kennelly. This is Lieutenant King.
Yes?
You gave the name of George Jones at the station house last night. That's not your real name, is it?
No.
What is?
Jetley. George Jetley.
Where do you live?
No place in particular.
Do you remember what occurred in the detective squad office upstairs?
Not too well.
Do you remember how you got hurt?
I remember I wanted my key. I wanted to get it. I fell, I think. I fell and hit myself.
Where were the officers when you fell?
They were right there. They tried to help me, but I fell anyway. I think that's what happened. I had a lot to drink.
Why did you break into that woman's apartment last
I
night?
didn't break into any place.
Well, that's where you were found.
I didn't break in. I used my key.
Where'd you get the key?
Well, it's mine.
How'd you know it fit that particular door?
I knew.
How?
Oh, I used to live there a long time ago.
In that apartment?
Yeah, right there.
When?
Oh, a long time ago. Before the war. Way before the war. 1935, 36.
Come on, George. You didn't live there. Where'd you steal the key?
I didn't steal it. It's mine. I used to live there. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to see if she was still there.
Who?
My wife. My boy. I got a son. He's 22 now. 22.
Did you expect to find them there?
I didn't know what to expect. You see, I was away. I didn't know.
Have you ever looked for them?
No. I was away.
Away where?
Oh, California, Minnesota, Chicago, every place.
What made you think they'd still be there?
I didn't think. I just hoped.
You lived there in 1935, 36?
Yes.
What have you been doing since?
Bumming around, just bumming around.
And you haven't been in touch with your family?
No, you see, she told me to get out. She said she was tired of my going off on tears every so often, hitting the bottle all the time, staying away 3 or 4 days, losing my job all the time. I had good jobs, very good jobs.
Doing what?
I was an editor, book editor. I was good. Publishers always used to say, George, you're a crackerjack. Just lay off the bottle, that's all. Just lay off. And my wife, she said the same thing. She didn't want me around the boy like that, you know. She said next time it happens and I got like that, I didn't have to bother to come home. Well, then I was all right. I was all right for a long time. The first thing I realized, I was in Philadelphia in a hotel. She said if it ever happened again, don't come home, so I didn't.
Didn't you come back to New York at all?
No, she didn't want me. I didn't think there was any use, so I just started bumming around.
All these years?
Yeah, all these years. The only thing I kept was the key. You know, you get drunk and guys roll you for whatever you got in your pockets. They didn't steal my key, though. I got $2 and I bought a little silver chain. Wore it around my neck. All these years, I wore the key around my neck.
When did you get back to New York?
Oh, a couple of days ago, I don't know. Decided to come uptown and just walk by to see what the place looked like. Just walk by. But I didn't have the courage. I had a couple of dollars for some dishwashing I did, so I bought some wine just to get courage. I guess it gave me too much courage. I used my key and got into the downstairs door. And I went upstairs. I was going to open the door and walk in and say, here I am. She wasn't there. And the whole place was different. Not my furniture or anything. So I just found the whiskey and sat down and drank it. I didn't mean to do any harm.
Well, you certainly did some harm.
Yeah, I know. Would you tell the lady I'm sorry? I am sorry. You know I am.
Yes, I guess I do. You want to find your family?
No, why should I do that? Why should I break in on their lives now? I want to, yeah. They're probably happy. I only bring them trouble. That's all. Look, now, you do me a favor if you just leave me George Jones. Forget about George Jetley. George Jetley should be dead and buried.
He not only should be, he is. After the interview was completed, Lieutenant King and I returned to the station house, where before I went off duty, I was obliged to prepare a 49 reporting the facts and circumstances involved in the injury of the prisoner. On the way uptown, Lieutenant King and I talked about the case. We agreed that the charge of burglary against George Jetley would not stand up in court. Burglary involves unlawful entry with intent to commit a felony. In this instance, the intent was lacking. From 42nd Street almost to the station house, we rode in silence. I don't know what Matt King was thinking about, but I had George Jetley on my mind. The dregs of humanity are being washed up constantly. It's not hard to be sympathetic when you think that it might happen to anyone, even yourself. Just before we arrived at the station house, we started talking again. We agreed that a conviction for unlawful entry, a misdemeanor carrying an indeterminate sentence, might be the best thing for Jetley. A term in jail with its attendant medical treatment might be a step toward rehabilitation, if rehabilitation was at all possible. As we walked up the stairs and into the muster room, I suggested to Lieutenant King that he request the Missing Persons Bureau to make a discreet inquiry concerning the wife and son of the man. There was a good possibility they'd welcome a reunion.
Well, I've got to get upstairs, Captain.
Yeah, I'll see you, Matt.
I'll let you know what Missing Persons says about his family.
All right.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Oh, hello, Captain. Sergeant. All right, 27. That lady is waiting for you, Captain. Oh?
You're Captain Kennelly, aren't you?
Yes?
You were up to my apartment last night when that man broke in.
Yes, I was there, Miss Cameron.
Well, I couldn't sleep last night thinking about him. It was my apartment. I don't think I care to prosecute him.
Well, the detectives are working on it, Miss Camden. You ought to talk to them.
I just don't want to prosecute. I couldn't go through that, sending him to jail.
Well, don't you realize that a term in jail might be the best thing for him?
How could jail be good for anyone?
It might be good for him.
You think so?
Yes?
That's the trouble with policemen. They're the same old cure for everything.
Not for everything, Miss Camden. The cure for him is pretty young. Only 22. And we're going to find it. '21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. No, Captain Kennelly isn't here. Detective who at missing persons? Yeah? Oh, yeah? Oh, you located Jetley's son, huh? Yes, all right, I'll tell the captain. Son's going to visit him at Bellevue this afternoon. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, the captain will be glad to hear that. Yeah. Okay, I'll get the message. And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Gene Gillespie, Bill Smith, Santos Ortega, Wendell Holmes, Bill Quinn, Frank Moth, and John Sylvester. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Shooting? Where? Well, who shot? Then how do you know there's a shooting? Yeah. Yeah? I see. Well, who told you to call the police?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, wait there for the officers. Yeah, right there where you are. No, you don't have to call for an ambulance. I'll take care of it. You just wait there for the officers. Okay. Yeah.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them if they lived or worked there. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. At 11:15, I returned to the station house from patrol, and after signing the blotter, went directly to my office to read and approve a file folder of reports that had accumulated during the tour. I had also instructed the 124 man to post on the bulletin board the names of 2 patrolmen working the 12 to 8, informing them to see me on their arrival at the station house. Yes, come in.
You want to see me, Captain?
Oh, come in, Hanneman.
Yes, sir.
Close the door.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Captain.
Hanneman, I got a 49 from the chief clerk concerning you today.
Yes, sir.
And after I got the 49, I asked to see the payroll sheet.
Yes, sir.
I just want to know how you do it.
Do what, Captain?
After deductions for federal withholding tax, the pension fund, the uniform loan account, health insurance, and the garnishment the chief clerk's office sent the 49 up about, the city will give you exactly $52.20 for half a month's pay. I'd like to know how you're going to live on that.
I'd like to know, too, Captain.
What's this garnishment about? Who'd you owe?
Nobody, Captain.
Well, you must have owed somebody, or they wouldn't have garnished your wages.
I went co-signer on a note, Captain, for my brother-in-law, my sister's husband.
And he defaulted?
Yes, sir.
Well, why did you let it get to court? The garnishment doesn't look good on your record.
Well, sir, when I got served with the complaint, I called him up, and he said, don't worry about it. He'd take care of it. He'd get it straightened out. So I didn't worry about it.
You ought to see what a man's prospects are before you go on his note.
My sister married him, Captain. I figured that was good enough.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Burns, yes, Lieutenant King want to know if you're in. He can talk to you.
Yes, put him on, Sergeant.
I told him you were. He said he was coming downstairs.
Oh, all right. Tell him to come right in. A $52.20 paycheck. You'll have to do better than that, Hanneman.
Yes, sir, but don't worry about me, Captain. You see, I'm single and living at home with my folks, so I'm not in too bad shape.
You still have to do better.
I expect to, Captain. This is my last month as a probationer, so I get more money there. Plus the fact I lost 2 days when I went sick in the seat, and my brother-in-law says he'll get the whole thing straightened out by next week.
Well, at least I'm glad you're optimistic.
There's nothing else I can be, Captain. The check couldn't get any lower, only higher.
Well, see that it does. Get rid of that garnishment.
Yes, sir.
All right, get on the job. We've got to talk to the detective commander.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain. Hello, Lieutenant King. Hanneman. Go ahead, Russ.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, come in, Matt. Shut the door, Hanneman.
Yes, sir. Captain, you know acting Captain Russell Larkin of the Safe and Law Squad.
Oh, yeah, sure, Matt. How are you, Larkin?
Fine, Captain.
Sit down. Pull that chair over, man.
Yes, sir.
Well, what have you got, man?
We think we've got a deal on 84th Street, Captain. Can you give us about 6 men?
Right now?
I hope soon, Captain.
What is it, man?
It's a Safe and Law Squad case, Captain. We just got in on it ourselves. Russ?
Well, we've had these 3 boxmen under surveillance for more than 2 weeks, Captain. 2 of my detectives made this one boy, his name is Eddie Dorkin, as he was walking on the street in the garment district a week ago Tuesday.
I see.
They recognized him as a safe burglar and took out after him to see where it'd lead them. They kept him under surveillance all that day. Nothing. After he went home that night, I sent 2 more men to relieve them and instructed them to keep up the surveillance.
Captain, this Eddie Dorkin is a pretty good boy. Just finished a bit in Sing Sing. Been up there since 1946.
Mm-hmm.
How many deals was he right in when you got him then, Russ?
Well, we caught him in the act of burglary, and he admitted to 3 more. So this time I figured we had something. I told them to stay with him. They did. All last week. Nothing. Last night he went to a bar down in Greenwich Village, Sullivan Street. He walked into the place and went right to a booth. There were 2 boys waiting in there. One of them we made right away. Philip Sprigio. We handled him before. The other one we don't have a complete line on yet. They call him Matt, and that's all we know about him until now. 3 of them had a couple of beers apiece and sat and talked for nearly 2 hours.
Well, this Philip Sprigio, was he with Dorking on these deals in 46?
No, Captain. The 2 boys who were with him then are still up there. But Sprigio was in while Dorkin was, and that's where they probably got together.
Mm-hmm. What's this deal on 84th Street?
This afternoon, about 5 o'clock, they all 3 met again. This time in a bar on 86th Street. They had a beer and talked. Then they all left together. They walked around the corner and down to 84th. They stood across the street from this 7-story loft building. Must be Sprigio's job. He was talking, the others were listening. Everything seemed to be okay. So they walked toward Lexington Avenue and went down to the subway. On the train, one of the detectives got right up close to them. All they were talking was baseball. Dorkin got off at 14th Street. Sprigio and Mac rode on to Brooklyn. When Dorkin got off, he said, "I'll see you tonight."
Tonight up on 84th Street, you figure?
Yes, sir. Got the building planted now. 4 of my men and 4 of Lieutenant King's. All they got to do is show up.
Well, it's getting kind of late, isn't it? It's almost 11:15.
They'll be there, I think.
All right. What do you need from us, Matt?
We'd like about 8 patrolmen and a sergeant, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you anticipating a lot of trouble with them?
We want to be ready for it, Captain.
I want those boys, Captain. I want to let them go into the building. Get in whenever they're going and start working on the safe. I want a good case against them. If we grab them at the front door in the hall before they break into the offices, they're liable to squeeze out of it with unlawful entry. I want them in the act of committing burglary. So we need the street well covered, and we need men on the roof for the adjoining buildings.
All right. You'll get the men.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. 21st Precinct, Captain Canali.
Sergeant Burns, yes. Is Captain Larkin of the Safe and Law Squad in there?
Yes, he is.
One of the detectives is bringing in from the outside.
Oh, all right. Look, see you.
Oh, thanks, Captain. Captain Larkin.
You'll be turning out the
Yes, sir.
soon, huh, Captain?
Yeah, in a few minutes.
Yeah? Where's Sawyer? Yeah. What? Have you ever seen her before? Where are they now? Yeah, all right. We'll be right over. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, they got there.
All 3 of them, Russ?
Yep, all 3 of them plus another. A girl.
A girl.
Yeah, they drove up in Sprigio's car. They parked it down the block. Frigio, Dorkin, and Mac took the tools and walked down to the building. They left the girl sitting in the car. They went around to the side and started to work on the door to the loading dock. They just got in.
What floor did they go to?
I don't know yet, Captain. Let's go and find out.
Before I left the station house, I told the desk officer, Lieutenant Snyder, to replace Sergeant Burns on telephone switchboard duty. Sergeant Burns was then instructed to select 8 men from among those who were reporting for the 12 to 8 tour. He was told to take these men to a point around the corner, out of sight from the loft building, until he received further instructions. Then, with the 2 detective commanders, I rode to the opposite end of the block, where it had been arranged that we meet Detective Morton Little of the Safe and Loft Squad.
There he is. Go ahead, Captain.
Thanks, Matt.
Let's go. Board. Captain Larkin. This is Lieutenant King, Captain Kennelly, Detective Volume. There it is.
Hello.
Where's the car they came in, Mort? Across the street here, about 45, 6 feet down the block. Oh, yes. Plymouth 2-door. Mm-hmm. I don't see the girl in there. Oh, she isn't in there, Captain. As soon as they got inside the building, she left the car and went to the bar and grill there. She's been sitting in there at the bar ever since. Mm-hmm. Alone? Well, she may think she's alone, sir, but one of the men from the squad here is drinking beer right next to her. Kenny, is that right?
Kenny, James Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
How'd you got the block planted, Russ?
There were 4 men in cars in front of the building. There's 6, Captain. Sawyer and Dick Schreiber drove up a few minutes ago there in front of the building, too. Oh, good. There's 2 men on foot close to the loading dock. 2 men in the doorway down the street. Are they still there, Mort? Yes.
You know what floor they went to?
No, sir, not yet. We haven't seen any lights flashed on the building. They might still be working on the floor from the hall to the office there, which they've opted in.
Can the girl see the front of the building from where she's sitting in the bar?
Yes, sir. I guess that's the idea of her going into the bar. She can see everything.
Well, what do you say we talk to her, Matt?
She can tell us what floor they're heading.
All right with me. Captain?
Well, you better leave me out of it, Matt. If I walk in there with a uniform on, it'll tip we're cops right away. You might not want to do that.
Yes, sir. We might not. Mort, you stay here. Yes, sir. Okay, Matt.
All right, I'll see you.
You've got a good skipper in this precinct, Matt. He knows what the score is.
Well, he came up through the detective division.
Yeah?
He was a squad commander before the war.
Oh. Now, let's see what we can get out of this girl before we tip over the law. We're the law, huh? Okay?
Okay with me. Well, there's the 2 men planted at the loading platform.
Yeah. Those boys come out, they won't know what hit them.
Don't expect them to come out for a while yet, do you?
Not if they're at the safe. Your man, Kinney, in the bar, he won't tip anything when we walk. Walk in, will he?
He won't even know it.
Good. Well, we got a string of about 11 safe jobs. I hope this clears.
Hope so, too, Russ.
It's all right with me. Okay. That's her, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe the lady would move over one so we could sit together. Would you, lady?
Would I what?
Would you move over a stool so my friend and I could sit together?
Yeah, okay. Plenty of room down at that end.
Well, thanks. I'd just like to be near the door. I've got a phobia about these things.
Yeah.
What'll it be, gentlemen?
Got any beer on draft?
Just some bottles.
Okay.
What kind?
Any kind. 2.
Okay, any kind.
I didn't mean to be a nuisance and put you out, lady.
That's all.
So I told him I don't care if it's triple time. I don't want to work Saturdays. 5 days enough for me.
Yes.
Want me overtime during the week?
Oh,
yes.
just a second. There, wait. Miss.
Me?
Yes, you're not waiting for anyone, are you?
What's it to you?
Well, I just figured if you've got nothing to do, neither have we.
I got something to do.
No harm in asking.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's this? All right?
That's fine.
60 out.
Well, how about a little conversation until your something to do shows up?
Listen, what do you think I am?
What do you have to be for conversation?
I'm busy, I told you.
I realize that.
If I told you I'm busy, just let me alone.
Hey, that kind of stuff don't go in here, fellas.
What kind of stuff?
You don't know the lady, don't talk to her.
You'll talk to her. We're detectives.
Cops, you mean?
Cops, yeah.
Oh.
What do you want with me?
What floor are Eddie Dawson and them on across the street?
What do you mean?
What floor are they on?
I don't know anybody across the street.
Look, we're not kidding you. Why don't you get us? What floor are they on over there?
Listen, let me see that badge again, will you?
Here, mister. Real. Go stand over at that end of the bar and be quiet.
Yes, sir. I'll be quiet.
Where are they? What floor?
I don't know what floor. They talk something about a printing shop. That's all I know.
There are two printing shops. One on the 5th, one on the 7th. Which one?
I don't know, honest.
Whose girl are you, Eddie?
Yeah, Eddie. You know anything to do with me now, will you?
Well, put it this way. Let's say he won't have much time for you.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
The young woman friend of the safe burglar, Eddie Dorking, identified herself as June Keesham. She gave her address as 334 Perry Street, Greenwich Village. While acting Captain Russell Larkin of the Safe and Loft Squad moved her to a booth in the bar and grill for further questioning, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Squad, instructed Detective Kinney, who had been in the place, to inform me and the Safe and Loft Detective Mort Biddle that the girl was in custody. The detectives and uniformed officers on the job were to move in closer as planned while all the information available was obtained from the girl.
All right. Sit down there in the booth.
Where? Which side?
Here, side. Take a picture. Now, you're not going to waste any of our time, are you, June?
No, I don't want to waste any time.
What are you doing here? Why'd you come along?
Because Eddie asked me.
He asked you to commit burglary and you're just doing it? You must like him a lot.
I didn't know anything, man.
Now, look, come off it, will you? You know why they're here, and you know why you're here. You're not baby.
I'm not committing burglary. Am I?
What are you getting out of it?
I don't know. He didn't promise me anything.
What'd you get last time?
How'd you know I did it before?
I guess. Okay, Russ. Kinney's on his way. They'll get Smith. Good. Did Eddie tell you to wait in the car or in here?
In here.
Listen, how's that thing start up?
I put a nickel in it.
Pull out the plug.
Yeah?
Why in here?
He thought if I was sitting in the car, a cop or somebody might pass by and start asking questions. If I was in here having a drink, nobody would ask me questions.
You could see the front of the building across the street in the loading dock, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could see.
You were supposed to watch them, weren't you?
Yeah?
What were you supposed to do if you saw the cops come up?
Nothing.
Now, look. Told you to stop kidding around. Had no time to play. What were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to sit in the car while they were working on the door. Behind the wheel. If I saw a cop car down the street, I was supposed to turn on the headlights and start the motor. Or if I saw a cop walking down the street.
Yeah? Then what?
After they got inside, I was supposed to get out of the car and come in here and sit at the bar and have a drink.
I'd watch the building.
And watch the building.
The cops.
For anything that didn't go right. Somebody going inside, for instance, not cops.
What were you supposed to do?
Well, fellows, you got your beer sitting there. Want me to bring it over?
No, just get over there behind the bar, will you?
Hey, whose place of business is this, anyway?
Mr. Keenan, we appreciate the favor. No, what were you supposed to do, Jim?
What was I supposed to do when?
If you saw the police coming up to the building.
Oh, well,
Guy sure is curious. Yeah.
if I saw the cops or somebody, I was supposed to go to the phone booth and call the number.
What number?
The number Eddie gave me.
What number is it?
Eldorado 5209.
All set outside. With you in a minute, Morris. Yes. You were supposed to call that number and what?
I was supposed to call and let it ring 3 times and hang up, to warn him.
That's the phone number up in this place they're making the safe.
Oh, I guess it is, don't you think?
Mort. Yes, sir? They're making one of the printing shops. Either the 5th floor or the 7th floor. The number up there is Eldorado 52098. Check it out and see which floor the phone is on, will you? Yes, sir. Right away.
He's going to be mad. He's going to be awfully mad.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's going to blame me. He always does.
Wouldn't that be just like him? Have they got guns?
Eddie and Lenny me?
That's what I mean.
Well, I don't know about the others, but Eddie has, I think.
Don't you know?
Yeah, he's got one.
What kind?
A gun, a pistol.
Like this one?
Yeah, something like that. With the thing that spins around where the bullets go in like that. He always wants me to learn how to shoot it, but I'm scared of guns. I don't like them.
Well, what about Mac and the Still? You don't know whether they have guns?
Well, I'm not very well acquainted with them. Eddie is my friend. I wouldn't know if they had guns. They don't go around showing them to me, you know.
Yeah, we know.
But you don't have to worry about Eddie. All he wanted out of there was the money from the safe. He don't want to hurt anybody. He wouldn't shoot anybody. Not Eddie.
No. Take it from me, Joan. There's only one reason a man carries a gun. That's to use it.
Burglary, defined as breaking and entering with intention to commit a felony, is one of the most difficult crimes to prove. The big-time burglars, the safe crackers, are so law-wise that a conviction against them is seldom possible unless they're unlucky enough to be caught in the act of committing a crime. They are often caught in the act, but it's seldom due to chance. The Safe, Loft, and Truck Squad, a group of specialists in the Detective Division of the New York City Police Department, charged with the supervision and investigation of this type of crime, have developed the technique of catching burglars in the act. The girl, June Cheesham, already in custody, was taken to the station house. The telephone number was checked, and it turned out to be that of the concern on the 7th floor. Officers were posted on the roofs of the 2 adjoining buildings, both only 4 stories high. All doors and exits from the loft building were covered. We waited until 12:30, then 1 o'clock, 1:15. At 1:20 a.m., Acting Captain Russell Larkin of the Safe and Loft Squad, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Squad, and I held a conference in a doorway across the street from the loft building.
Well, what do you think, Matt?
I don't know. Either they're having an awful time getting that safe ripped, or they spotted the activity on the street. They're not going to come out if they know we're down here waiting for them. Captain?
Well, they could be taking this long with the safe, couldn't they, Russ?
Yes, sir, they could. These boys know their business. They wouldn't tackle anything. It'd be too tough a project. They want something they can rip it fast and get out.
Well, you think we ought to go get them?
Yes, sir, I think it's about time we did.
Okay.
There's no elevator. Got to walk up. If we turn on the power for the elevator, they'll know we're coming.
If they don't know it already.
If they don't know, there's no sense in telling them, Matt.
Agreed.
Now, we've got to cover the inside fire stairs. If they hear us coming up the main stairs, they're liable to head down the others.
Yeah.
We'll detail 4 men to start up the fire stairs the same time we start up the main stairs. Fire stair doors are locked on the stair side, all up and down the building. So are the main stairs.
Well, how do we know we're going to be able to get on the 7th floor from the stairs?
And that's the way they went up. They jimmy the door.
If they know we're down here, they might have left the 7th floor and gone to some other.
Yeah, possible, Captain. We'll examine all the locks and try the doors on the way up.
Okay.
Matt, you lead the detail up the firewall. All right?
Well,
okay. You take one of my men, one of yours, and 2 uniformed officers.
you'll instruct somebody to open up and let us on the floor the first thing.
As soon as we get up.
Okay.
I'll take 2 of my men, 2 of yours, Matt, and 2 patrolmen up the main stairs.
What about me, Russ? Do I go with you?
Well, sure, Captain, if you want to.
I want to.
That's the building manager just got here, Captain Larkin. Oh, good. What does he say about the layout? Pretty much as we understand it?
Yes, sir, except the 6th floor. It's unoccupied, all right, but there are a lot of shipping crates on the floor.
Okay. Has he got the keys to the doors all up and down on the main stairs?
Yes, sir, he's got a master key.
Good. Tell him I'll be with him in a minute, huh?
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
All right. Guess that's it. Except what? Oh, one of us ought to stay in charge down on the street.
Who do you suggest, Russ?
Well,
I know what's on your mind. If there's any fireworks up there, you don't want the ranking officer to get hit. Well, if there's any fireworks, the ranking officer would look awfully silly waiting down on the street, wouldn't he?
I'm sorry, Captain.
Forget it. I would have tried the same thing if there were an inspector on the job. And it wouldn't have worked either. The men were given their assignments and told of their duties. At 1:28 a.m., we crossed the street and entered the building via the main door. Lieutenant King and his detail went to the rear and started up the firewell. Acting Captain Larkin, Detectives Mort Little and Richard Schreiber of the Safe and Loft Squad, Detectives James Kinney and Daniel Goldman of the 21st Squad, Patrolman Hanneman, Sergeant Burns, and I started up the main stairs toward the 7th floor. En route, we examined the doors and locks on each floor. The 2nd and 3rd floor doors had not been tampered with. Neither had the 4th. Nor the 5th. With guns drawn, we continued up to the 6th.
Hold it. Okay.
Well, 6th floor.
Quiet.
Let's take a look at that door. It worked now.
Yeah?
That's been forced open, Captain.
You want to take a look on the floor?
Yes, sir.
There's one of them on the stairs. Watch him. Police, stop that. Out on your right. I see him there he is.
Watch out. Stay off the stairs.
I can see to the top. He was the only one.
All right, Moore, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm going.
Burns, Kinney. Yes, sir. Go up with him. Take a look around on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Captain. Let's try the door here. All right.
He's through. Let's go out.
It's open. Come on, kid. Come on, quick. Hey, Craig, drop behind you. You think they're here? Beats me. Look, Sam, I want to get behind that pillar. You cover me from here, huh? Okay. Here goes.
That's why I'm shoot.
Okay, Russ? Okay. Over in that corner. Over there. To your left. Yeah. Okay. What do you say? You want to walk away from here or not?
We'll walk away.
Russ. Yeah? I can't get a shot at him from here. Cover me. I'm coming over. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Come here. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Now what do you say?
This is what we say.
You hit one of them.
That's all right.
Stop calling. He's not going to answer you.
Listen, I don't know. Don't shoot anymore.
All right. Stand up where we can see you.
Yeah, you're okay. Just don't shoot anymore. I'm standing. See?
Throw that gun out here.
Where?
Over here, over this way.
Here it comes.
All right. Get those hands way up over your head.
Yeah. See?
Step over there in front of that window.
Yes.
That's right. Now lean up against the window. Come on. Both hands against the window.
Hey, they're up there.
Here's the other one. He's not going to bother us, Captain. There's his gun. Get it. All right. Now just stay like that.
I got nothing else.
All right. Sit on the floor. Against the wall. Yes, sir. Now sit there.
Everything okay here, Captain?
Yeah. Give Captain Larkin a hand with him. Yes, sir.
All right, sit still there.
That's Matt King at the fire door. I'll better let him in. Yes, sir. Be a good idea.
Now, look, I'm not going to tell you again.
All right, just a minute.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of dead burglars, Matt.
Oh.
All right, come on down this way.
Well, I sure wound up on the wrong side of the door, didn't I?
Have patience, Matt. You're moving up higher on the captain's list all the time. When you get made, you can be on whichever side of the door you want.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Beating up a girl? Where? On the street? Between 82nd and 82nd? And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. Yes? What kind of bomb? Wait a minute, just a second. Take it easy. In the art gallery where? Yeah.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
No, don't do that. The officers will be right there. Yeah. Go outside on the sidewalk and wait for them. That's right.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was warm and sunny. After I turned out the platoon, I cleaned up the paperwork that had accumulated since I was last on duty 24 hours before. Then, after seeing 2 visitors in regard to their applications for gun permits, sector car number 3 came by the station house for me, and I went on patrol of the precinct with Patrolman Eugene Dillon as operator.
Well, the kid comes home, Captain. He says to me, Pop, you promised me this year I could have a new mitt.
Uh-huh.
Trapper he wants. You know, the new style for outfielders.
The movie house down on the next block, Dillon.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to stop in the candy store next door.
Yes, sir. Well, he's got it all picked out. Took me down to the sporting goods store. $13 for a mitt. $13.
That's a lot of money.
Well, it used to be the best mitt you could buy was $5 tops. $13. How do they expect anybody to spend $13 for a mitt for a kid, a 10-year-old? Because all the kids are getting them. I said, not $13, Buster, not $13 for a glove. Well, he was holding back the tears, Captain, and I started a weekend. And I thought his mother could use an Easter dress, and I could use some shoes, and well, the kid needs some clothes himself, so I said a big final no.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of money for a glove.
Yes, sir, you're telling me.
I'll be out in a minute.
Yes, sir, Captain. Oh, Captain, hello.
Hello, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
It's always a pleasure, Captain.
I stopped by to tell you that we're going to have to do something about that element that's beginning to hang out here at night, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
What can you do? A soda, Captain?
No, thanks.
Not even a small chocolate?
Nothing, no thanks.
You think I want those kids in here, Captain? I don't want them. I try to discourage them. I don't let them read the magazines or the newspapers, but they come in here anyway. I don't want them. You tell me how to get rid of them. I'll be the first one to agree.
Well, the manager of the movie is complaining they're annoying the people on the way to and from the theater.
Captain, believe me, they annoy my regular customers. They annoy me. Who needs them for a 10-cent soda here and a nickel candy bar there? I don't need them. But every night, there they are. And to tell you the truth, I'm a little bit scared of them myself. These 14, 15-year-olds. Bullies. Tough talkers. You show me what to do, and I'll do it. Keep them away from here.
Yes, Dillon.
Call came over. I think you want to roll on.
Yeah?
Broadstone Gallery on Madison Avenue. They got a phone call. A bomb was left in the place.
A bomb? All right, let's go. I'll be back later, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
Bomb? That sounds like my element in here. Go ahead, Captain.
Any other information?
No, sir. The dispatcher gave the call to sector cars 1 and 2. No other details.
Okay. You better go across and down Park.
Yes, sir. $13.
What'd you say, Dillon?
I said $13, Captain. $13 for a glove.
We made the run across and downtown. The traffic was heavy, and the Broadstone Gallery was in the exact opposite corner of the precinct. It took nearly 5 minutes. As we sped to the scene, I called to mind a picture of Broadstone. It was a combination auction room and art gallery. Good reputation. Large sales of estates and collections. Showings by famous painters and sculptors. Located on the ground floor of an apartment building. One large room with offices on a balcony. When we turned the corner into Madison Avenue, there were 4 police cars in the block. Cops were keeping the sidewalks clear in front of the gallery. The crowd was being held across the street and 50 feet on each side of the store. Okay, Dillon, let's go.
Yes, sir. That's Sergeant Jackson, Captain.
Keep those people back. Get them across the street. Sergeant? Yes, sir, Captain. Now, what do we got?
There was an anonymous phone call. The caller said he put a bomb in the place. There was an auction in progress, 40 or 50 people. We got them all out.
Any sign of the package or anything, Sergeant?
We haven't looked, Captain. The first job was to get the people out.
Good.
Well, what happened? Did you find anything? We haven't looked yet. This is Captain Kennelly, Mr. Broadstone.
How do you do?
Oh, this is absurd. It's really absurd. I can't think of any reason any person in his right mind would make such a call.
Well, maybe he's not in his right mind, Mr. Broadstone. Let's take a look inside, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Dillon?
Yes, sir?
A joke. Must be a joke.
Mr. Broadstone.
Yes?
You better get back behind the line.
Oh, but Captain...
Go ahead, please.
Yes, it's all right. Behind the line.
Everybody out, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Signal those men to keep the people back until we come out.
Yes, sir.
All right, Captain. Let's go. Dillon?
Yes, sir.
Have the detectives been notified?
Yes, sir. I rang in. The desk officer notified them.
Okay.
Those chairs were set up for the auction, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
The officers are upstairs in the back, on the balcony.
All right, let's take a look around. If you see anything, let it lay. Sergeant, take that aisle.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, left side.
Yes, sir.
I'll go down the center. Go ahead.
There's a room on the side there, Captain.
All right, we'll look at that last.
Yes, sir.
Anything, Dillon?
No, sir. Somebody left an umbrella. Captain.
Yes?
Under a chair, a package. Don't touch it. Don't worry. Through here, Captain, this row. There it is, Captain. See it?
Yeah.
That's just about the right size.
Just about the wrong size, you mean, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Well, it can't stay here.
No, sir.
Can you move that chair without disturbing it?
Yes, sir.
Easy. Oh, that's good. All right. Move that one, too, Dillon.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
I don't hear anything ticking to you. No.
See that big, heavy carpet on the platform up there, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. It was being auctioned off.
If we get it under there, that'd hold any blast down to a minimum.
Yes, sir. We could fold the rug over the box a couple of times, but the rug is too heavy to carry over here.
All right. We take the box over there. Go on over, Sergeant. Lift the corner of the rug up.
Yes, sir. Let me know when you're ready.
I'll
Carry it over, Captain.
All right, Dillon. You ready, Sergeant?
All set.
Well, easy now.
Shows nothing. Oh, brother.
What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter, Captain. Everything's great. It doesn't weigh 2 ounces. Everything all right, Captain?
Relax. It's too light for explosives.
You know something, Captain?
What?
I think I'll buy that glove for my kid. These days, $13 isn't so much.
We opened the cardboard box to examine the contents. Inside was a lady's hat, apparently left under the chair by an excited auction patron. By that time, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Squad, had arrived on the scene with 2 of his detectives. Together, we conducted a thorough search of the premises. No trace of a bomb was found. The people were readmitted to the gallery, and upstairs in the office, Lieutenant King, Detective William Novak, and I began to talk to Mr. Ernest Broadstone, the owner of the gallery, and his secretary, Miss Helen McLeese.
Yes, sir. I was up here all alone. The auction was going on downstairs.
I see. And you, Mr. Broadstone? Well, I was on the floor downstairs watching the auctioneer conduct the sale.
This was what time?
10:30, 10:35. Isn't that right, Helen?
Yes, sir, about.
The phone rang.
Yes, sir.
And you answered.
Yes,
Where were you when you answered, Mr. McLeese?
right outside at my desk there.
Can you remember exactly what the man said?
Well, not exactly, but pretty close.
What?
Well, I said, Broadstone Galleries, good morning, and he said he'd like to talk to Mr. Broadstone.
What tone of voice did he use, Miss McLeese?
What do you mean?
Well, was it high-pitched or low? Was he trying to disguise it?
Oh, no, I don't think so. He was using a normal voice. He was very polite, really very polite.
And what did you say after he told you he'd like to talk to Mr. Broadstone?
Well, I said Mr. Broadstone was very busy at the moment. He was downstairs on the auction floor. I wanted to take a message, and he said he had to talk to Mr. Broadstone right away. I told him that was impossible. And he said it was very important. It was a matter of life and death. I didn't know what to do. So I told him to hold the wire, and I'd see if I could find Mr. Broadstone.
And that was the extent of your conversation with the man?
Yes.
Did it sound like anyone you know or had spoken to before?
Oh, no.
It sounded familiar in no degree.
No, sir.
Do you think you'd be able to recognize the voice if you heard it again?
Well, I couldn't say. I might be able to.
But when you went downstairs, Miss McLeese, did you leave the phone off the hook? Lay it on the desk?
Oh, no, sir. You see, we had 3 lines. There's a button on the phone for each of the lines. Also, one for local. That's into office calls. And one for hold. I pressed the hold button and put the receiver back on the phone.
You went downstairs to find Mr. Broadstone?
Yes, I went downstairs to find Mr. Broadstone.
Where were you, Mr. Broadstone, when she found you?
Well, I was standing on the right-hand side of the gallery, observing the bidding on the particular item that was up for auction.
The right-hand side as you faced the door, or as you faced the rear of the room?
No, as you faced the rear of the room.
That's on the same side as the stairs leading down from the office.
Yes, that's right.
What did Miss McLeese say to you when she found you?
Well, essentially the same thing she told you, that the man said it was a matter of life and death.
You decided to take the call.
Well, Lieutenant, I have a wife and children, a lot of friends. A matter of life and death can take in a lot of territory. So I went to the phone.
Did you come up here, upstairs, to take the call?
No, Captain. I stayed downstairs. I went to a little anteroom off the main gallery. We have an extension in there. The salesman's phone.
I see. What was the conversation you had on the phone?
Well, I picked up the phone. I said hello. And he asked, is this Mr. Broadstone? I said yes. And I asked who it was calling. He said something like, never mind. And he told me there was a bomb in the place. Well, I thought somebody was kidding me.
Well, that's hardly something to kid about.
Yes, sir. That's what I told him. But he said he wasn't kidding. It might go off any minute. Well, I started to ask him some questions, but he wouldn't talk to me. He hung up.
What did you do?
Well, I stood there for a minute. I didn't know exactly what to do. Whether to call the police first or get the people out. There were 50 or 60 people out there in the gallery at the auction. I decided to call the police first and not to tell the people. Let the police handle that. Because if I got up there and said there was a bomb in the place, there might be a mad rush for the door and somebody would be sure to get hurt or killed. But I couldn't believe, really, there was a bomb in the place. I thought somebody might be pulling a joke. So I called the police and went out to the sidewalk to wait for them.
Well, that was the wisest thing to do.
Oh, thank you. Well, the first ones got there almost as soon as I got outside, that sergeant. I explained to him what happened. Meanwhile, another police car came up, and they told me to stay on the sidewalk. They went in and handled the whole thing. They must have handled it fine because the people started walking out slowly, no disorder, pushing, anything like that. They did a good job, all right.
Well, Mr. Broadstone, did the voice of the man on the phone sound in any way familiar to you?
No, I can't see that it did.
Miss McLeese, you said he was extremely polite and rather well-spoken.
Yes, that's right.
Did you get the same impression, Mr. Broadstone?
Yes, I did. His delivery was slow and even, I'd say even polite, yes.
How many employees do you have here, Mr. Broadstone?
Well, it was 9 altogether, myself and Miss McLeese. Also upstairs in the office is the bookkeeper. She's across the hall. There's a porter and a shipping clerk and the 4 men on the floor.
Have they all been with you a long time?
I hope you're not inferring that any of my employees is involved in this, Lieutenant. They were all here at the time.
I was thinking more of a former employee, Mr. Broadstone.
Oh. Well, our turnover we have is very slight. Very slight.
Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
The bookkeeper said there's a call from Mr. Broadstone.
Oh, well, tell her to take the message, will you?
The man says it's a matter of life and death.
Well, have the bookkeeper say he'll be right with him, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Novak.
Yes, sir.
Get on another line outside.
Yes, sir.
See if you can find out where it's coming from. Go to the bookkeeper's phone.
Okay, Lieutenant. Right.
You're going to listen in, man? Yes, Captain. Pick it up, Mr. McLeese. Take your time, but don't lose him. Turn him over to Mr. Broadstone.
Now?
Yes, go ahead. I'm going to listen out at your desk.
Mr. Broadstone's office? Yes. Who?
Okay, Matt? Okay, all set.
Just ask Mr. Broadstone to come to the phone, please.
But I have to tell him who's calling.
You know very well who's calling. Now, please, I don't have much time.
All right. Just a moment.
Hello? I just want to tell you, Mr. Broadstone, it's still a matter of life and death.
Now, look, who is this?
It's me, Mr. Broadstone. I spoke to you a little while ago.
I know you did, but this is a very poor excuse for a joke.
It's no joke, Mr. Broadstone.
Well, we couldn't find anything in the gallery. We searched.
The police searched, didn't they? I wouldn't have called the police if I were you. You just made a
$5,000 he wanted. You heard him, Lieutenant, didn't you?
Yes, I heard him.
What do you think, man?
Sounds like a psycho to me, Captain.
Scared. I'm really getting scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Miss McLeod.
Oh, well, you can say that. He didn't threaten to bomb the police station. He threatened to bomb my place of business.
Lieutenant,
Yes, Novak.
we couldn't trace the call. Didn't stay on long enough. Another minute and maybe we would have made it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, now how can you catch him, Captain? I don't see how you can possibly.
We will. This had to happen to me. Why did it have to happen to me?
Nothing's happened to you yet, Mr. Broadstone. We'll try to see that it doesn't.
Lieutenant King was soon convinced that the man we sought was not a professional extortionist. A telephone check with the Bureau of Criminal Information showed that no complaint of this type had been reported in a considerable period of time anyplace in the city, although extortion by threat to bomb was once quite common. He leaned rather to the theory that the call was from a disgruntled and psychopathic former employee or a disappointed artist whose work had been turned down by Mr. Broadstone. Two detectives, assisted by employees, were set to work on the records of the gallery to look for just such possibilities. In addition, Mr. Broadstone was questioned closely about his personal life. The threat might have its basis there. Mr. Broadstone said he was happily married and went out with no other women. He could think of no enemies he had made through business dealings. He discounted entirely the possibility of a personal vendetta. Lieutenant King, however, instructed two of his detectives to make a thorough check to verify Broadstone's assertions. By noon, all the uniformed officers who answered the call had been instructed to resume patrol, and the case was left entirely in the hands of the detectives. I returned to my other duties. At 4 p.m., I turned out the platoon for the night tour, after which I worked with a 124 man at our first attempt to arrange the vacation schedule to the satisfaction of as many men as possible. At 6, I changed to civilian clothes, signed the blotter, and left the precinct to go off duty until the following day, when I walked into the station house at 3:30 p.m.
Hello, Captain.
Go ahead, take the call. I'll sign the blotter.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Jackson.
Well, what's doing around here?
Nothing much, Captain. Pretty quiet. Yes, sir. He just got in. Captain?
Yeah?
Lieutenant King wants to know if he can see you for a minute.
Yeah, sure. Before the turnout?
The captain wants to know before the turnout, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
Well, is he coming down?
Yes, sir. He'll be right downstairs.
Okay.
There's some messages on your desk, Captain. I've got a couple more here.
Oh, thanks.
And Sergeant Collins went sick.
No? What's the matter with him?
His wife rang in. She says it looks like a virus. He's got a doctor coming.
Okay. Is Lieutenant Snyder in the house yet?
I didn't see him come in, Captain.
Well, tell him to come into my office when he gets here.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in there.
21st Precinct, Sergeant.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Matt, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. I want to talk to you about that bomb case at Broadstone Gallery, Captain.
Yes, man. How are you doing on it?
Nothing. I haven't heard from the boy again.
No?
No, sir. I've had two men planted over there around the clock. I've had a man planted at Broadstone's apartment building.
Well, how does his story check out?
Oh, he's all right. No women. Pretty square dealer in business. No enemies that we could find. Good reputation all around.
Mm-hmm. Well, how can I help you, man?
Well, the squeals are piling up on me, Captain. I've had almost the whole squad tied up in this thing since yesterday morning. I've got two men planted over at the gallery now. They close at 6 o'clock. Last night I had men sitting outside in the car all night. I want to pull them off.
Yeah?
This guy's a psycho for sure. If he's going to put a bomb in there, he won't do it at night. I don't think. But just in case, what I'd like is for you to instruct your men on post over there and the sector men to take a look as often as they can.
Yeah, sure, man. But what are you going to do when they open up tomorrow?
Well, I'll send a couple of my best hawkshaws over there when they open up in the morning.
All right, man. I'll give the instructions. Excuse me. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Jackson on TS, Captain. Novak is ringing in for Lieutenant King.
All right. Novak for you, man.
No, thanks. He's one of them over there. Lieutenant King.
Just a second, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Lieutenant King.
Novak, Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Novak?
Mr. Broadstone got a letter from the bombardier.
Just now?
Well, he was out this afternoon. He just got back. When the letter came, the secretary put it on his desk unopened. It was marked personal.
What's it say?
Well, just a second, Lieutenant. No, that's all right. I can see it. Made up of words cut out of a newspaper and pasted down. It says, deliver $5,000 by tonight at midnight. You must not fail. As I said, this is a matter of life and death.
That's all?
Yes, sir, that's all.
Well, how do we know where the money's supposed to be delivered?
After getting further details over the phone, Lieutenant King instructed Novak to bring Mr. Broadstone and the letter into the station house. In the meantime, I turned out the platoon for the night tour at 4 p.m., giving special instructions to the men concerned to keep a close watch on the Broadstone galleries during the night. Lieutenant King told me the letter was signed Carlton Adbury. The address given was a pleasant apartment house on Madison Avenue, not too far from the Broadstone galleries. When Detective Novak and Miss Broadstone arrived at the station house, they were directed to my office where Lieutenant King was waiting.
Come in. Thank you. You remember Captain Snelly and Mr. Broadstone?
Yes, of course. Sit down, Mr. Broadstone.
Yeah. Where's the letter?
I got it, Lieutenant.
Captain.
Oh, thanks, man.
Broadstone, do you know anyone named Carlton Adbury? No. You ever heard of him? No, I can't say I have. Does it sound familiar? No, not at all, Lieutenant. If there is such a person, how could he be so foolish as to sign his name? That's the first question I'm going to ask him. But I'm grateful to him. Don't misunderstand me. Then you really think he's the right one? The story was in all the newspapers. Couldn't it be some crank, another person entirely? There are people like that. I've read about them. I've handled them, Mr. Broadstone. I read all the newspaper stories. Not one of them mentioned the fact that the man consistently referred to this as a matter of life and death. Oh. I think this is the right man.
With Lieutenant King, Detective Novak, and Detective Whitey Howard, I left the precinct house a few minutes later. We drove to the Madison Avenue address given in the letter received by Mr. Broadstone. On arrival there, we asked for the manager of the apartment building. He was out. The elevator operator told us that a Mr. Carlton Adbury did in fact live in the building. He said that Mr. Adbury was a man of about 40, perhaps a little older. He had a reputation of being rather eccentric in his habits. He would stay in his apartment for days, or he would leave without luggage and not return for days. As far as the doorman knew, Mr. Adbury was in no financial difficulty. It was rumored he had an independent income. We had the doorman get the pass key and take us up.
There it is. That one. Yeah.
He hasn't gone off on one of his 3-day jaunts, man.
I don't think so. He's waiting for the 5,000.
You want to try it again?
It's coming.
Yes?
Mr. Carlton Adbury?
Yes, just a moment. Yes?
Oh. Did Mr. Broadstone send you, gentlemen?
In a way, yes.
Well, please come in. Have you been standing here long? I didn't hear the door at first. The electric razor, you know. Well, there's so many of you. Won't you come in the living room? Now, that, Howard.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. I got you.
Where are they going?
Just to look around.
Oh. Well, it's a very attractive apartment. Did you bring the money?
No.
You didn't? But that was my understanding with Mr. Broadstone.
We're police officers.
But I need the money.
How did you happen to pick on Mr. Broadstone? Why should he give it to you?
Well, because I need it.
But why him? Where have you been getting it up until now?
From the bank. But they won't send me anymore. They said I have to go back to the hospital. And that's not fair, is it? It's my money. It was left to me by my mother. Why shouldn't they send it to me? I don't have to go back to the hospital just because they say so. I don't like it there.
What made you think Mr. Broadstone should give it to you?
Because I walk past this gallery every day. And every day there were different paintings in the window. Never the same. Always different. I don't want to go back to the hospital.
Why did you threaten to leave a bomb in the place?
Well, if I didn't, why else would he give me the money? Had to be a reason. Has to be a reason for everything.
Nothing back there, Lieutenant.
Okay. I don't want to go back to the hospital. Do I have to? Is that where you're going to take me?
Where's the stuff you were going to make the bomb out of?
Oh, I wasn't going to make a bomb. I really wasn't. I knew I wouldn't need to if I frightened him enough.
Did you think of what would happen to you if you didn't frighten him at all?
Yes. But what difference did that make? I was going back to the hospital anyway.
Well, I guess you will. After a few stops on the way.
25
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. Yeah. What is it you lost? Briefcase, huh? Yeah. Well, where'd you get out of the taxi? Yeah. Yeah.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the weeks, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Jan Owen, Terry Cotter, Bill Lipton, Don McLaughlin, Ken Delmar, and Ivor Francis. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking. Hannah speaking.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Where is this? Yeah? Yeah? Well, who is it? His wife? Hitting her with what? Oh. All right, I'll send the officer.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through.
I see.
By transcription, you will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Okay, the officers will be right there. You wait out in front. Show them what flat it is. Yeah, out in front. All right. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of the square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. The weather was unusually mild for the time of the year. At 10:45 p.m., I was on patrol of the precinct in sector car number 1. I had instructed the operator of the car, Patrolman Charles Lasky, to stop at a garage on First Avenue in the 90s so that I could verify the investigation by Sergeant Waters of an application for a towing car license. While I was inside the garage talking to the night manager, Patrolman Lasky entered and informed me that a Signal 30 ambulance responding had been broadcast over the car radio. The address was 710 East 78th Street. We left the garage, got in the car, and made the run. A Signal 30 denotes an armed felony, and all patrol cars in the vicinity, regardless of precinct boundaries and other less pressing assignments, are required to respond. As we pulled into the block, I could see 2 sector cars, the sergeant's car, and an emergency service car were already on the job. A crowd was beginning to gather on the sidewalk in front of 710, a converted brownstone. There's the spot, Lasky. Pull in. Yes, sir. All right, help him keep the sidewalk clear. Yes, sir. Sergeant Burns. Oh, hello, Captain. What have we got? You been up there?
Yes, sir. I just came down to call in, let CB know what it was. Original call was a disturbance, family fight.
All right, get back off the stoop there. I told you before, there's nothing to see here.
There's a man beating up his wife. Neighbors called in with it. They were making so much noise.
Yeah? Now, I'm not going to tell you again. You got no business here. Now, stay off the stoop. Lasky.
Yes, sir.
Get on the job here. Keep the sidewalk and the stoop clear.
Yes, sir.
Clear.
Get back.
All right, go ahead.
Come on.
Thanks. Why Signal 30 over a family fight?
There's third floor, Captain. Conlon and Hanneman answered the original call. They came in here. The neighbor who called in pointed the way. They could hear the screaming in the hall. They ran up and knocked on the door.
All right, come on.
Fight stopped. The occupant, a fellow named Holtz, opened the door. He ran out between them and up the stairs. They chased him up to the roof, collared him just as he was going out the door. Meanwhile, the neighbor phoned in again. He started to fight them, and they finally got him quieted down, searched him. They found a gun on him.
Oh?
They're at that end of the hall, Captain.
What is he, a psycho?
I don't know, Captain. I haven't had much chance to talk to him. There's that door there. Or would you rather go up to the roof? They've still got him up there.
Oh, let's take a look in here first.
Huh?
Left with the wife.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know.
All right, Sector Car number 4. Resume patrol.
I don't know.
He won't hurt you now, Mrs. Holmes.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, we'll take care of him.
That's the trouble.
What's the trouble?
He'll go to jail, and what'll I do? How am I going to live? Why don't people mind their own business? Why do they have to call the cops?
You ought to be thankful. He could have killed you.
It's just an argument, a family argument. But why do people have to call the cops? He didn't even touch me.
Then what happened to your face?
Nothing the matter with my face. He didn't touch me. It's just an argument, that's all.
Well, it might have started out as an argument, this host, but it's a little more now. The officers took a gun off of him up on the roof.
I don't know why people have to butt in. Always butting in where it isn't any of their business.
The neighbors called the cops because they thought he was killing you.
He wasn't killing me. It was just a little argument. He likes to argue. Gets a couple of beers in him, he likes to argue.
Is this what he was drinking? Doesn't look like beer.
He had a couple of beers before he got home, then he had some of that whiskey here. He wasn't killing me. Where is he? Where's John?
They still got him up on the roof.
What are they doing with him up there?
They're talking to him. Waiting till he calms down.
He's calm. He was never anything but calm. I don't know why he keeps coming around here bothering people. He's calm.
If we didn't come around, Miss Holtz, he might have shot you.
He wouldn't shoot me. Not John. People butting in. What am I going to do? That's what I'd like to know. What am I going to do with him in jail?
Well, what would you do if you were dead? They brought him down, Captain.
All right, John. Inside.
John.
Just sit down, Mrs. Holtz.
Baby, I'm sorry.
All right, stay away from her. Stand there, John.
I want to talk to my wife.
Just stand right there.
Where's your coat, John?
There in the closet.
Which closet?
Yeah, that one.
You see, Annabelle, you see, if you kept your mouth shut, I wouldn't have this.
What am I supposed to do? Die in silence?
All right.
Touch her and she hollers.
Okay.
Touch me?
Now, look. This isn't any picnic, John. You're in a big jam. If you don't want to go down into the station house with the cuffs on, calm down.
I'm calm.
You should have seen him before.
All right, Mrs. Holmes.
I'm calm. You want a hat, too, John?
No, I don't need a hat. Good work, Hanneman. Yes, sir. Let's see the gun. 38 revolver, Captain. Spanish make. What were you doing with this, John?
I had it. I thought I might need it. Here's your coat, John. Put it on.
That's not what I meant. It don't go good with the pants.
Nobody will notice the difference.
I guess not. What do you think you might need the gun for, John?
For protection? Protection around the house?
From your wife? From anybody. You taking the pinch, Hanneman?
Yes, sir.
All right, get him in.
Go on, John.
Coming. See you in the station now, Sergeant. Take him right up to the detectives. Okay.
I don't want him to go to jail. Not for hitting me. You can't send him to jail for that.
He's in worse trouble than that.
The gun, you mean?
Yes, the gun.
He told you what that was for, just for protection.
And while he's carrying the gun, what's supposed to protect everyone else from him? As in all felony cases, the suspect was taken directly to the 21st Detective Squad on the second floor of the station house to be fingerprinted and questioned by detectives under the command of Lieutenant Matt King. Although the investigation was now in the hands of detectives, the prisoner remained in the custody of Patrolman Frank Hanneman, the arresting officer, who would be responsible until he was booked and lodged in a cell. Patrolman Hanneman's platoon was relieved at midnight, but he was obliged to stay with the suspect until the investigation was completed and then appear in felony court in the morning. At 12:45 a.m., I was in my office reading and signing reports when Sergeant Burns on PS rang in and told me that Lieutenant King requested that I come upstairs to the 21st Squad on an urgent matter. I walked out of my office, through the muster room, and into the back room where two plainclothesmen from the 6th Division were questioning a suspected policy writer. Then I went upstairs to the second floor and into the detective squad room. Hello, Captain. Hanneman?
Listen, could I bum another cigarette off of you?
Haven't you smoked enough, John?
Don't begrudge me my little pleasures.
Here.
Much obliged.
You know what, Captain? Turns out his name isn't John Holtz at all. It's John Henley's. Oh? And they had him down in the 5th Precinct last week on an armed robbery deal.
I didn't do it.
The victim couldn't identify him, so they had to turn him out. He didn't have the gun then.
I didn't do it.
And he's done a bit in Sing Sing, grand larceny. Isn't that right, John?
That's right, yeah. You got a match? Please.
You don't have anything, do you? It's
a good
caller, Hanneman. Does Conlon know about his record? No, sir. He went on home at midnight.
We didn't hear about this till 15 or 20 minutes ago.
Oh, Lieutenant King wanted to see me. Is he in his office?
Yes, sir. He's got John's wife in there and a couple of detectives.
I don't know what they want with her.
Okay. Give me back my matches, John. Come on.
Yes. Captain Kennelly. Come in, Captain. Hello, Matt. Goldman.
Yeah,
Kurt.
Hi, Captain.
You met Mrs. Holtz, or Mrs. Henley is over at the scene?
We met, yes.
What is it, Matt?
Goldman and Kirk have been talking to her, Captain. Turns out that when the officers hit the door and John broke and ran to the roof, Conlon took out after him. Hanneman had his hands full with Annabelle.
Well, I told you I didn't like the idea of anybody butting into our business, that's all. We're entitled to have our spots without cops coming in from all over.
Annabelle, Patrolman Hanneman, the officer who's outside with your husband now, was busy with you while the other officer chased your husband up to the roof?
Well, I was trying to keep him busy.
Well, how long was it before Patrolman Hanneman went up to the roof?
Him out there with John, you mean?
Yes, that's right.
A couple of minutes. He took me.
And when you and Patrolman Hanneman got up there, what did you see?
There was nothing to see. John was sitting down there by the side of the wall, and this other cop, what's his name?
Patrolman Conlon?
Yeah, the other one. He was standing there.
Did Patrolman Conlon have anything in his hand?
You know what he had in his hand. With the gun he took off John in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
I don't know. Nothing. Some more cops came right away, and they took me back downstairs to the flat. The new ones, one of them.
Hanneman and Conlon remained up on the roof with your husband?
Yeah. Him out there now and the other one. It's a big idea. I don't get it.
You don't have to, Annabelle. Hanneman.
Yes, sir.
Bring John in here a minute.
Yes.
They did a good job, Captain. Nice collar.
I know it was.
All right, get in there, John.
He treating you all right, baby?
Better than you.
Sit down over there, John.
We want to talk to you, Hanneman.
Yes, sir. Goldman, keep your eye on them.
Over here, Hanneman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hanneman, were you present when the gun was taken off of John? Well, were you?
I was on the way up.
Is it true that Conlon took the gun off his person when you were still down in the hall with the wife?
Yes, sir.
And how come you took the pinch in this case? It's Conlon's case.
We're partners. Everybody splits up the pinches.
I know they do when they're both present, but you weren't. Why did you take the pinch?
Conlon asked me to. He didn't want to go to court in the morning.
Oh, he didn't?
No, sir.
Well, he will. Matt, is this phone to TS?
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
This is Captain Kennelly.
Yes, sir?
Get out the residence record on Patrolman Conlon.
Yes, sir?
Notify him to report to the station house forthwith. While we awaited the arrival of Patrolman Conlon from his residence in response to the forthwith, the suspect, John Henley, was taken downstairs and booked in on charges of felonious assault and violation of Section 1897 penal law. I instructed Patrolman Hanneman to report to my office after the prisoner was lodged in a cell. Yes?
Patrolman Hanneman, Captain.
Come in. Is your prisoner booked and in a cell, Hanneman?
Yes, sir.
Did Conlon tell you why he didn't want to appear in court tomorrow?
No, sir.
Was it that he didn't want to appear in this case, or didn't want to appear in general?
In general, Captain. Before the tour, he asked me if I'd take any pinches tonight. He had something to do tomorrow.
What?
I don't know, Captain.
He asked you to take the pinch, didn't he?
Yes, sir, but I've asked him to take pinches on certain nights because I've had something to do the next day.
We were over that before. That's perfectly all right when you share in an apprehension. Either one of you could appear. But would you kindly tell me how you could expect to qualify as a competent witness in this case when you couldn't testify of your own knowledge that the defendant was carrying a gun?
Well, usually a cop doesn't have to testify at arraignment, Captain. Bail is usually set for a hearing at a later date.
Supposing you got into court. Supposing John Henley's had his lawyer there, which he will. And supposing John told his lawyer that you weren't the cop who took the gun off him. The lawyer would insist on your testimony. What could you testify to? Nothing. It'd be dismissed then and there.
Yes, sir.
And it'd be a fine impression for a police officer to make in court, wouldn't it? To appear as the complaining witness in a gun case when you couldn't even say whether he had a gun or not?
All I can say, Captain, is that
I didn't see any harm in it. It's not a trial or anything. It'd only be an arraignment.
Remember this, Hanneman. Without a proper arraignment, there'd never be a trial. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Burns on TS, Captain.
Yes?
Patrolman Conlon's out here at the desk, Captain. He just came in.
All right, send him in here.
Yes, sir.
You've been a good cop, Hanneman. You made a good caller tonight. Don't spoil these things. Do it according to the book, and you won't get in any jams.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Hello, Frank. Mike?
Leave the door open, Conlon.
Yes, sir.
Hanneman's going out.
Yes, sir.
You, wait in the back room, Hanneman.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Lieutenant.
That's all right. I wanted to see you a minute, Captain. Come in, Matt.
Yes.
Would you shut the door?
Hello, Conlon. Lieutenant King?
Sit down over here, Matt.
Thanks.
You know why you're here, Conlon?
No, sir. I got the forthwith and I came, that's all.
You have any idea?
No, sir.
Well, you should. You and Hanneman handled a case tonight. Henley's.
Henley's?
We found out Holtz was an alias. The name is John Henley's.
Oh. Yes, sir.
Is it correct that you and Henley's were alone on the roof when you took the gun off him? Hanneman was down in the hall?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
It was your case. You were the only competent witness. Why did you ask Hanneman to take the pinch?
I wanted to get out of going to court in the morning, Captain.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
That's the job, to go to court. You've been in it long enough to know that, haven't you?
Yes, sir, but he's been taking the pinches one night and me the next. He's captain of a bowling team, and I thought
I
maybe...
don't care what you thought or what you've done. In this case, Hanneman isn't worth a nickel in court. You're the only one. You knew that, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Usually the hearing is set down for another date.
What was so urgent to keep you out of court?
I'm supposed to be in Albany at noon, Captain.
And back on the job by the 4 o'clock turnout?
No, sir. I'm swinging.
Why were you supposed to be in Albany? What's so important there?
Personal matter, Captain.
It might be personal, but it better be good.
My wife, Dan, my kids, my 2 kids.
On a pleasure trip?
No, sir. We're living there for 6-7 weeks with my mother-in-law. We've been separated.
Oh.
I had it patched up. I spoke to her on the phone yesterday. She agreed to come home and try it again. I was going up and driving them home.
Well, she knows you've got a job. You could have called her and told her you had to go to court. She'd be there later in the afternoon.
No, sir, I couldn't.
Why not?
That's the reason for all our trouble in the first place. The job. Most of them, anyway. Working nights and being delayed, getting home by going to court. That's how it all started. She said she had enough of it. She's sick of staying alone at night. She wanted me to quit the job. Get into something where my time's a little more my own with her brother. He's got a bar and grill and wanted me to come in as a partner, practically. I liked the job. I wanted to stick with it. Well, we broke up. I guess after 6 or 7 weeks, she missed me as much as I missed her and the kids, Captain. I called her. I asked her to come home. She said, okay. And I was going. Now, if I called her again and said I couldn't be there on account of the job, she'd probably say, don't come at all.
Why didn't you tell the captain on the scene over there? You know, he probably could have worked something out.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. I know he probably could have, but I wasn't taking any chances. I thought it would work out okay with Hanneman taking the pinch.
But it didn't.
No, sir. Now I'm in a jam with her and a jam with you.
All right, Conlon. You'll find Hanneman in the back room. Wait there with him.
Yes.
Conlon.
Yes.
Well, never mind. I'll talk to you later.
Yes.
Conlon.
Yes, Doctor.
Come here. What's your trouble?
Is that next to Sling back there, Sergeant?
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Lost your what? What the euphonium? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, it's like a tuba, huh? Well, where'd you lose it? What subway? Yeah, I see. Yeah. Well, the first thing I'd suggest that you do is call the transit lost and found. That's Ulster 25000. Ulster. UL. That's right. Then you come in here and we'll take a lost property report. Yeah, that's right. That's between Lexington and 3rd. You're welcome. Now, there's a guy with real troubles, Conlon. He lost his euphonium.
You ought to be happy he had one to lose.
It couldn't be that bad, Conlon.
Don't try to cheer me up, Sergeant.
All right. You want to suffer?
I'll be in the back room.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. All right, you take your meal now.
Hi, Frank. What do you say?
All right.
I got us jammed up, didn't I?
Ah, it's nothing. Sit down.
What do you mean, nothing? If I had any sense, I wouldn't have asked you to take the pension.
You want to smoke?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
So what happened? Well, the guy turned out to be a pretty hot customer. He did some big time, and they think he's right for a couple of armed robberies downtown.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're tickled to death to have him right on the gun deal.
They're tickled to death, and I'll probably be up on charges.
I'll be right there with you.
What could they stick us with?
They'll find something in the rules or in the manual.
Or conduct to the prejudice of good order, efficiency, and discipline. That covers everything else. This is a stinking job. You break your back, and what do you get out of it? Nothing. Besides losing your family.
Don't cry on my shoulder, Mike. I'm not the PBA delegate. I'm in the same boat you're in.
Lieutenant King was in there with him.
Yeah, he went in as I was going out.
Oh, yeah. He's probably helping the captain draw the charges and the specifications.
And I quit a good job on the New York Central to join the cops.
Hi, Mike. Frank, what do you think?
How you doing?
Guys must sure like the job.
Yeah, we're married to it.
Big deal. If I've got any sense, I'll go into that bar and grill with my brother-in-law.
What are they keeping us waiting around here for? Don't they know we've been on the job since 4 yesterday afternoon? What time is it, 2 o'clock?
2:10.
That's worse.
They're waiting for us to tell them we're sorry.
Maybe they're getting the deputy PC up here to suspend us on the spot. No, they wouldn't be doing that.
That's all I need.
There you are. You put down in jail. They keep me upstairs with questions for 3 hours.
Did they tell you you could go home?
Yeah, they told me. Cops are supposed to help people. Tell me, what am I going to do with him in jail and back in Sing Sing?
Lady, I don't know what you're going to do. As far as I'm concerned, I wish I'd never seen you or John. I wish you lived on the west side. I wish I'd had enough sense to stay in the Coast Guard.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what.
Well, listen, Mike.
Yeah?
Why did you want me to take the thing?
Oh, I've got to go up to Albany tomorrow to bring my wife and kids home.
For good?
Yeah, I hope for good. We got it straightened out.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Hey, even if we get that $720 more a year, the job isn't worth it.
You think they'll give it to us?
I don't care. I'll be tending bar in my own store, right?
What are they waiting for?
Suspense.
Yeah?
That's part of the technique of command. You learn it at Delahanty's. Wear them down by cooling their heels. Then even bad news is relief to get.
How long was your wife away and the kids?
6, 7 weeks.
That's a long time, too.
Yeah. That uniform allowance in addition to the $720 a year is a good thing to have.
Yeah. But that's a bargaining point. I think the PBA would settle for the $720 and let the uniform allowance go by the board.
Well, I don't know whether we should.
Mike, here they come. Skipper and Lieutenant King.
Bad news.
On your feet, Mike.
Yeah.
Gentlemen?
Yes.
Come on back to the cells with us. We want to talk to Henry.
Yes.
You wait here, Conlon.
Yes.
Let's go. You been out for a meal yet, man?
No, sir.
Well, let's walk around to Lexington Avenue after we get this settled and grab a sandwich.
Sure, Captain.
Go ahead, Hanneman.
Yes. The attendant's out for his meal, Captain. Do you want me to go back and get the keys from the desk officer?
No, we can talk to him through the bars.
There's where we put him. Number 3.
John, wake up.
On your feet, John. Come on.
What is it?
Come here.
Can't you even let a guy sleep in peace? John, you told us you did a bet for grand larceny. Yeah, so?
The DCI records show you were released in 1951, April. You owe any short time now?
Yeah, I owe him a year almost. Not quite a year.
All right. In addition to the charges you're booked in on, you're being held for parole violation. You'll notify the parole board that you're here when the office opens in the morning.
Is that all you got on your mind? Can I go back to sleep?
Do what you want.
Okay, let's go. Thanks for the good news. Go ahead.
What's the story, Lieutenant? You'll see. I've got it, Captain.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, Conlon. Yes, sir, Captain. Notify the desk officer that you, instead of Hanneman, are the arresting officer in the case.
Yes, sir. Then I do have to go to court in the morning. Is that right, Captain?
You go to Albany. You'll be notified when to appear in court.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in my office, Matt, when you want to go out for that sandwich.
Yes, sir. Captain.
Yes?
What about me?
You get out of here, Hanneman. Go on home.
Yes, sir. Good night, Captain. Okay, Conlon. You're off a tough spot. Next time, do it according to the book, will you?
I will, Lieutenant. And thanks.
Who's going to take John to court? He's got to go, doesn't he?
I really appreciate it, Lieutenant.
You're talking to the wrong man, Conlon.
Am I?
It was the captain who pulled you out of it. He's fixed it so John can be held on a short affidavit.
Do they do that? I thought the police officer or a complaining witness had to be injured and unable to appear.
They'll do it. The captain got in touch with the DA's office. The assistant on the job told him the magistrate would hold John without arraignment for 48 hours if he appeared to be a parole violator. Also, the captain, as the commanding officer, would appear and make a short affidavit that he had reason to believe the defendant guilty, but the arresting officer was unable to be in court.
And the captain's taking him to court.
Oh. Have a good trip to Albany, Conlon.
Yes.
Well, I guess we're off the hook.
Yeah, I guess so.
How about this, Skipper? Is that part of the technique of command?
I don't think so, Frank. You don't learn that at Delahanty's. So it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Who? Well, where? All right, just take it easy. Talk slower so I can understand you. Now, where is this? Yeah? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right, don't worry about that part of it. We'll take care of it. Yeah. We'll send the ambulance right away. That's right. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was a dark, foggy night, and between dusk and midnight, we were plagued with automobile accidents. 2 pedestrians were struck by cars, one on York Avenue and one on Lexington. Both were taken to Mount Sinai Hospital in serious condition. Out on patrol of the precinct, I instructed my operator, Patrolman Eisman, to proceed through the streets slowly and with extreme caution. It was impossible to see clearly for a distance of 50 feet ahead. At midnight, I returned to the station house to turn out the platoon for the 12 to 8 tour. The 52 men who would patrol the streets of the precinct on post and in sector cars for the next 8 hours were assembled before me in the muster room, ready to be posted.
Sergeant, post your platoon.
Platoon, attention. Right, face. Forward, march.
I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
21st. Oh. Oh, wait a minute.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. We've got a report a cop has been shot at 96 in the drive.
I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
That's all I got, CB. Yeah. 96 in the East River Drive.
Okay. Now, what do we got, Sergeant?
681.
Putting it out on the air now, Captain.
Car 681, 93rd New York, at 96 in the East River Drive. At signal 32. Report of a police officer shot. The ambulance is responding. Case. 10-4.
Who's on post over there?
Brennan, Captain. He was there for the 4 to 12, and his relief hasn't had a chance to get over yet. I better notify detectives.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Sergeant Waters on TS. We've got a report of a police officer shot at 96 in the East River Drive. I don't know. Well, that's all we got. Okay.
There's also a traffic man on the job at the intersection, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
Well, how'd you get it?
A civilian used the call box on the corner there. Told me there was a cop shot. He was excited. Hung up. I couldn't get any more out of him.
All right, I'll go over there.
Yes, sir.
I went to my office for my hat and then back through the muster room to the front door of the station house. Patrolmen Egan and Lewis were waiting at the curb to relieve the operator and recorder of sector car number 3, who were due to go off duty. Within a minute, the car came around the corner and stopped in front of the station house. After the relieving operator, Patrolman Egan walked quickly around the car to inspect it for recent damage and entered the mileage and gasoline gauge readings in his memorandum book. I got in and instructed him to make the run to 96th Street in the East River Drive. The weather was still foggy and visibility extremely poor. As we turned off First Avenue east on 96th, I could make out 2 sector cars parked along the curb. The scene of the shooting appeared to be on the site of the old transit system power generating plant, which was in the process of being wrecked to make room for an overpass cloverleaf entrance to the East River Drive. All right, Egan.
Hey, watch it, Captain. Watch those loose stones. Over here, Captain. Look over there.
Sergeant? Where are you? Sergeant Tinney.
Over here, Captain, with the light.
Oh, okay.
Hey, some of you men there. Take a look at that pile of bricks there. You, McCarroll. Barron, right.
Well, who was it, Sergeant? Who shot?
We don't know yet, Captain. He's not identified.
The traffic man?
Oh, no, sir. It wasn't a cop that was shot.
No?
Nothing over here, Sergeant.
Well, look on the other side there, will you?
Well, who was it?
Cop shot a thief. Brennan.
Oh.
Over there, Captain. It's pretty bad. Hey, watch your stuff there, Captain. Kind of treacherous.
All right.
The civilian they sent to ring in got it kind of mixed up.
You never did get over this far, Sergeant.
Well, look the other way then, huh?
What are they looking for, Sergeant?
The gun the boy had.
Oh, wasn't it right near him?
No, sir.
Did he have a gun?
Well, Brennan says there were 3 shots fired at him. All right, you men. Put the captain in there, huh?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Hello, Captain.
Hey, you. Put your light on him there.
Oh.
See, pretty bad, huh, Captain?
You say anything, Sergeant?
No, sir. He was unconscious when I got here. Hey, that ambulance better get here. Hey, Vaccaro! Barron!
Sir?
When have you got to the car ringing again for that ambulance?
What Pretty young kid.
Yes, sir. Yeah, about 17, I'd say. Maybe 16.
How many shots did he fire at Brennan?
3, Captain. That's according to Brennan.
Any identification on him?
Yes, sir. He had a wallet in his pocket. He says he's Harry Mickleton, 733 East 107th.
How many times was he hit?
Well, just once, it looks like, Captain. That's all I can see.
Get Brennan over here.
Yes, sir. Hey, Brennan. Hey, you two. Stick with him until the ambulance comes.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brennan.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come over here.
Where?
Over here. The captain wants to see you.
Yes.
Who was next on the scene after Brennan, Sergeant?
Well, I was, Captain. My operator and I. Underwood.
Well, what'd you find?
Well, we stopped the car on the street out there. I saw a flashlight back in here. I called. Brennan answered. I came on back. He was over there trying to do something for the boy.
Did he tell you what happened?
Yes, sir. He said he jumped them trying to break into a parked car. Chased him back in here. There's some shots fired at him. He fired back.
Oh.
Sergeant? Have you?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, Captain.
Brennan?
Any sign of the gun, Brennan? No, sir.
You better go help him look for it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Right away.
And, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on that ambulance again.
Yes, sir. Is anyone taking a look over here?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happened, Brennan?
Well, I was walking my post, Captain. It was just about 12 o'clock, almost exactly. I turned the corner of First Avenue onto 96th.
Yeah.
There was this car parked on the street about 35, 40 feet from the corner. So this fellow standing right at the door there. Looked to me like he was trying to pry open the vent window.
35 or 40 feet?
Yes, sir.
Well, how could you see that far ahead of you in this fog?
Also, the car was parked right under a street lamp. That one there, Captain. I could see what he was doing.
All right. And?
Well, I saw him, but he didn't see me. I figured I'd get up on him and catch a thief in the act, so I started to him.
Yeah?
He spotted me when I got within 15 or 20 feet of him and took off.
Uh-huh.
I hollered at him to hold up, but he kept on going. He cut right in here into the rubble. I came in after him. Well, I didn't see exactly which way he went at first. Then I spotted him again. He was hiding over there, around there someplace. I called into him to stand up. He stood up all right. He stood up and fired 2 shots at me.
I thought it was 3.
It was 3 altogether, Captain. I had my gun out, and I fired at the flashes. Fog was so thick, that's all I could see. I started to come in on him, and I saw him up on top of that pile of bricks over there. He took another shot at me from there, the third one. I fired 2 shots back at him, and then I heard a scream. I thought for sure I hit him, so went over to the pile of bricks and looked around. There he was. I examined him. He looked pretty bad. I looked for the gun he had. Wasn't anywhere around. I left him and ran back out to the street, stopped the first civilian I saw, and told him to go to the call box and ring in. Then I came back in here. I looked for the gun some more. I couldn't find it. That must be the ambulance, huh?
Yes, must be. When you spotted him working on the car window, didn't you see how young he was?
It was pretty hard to see anything, Captain.
You saw enough to convince you he was trying to break into the car, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You chased him off of the sidewalk and into here, over the rubble.
That's right, yes.
He turned and fired 2 shots at you.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until after he fired the first 2 shots that you returned to fire yourself.
No, sir.
And when he got up on top of that pile of bricks, he fired at you again.
Yes, sir.
Then you fired 2 more shots.
Yes, sir.
There's no possibility you could be mistaken about him firing the shots?
No, sir.
All right, over this way.
I mean, it's not possible that what you thought were shots were, in fact, an automobile on the drive backfiring?
No, sir. I saw the flashes.
All right, let's go over there.
Yes, sir.
All right, here we are.
He was shooting at me, Captain.
Hey, come on, Underwood. Picato, Barron. Yes,
A little help getting him on the stretcher here, huh? All right, get his legs.
I got
it. Put him on. Now, easy. He was shooting at me, Captain. There's no question about that.
Isn't there?
All right, now watch the front. Hey, watch it there, will you? Lift. That's it, easy. Is it clear up ahead?
Move on. Come on.
All right, go ahead now. Watch the loose stones. Easy now, easy. Take your time. Okay, go ahead, straight ahead. I hope the kid makes it, Captain.
You better hope for something else, Brennan. You better hope we find that gun.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. You're accused of a crime you didn't commit. The authorities won't even tell you what the exact charges are. They take you out of your hometown to a place 1,000 miles away, and you're held for 3 years without ever knowing what it is you are supposed to have committed. When your trial is finally held, you're not allowed to present any witnesses in your defense, and they don't even permit you to have a lawyer to handle your side of the case. It's cut and dried. You might as well plead guilty, because that's the way they're going to decide it anyhow. That's a pretty frightening situation, isn't it? It could happen in some countries, but not in ours. And you know why? Because of the 6th article of our Bill of Rights. That's what protects you and every other American citizen from what we've just described. Listen to what it says. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Yes, those are your rights, guaranteed by our Constitution. It's something that no one can ever take away from you. It is one of our freedoms. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
The badly wounded suspect was driven straight down the East River Drive in the ambulance to Bellevue Hospital. Meanwhile, detectives of the 21st Squad, under the command of Lieutenant Matt King, arrived on the scene to take over the investigation. They and the uniformed officers continued to search the area for the gun which Patrolman Edward J. Brennan said had been fired at him. An emergency service truck was sent for. Portable gasoline generators were set up to furnish power for giant floodlights. The search for the gun continued. Extra men were detailed to keep the traffic moving on both 96th Street and the East River Drive and to keep the curious off the site. At 1:20 a.m., while the search of the rubble was still going on, Sergeant Tierney was sent to the address 733 East 107th Street, the address found in the wounded suspect's pocket. His purpose was to make a notification of the family. 733 is an old and run-down tenement building. Sergeant Tierney walked up the stoop and found the name Mickleton on a mailbox. He tried the hall door. It was opened. He walked up 3 flights and approached a door in the front of the building.
Okay.
Who is it?
Police officer.
Who?
Police officer.
Oh.
Does Harry Mickleton live here?
Yeah, I'm his mother.
Oh, can I come in?
What is it? What's the matter? Did he do something? What'd he do?
Well, let's sit down, Mrs. Mickleton. We'll talk about it.
What did he do?
Well, he was stealing from cars.
No, not my Harry. Couldn't be.
Suppose we sit down and talk about it.
Not my Harry.
And he got hurt. Shot.
He couldn't.
He's in Bellevue.
Not my Harry. My Harry's asleep in there. I heard him come in.
Oh, did you?
I was in bed. Not asleep, just in bed. I heard him come in, go to his room. Come on, I'll show you. Not my Harry.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
He's asleep. I'll show you. Harry! Harry!
What is it, Ma?
George, where's Harry?
How should I know?
Harry isn't here?
Hey, listen, what's this all about? Who are you?
That's my son, my other son, George. Harry's hurt. Shot. Where?
It's in Bellevue.
Oh, no. No.
All right, Miss Mickleton. Sit down, huh?
My Harry, my poor Harry. Is he all right? Tell me. Don't lie to me.
What happened to him?
He's dead, isn't he?
No. He's not dead. But he's hurt pretty bad. But he's not dead.
Will somebody tell me what's going on?
You answer a few questions first, huh? You live here?
I used to.
Ma, cut it out, huh? He'll be all right.
I know. I know he won't. He won't.
You don't live here now? Where do you live?
In Jersey. I live over there with my aunt. I work there. Ma, cut it out.
My poor Harry and my boy. Bellevue. Can I go? Can I go to him?
Yeah, yes, you can go there. If you work in Jersey and live there, what are you doing here?
I come here and stay once in a while. When I'm in New York late. Huh, Ma? Don't I?
Don't you what, John?
Don't I stay here when I'm in New York?
Yeah, you stay here. Must have been him coming, George. I thought it was Harry. That's what I thought. How bad? Very bad?
Pretty bad.
Oh, my Harry, my poor Harry.
What happened?
He was shot.
I know, but how?
Cop caught him breaking into a car. He ran, fired a couple of shots at the officer.
Not my Harry. No, Harry wouldn't do that, would he, George?
How should I know, Ma? How should I know what he'd do?
He wouldn't, not Harry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mickleton. It looks like he did.
While the mother and her other son got dressed to be taken to Bellevue Hospital, where Harry Mickleton was in a critical condition, the search for the weapon continued at the scene of the shooting. Although the fog had lifted somewhat, it could not be found. And at 2:15 a.m., more than 2 hours after the original call, the search was abandoned for the night. A patrolman was assigned to a fixed post to guard over the scene until detectives could resume their search in the morning. I returned to the station house with Patrolman Brennan. It was 2:30 a.m. when we walked into the muster room. Now look, Brennan.
Yes, sir.
You go to the 124 room and get the clerical man to assist you in making out a 61 on this.
Yes, sir.
As soon as you're finished with that, report to me in my office.
Yes, sir. Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Can I call down to the hospital and find out how the boy's doing?
You take care of that 61. I'll let you know how he's doing.
Hello, Captain.
Did you hear from Bellevue on that boy?
Yes, sir.
And what about him?
Not so good, Captain. It was right through the back and into the stomach. They got him on the operating table now.
All right, keep me informed.
Yes, sir.
Can I see you a minute, Captain?
Oh, hello, Matt. Sure.
Lieutenant King?
As soon as I sign the blotter, I'll be right with you.
Yes, sir.
That was a rough deal tonight, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
I heard from the hospital. Not so good.
I know. I've got a detective down there myself.
Oh, yeah?
You want to go into my office, Matt?
Yes, sir. That'll be all right. Rough deal,
21st
Captain.
Precinct, Sergeant Walker.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Who told you that?
Sit down, Matt.
Thanks. I don't know Brennan very well, Captain. What kind of 42 has he got?
Well, he's a St. John's graduate. He's been in the precinct since he got out of the academy. That's more than a year now. His brother is a fireman. So is his father. He retired about 4 years ago. Been doing a good job. No complaints on his 42. He made one good collar about 2 months ago. He got a thief in a stolen car as it pulled to a stop at a signal light up there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
He's a quiet boy. Not a particularly good mixer around the house.
Any reason to think he'd be trigger happy, Captain?
No, not to date.
Well, I hate to say this, Captain, but you know what I think.
I've got an idea, Matt.
There's no sign of a gun up there anyplace. We don't need daylight. We went through that pile of junk with a fine-tooth comb. I don't think that Mickleton boy ever did have a gun. I think that Brennan jumped the boy, took out after him, pulled his gun, and let fire. He hit him, thought better of what he'd done, and told the story about getting fired on himself by 3 shots.
I'm afraid I think the same way, Matt.
Worst of it is, Captain, we can't find any evidence the boy was trying to break open that car. Not a mark on it. I examined that window, not a scratch.
Oh.
I checked the boy through BCI. There's no record on him. No one ever has been arrested in the city of New York under the name of Harry Mickleton.
Well, that doesn't mean he's not a thief.
No, sir, but it certainly doesn't mean that he is. Closest thing BCI shows under the name of Mickleton is the arrest of a boy named George Mickleton. Couldn't be the same. The other one's over 20. He's done a bit in Elmira. He's on parole now. Living and working in Jersey.
Oh? Is that so?
Records show nothing else.
Yes?
Brennan, Captain.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant King.
Brennan.
I made out the 61, Captain.
All right. Brennan.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant King and I have been talking about this.
Yes, sir.
If you haven't told us the truth about what happened, I'd suggest you change your story right now. It'd be a lot easier all around.
I've told you the truth, Captain.
You said that 3 shots were fired at you. Where's the gun?
I don't know, sir. It must be there someplace.
We looked for 2 hours,
It
Brennan.
must be there.
Brennan, a cop carries a revolver for his own protection, for the protection of the public, and for use in the apprehension of dangerous fugitives. This boy was not a dangerous fugitive.
He fired 3 shots at me. I was entitled to defend myself, sir.
The boy is 17 years old. He has no previous record. You say you jumped him trying to break into a car. There's no evidence that the car was tampered with. We can't find the gun. Now, how about giving us a straight story on what happened there?
I told you exactly what happened, sir.
I don't think you did.
I did, Captain.
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just heard from Bellevue, Captain. Boy died on the operating table.
Oh.
Mother was down there.
Yeah.
She insists on coming up here and seeing you. She's on her way. Shall I send her up to the detectives, Captain?
No, I'll be here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The boy died.
Oh, it's too bad. I'm sorry, Captain.
Brennan, you should be. That mother is on her way up here now. What am I going to tell her?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you better start thinking of something. We questioned Patrolman Brennan further in regard to the events leading to the death of Harry Mickleton. He stuck to his story without a variation. After a few minutes, Lieutenant King left my office to return to the detective squad upstairs. I instructed Patrolman Brennan to take a chair across from my desk and wait. As I tackled some of the paperwork that had accumulated on my desk, he sat looking straight forward out the open door leading to the muster room. It was a long wait. At 25 minutes to 4 in the morning, Patrolman Brennan saw the front door of the station house open and Mrs. Mickleton walk in.
Captain.
Yes?
I think the mother just came in.
If it's her, we'll know about it.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters, Captain. Mrs. Mickleton is here.
All right. Ask her to come in.
Yes, sir. Right. Just a second, sir. What? Who is he? Oh. She has her oldest son with her, Captain. She wants to bring him in, too.
That's all right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
It's her, Brennan.
Yes, sir.
He still fired 3 shots at you?
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Go on, Ma. You don't have to be afraid of them.
I'm not afraid.
You're Mrs. Mickleton?
Yes.
This is Patrolman Brennan. I'm Captain Kennelly.
Mrs. Mickleton?
I came here so you could tell me what to do. My boy's down there dead. What am I going to do? I don't know. Cop shot him. Is that what a cop is for, to go around shooting boys? Is it? What am I going to do? I don't even have money to bury him.
Don't worry, Ma. You'll get taken care of. There's laws about something like this. What about those laws?
I can assure you that we're making a thorough investigation.
Yeah, I bet.
I understand you're Mrs. Mickleton's older son.
That's my George. He's the only one left now.
How do you do, George?
You don't have to be polite to me. Is this the cop that shot Harry?
Yes, I'm the one.
What's going to happen to him? Nothing, I bet.
How could you do it to my boy? How? Tell me how.
Don't talk to them, Ma. You won't get any satisfaction.
Please, George.
Cold blood like that.
I guess you ought to know about cold blood, huh, George?
After I get a lesson or two from you, maybe.
You ran away and left your brother dying tonight, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
You were with him. You thought you got rid of the gun, but we found it.
You did not. How could you?
We didn't. But we will.
George, you were with Harry.
Yeah, Ma, I was with him.
See what's on him, Brennan.
Yes, sir. Hold still, George.
George, why didn't you tell me? Harry was dying. You didn't say a word.
Clean, Captain.
Okay. What happened, George?
It was me and Harry together. We had a few beers. I said to him, come on, I'll show you how to make some money.
My Harry.
So I took him over there. I stood him on the
Poor
lot there
boy.
up the sidewalk where they were wrecking the building. I had a gun. I told him to hold it. I said, watch me, and I went to open the car. Then this cop comes along, and I run into where Harry was.
Oh, no, my boy.
We lit out across the place together. The cop hollered, and Harry turned and shot.
I only saw one, Captain, just one.
Cop shot back and hit Harry. He dropped, and I tried to see if he was all right. And I picked up the gun, and I ran to the top of a big pile of bricks. The cop saw me up there, and he hollered again. I took a shot at him. He took a shot back.
No.
He missed me, but I hollered anyway, so he wouldn't shoot anymore.
What am I going to do?
I ran out across the drive and threw the gun in the river. Almost got hit by a car going across. It was so foggy.
George.
I didn't know what to do. I went to Ma's house. I was going to tell her before I went back to Jersey. I couldn't. I just couldn't. I just went to bed.
You should have told me.
Ma, please, I'm telling you now.
Georgie, what am I going to do? What?
I don't know, Ma. I got my own troubles.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks for getting me off the hook.
How'd you know? Tell me how you knew if he didn't. He only saw one, that's all. I'm entitled to know.
Sure, George. I'll tell you. I had a little information, and I took a big guess.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What kind of a ring? Diamond? Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Well, how do you know she's a thief? Yeah. I see. Uh-huh. Oh, you holding it there? All right. Sure, I'll take care of it. That's right. I'll send the officers right over there.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Bryna Rayburn, Harold Stone, John McQuaid, Bill Quinn, and Martin Newman. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. Where's that? Somebody is shooting or shot. Yeah? Yeah, well, did you see it? Well, where's the woman? Yeah? Well, which way do they go? Up First Avenue across town.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Oh, all right, you just wait right there. I'll send the officers right over here. And an ambulance here. Just wait there and show them where it is. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was a warm spring night, and I took advantage of the weather to make a thorough survey of conditions in the precinct in connection with the growing problem of youthful offenders. Riding in sector car number 2 with patrolman Patrick E. Cahill as operator,
I patrolled the precinct from one end to the other to look for possible trouble spots during the coming months of warm weather. Places where potential teenage troublemakers might congregate. Certain street corners, candy stores, playground and park areas, movie theaters, and so forth. I had noted several such places for future reference, and at 11:15 p.m. I instructed Patrolman Cahill to return to the station house. We were at 96th Street and Park Avenue proceeding downtown when a Signal 30 ambulance responding at 1st Avenue and 90th Street was broadcast. The Signal 30 denotes an armed felony, and all RMP and detective cars in the vicinity are required to respond. I instructed Patrolman Cahill to make the run. With the siren open, we headed for the scene. As we neared 90th Street, I saw that the sector car and the sergeant's car were already on the job. As Patrolman Cahill pulled into a stop, I could see a small crowd gathered around an object lying on the sidewalk. The object appeared to be the body of a man. All right, help him keep the sidewalk clear, Cahill. All right. Stand back there. There's nothing to see. Police officer coming through. Coming through. Get back there. What do we got, DeLuca?
Oh, he was shot, Captain. He doesn't look good. He's unconscious.
All right, I'm not going to tell you again. Stand back there.
How did it happen? It appears to be a robbery, sir. He was with a woman. Sergeant Tierney has her sitting over in his car.
All right, get back. Go on, get back. Get back. There's nothing to see here. You. Come on, get on the job here. Help keep the sidewalk clear.
Okay, Captain.
I'll be with Sergeant Tierney.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me through there. All right, give him a little air. Will you stand back there? We're coming through. There's nothing to see here.
Hello, Sergeant. Captain.
How is he? You all right? You talk to him?
All right, miss. Just take it easy. There's nothing we can do now. The ambulance is on the way.
Really? It does get you soon. He'll die lying like that. He'll die. She's not dead already.
This is Captain Kennelly. Miss June Nayland.
Miss Nayland?
Is he going to die, dear?
The ambulance will be here right away, Miss Nayland. What happened, Sergeant?
She said they were in a nightclub downtown, Greenwich Village.
You ought to go over and see if I can do anything for him.
There's nothing you can do, Miss Nayland. I think you ought to sit right in the car. Yeah.
They come out, walked to where the car was parked.
We were going to go to another place, a place on 52nd Street.
When they got in the car, two men come up, opened the door. One of them had a gun. The one with the gun got in back. The other one forced her to move over and got behind the wheel.
You were going to do the driving?
Well, it's my car. And he'd already had a few drinks. Walter, that is. Him. It's taking an awful long time. When's the ambulance going to get here?
Right away, Miss. While they were driving uptown, they took the wallet and money off him.
Did he carry much money?
Well, he always carried pretty much since Chicago, you know. He's just visiting in New York.
Mm-hmm. About how much?
I don't know exactly, but usually he never has less than $1,000 with him.
In cash?
Yes, in cash.
They stopped the car here, told Miss Nayland and,
Walter Eridge.
Mr. Eridge to get out. Mr. Eridge tried to pull one of them out of the car. Fired 2 shots at him. They got back in the car and went off.
Which way?
That way.
Up First Avenue?
Is this First Avenue?
Yes.
That's the way they went, up that way, up First Avenue.
Got an alarm out on the car, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I rang in as soon as she gave me the description of it.
It's a 1952 Pontiac convertible, blue, light blue.
Did you give in the registration number?
No, sir. He doesn't know it offhand.
The registration's in the glove compartment. I always leave it there.
New York plate?
Oh, yes. He lives in Chicago. I live in New York. On 67th Street. He thinks he's very bad. He won't die.
We'll see what the doctor says.
He was just out to have a good time, that's all. Just a good time. And something like this has to happen.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Have you known him very long?
Oh, yes. Several years. We see each other whenever he comes to New York.
Is that often?
Yes, he's here frequently on business.
The ambulance.
Oh, that's good. Seems like it took forever. Can we go over there now? I just have to see him.
In a minute.
Where will they take him, do you know? In what hospital?
Mount Sinai is the closest.
He'll have the best doctors, won't he? He can afford the best.
Yes, he'll have the best. All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Mr. We'll go over there now, huh?
Okay. Can I go right to the hospital?
Well, the detectives want to talk to you, Miss Nayland.
About what?
Yes?
He has a wife in Chicago. Will someone get in touch with her? I wouldn't want to do it.
Yes, we'll take care of it, Miss Nayland.
Oh, that's good. I wouldn't know what to tell her.
All right, let's go over there. The shooting victim was carefully put on the stretcher by the ambulance attendant and police officers. The first officer on the scene, Patrolman Daniel Ricci, rode the ambulance to Mount Sinai with the victim to secure the balance of the information for his aided case report. As the ambulance was pulling away, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, arrived with 2 of his detectives. Sergeant Waters introduced them to Miss Nayland, gave them the names and addresses of other witnesses, and such information concerning the crime as had been gathered. The uniformed officers were then instructed to resume patrol, and the investigation of the case was left in the hands of detectives. I returned to the station house, where at midnight I turned out the platoon for the 12 to 8 tour. During the course of the night, I had occasion to confer with Lieutenant King in regard to the case. He told me that an alarm had been put out for Miss Nayland's car, this one including the registration number. No luck. The victim had undergone surgery at Mount Sinai, and the doctor said his condition was critical. At 8 a.m., I turned out the platoon for the day tour and signed a blotter to go off duty. Shortly after noon, Detective Louis DeLuca was sent to Mount Sinai Hospital by Lieutenant King. He went to the third floor orthopedic section and walked from the elevator to a pair of swinging doors behind which the floor nurse sat at her desk.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, too.
I'm Detective DeLuca. Are you the nurse I spoke to on the phone?
Yes, that's right. Miss Nayland is waiting out in the solarium.
Which way is that?
Turn right there and through the French doors. Poor girl, she's been here every minute. I wanted to get her some coffee. She wouldn't have any.
Mm-hmm. How is he this morning? Any better?
Still unconscious.
Does it look like he'll make it?
Well, that's not for me to say.
Oh, good morning there, Detective. Oh, hello, DeLuca.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. There's a lot of excitement when you were here during the night.
There was?
Yes. You won't be able to talk to him. He's still unconscious.
Yes, I know, Doctor. I came to see the young woman.
I told her to go home some hours ago.
She's still here, Doctor, out in the solarium.
Well, thank you. I'll go see her.
You're welcome.
What do you think his chances are, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say.
50-50?
50-50, or less.
Any chance of his regaining consciousness?
Not so that you could talk to him. Well, the solarium is that way.
Yes, thanks.
Oh,
that's it?
That young woman ought to go home and get some rest. I haven't been able to do anything with her. Maybe you can.
I'll try.
Is she very close to him?
Friend.
Oh. Well, you see what you can do.
Yes, sir. I will. Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor says you should have gone home a long time ago.
I know. I can't. That's why I found out it was going to be all right. That was a tough break. Why did they have to shoot him? They didn't have to shoot him. They could have had the money without shooting him.
Well, they could have, but they didn't.
He's going to die, isn't he?
The doctor says he's got a 50-50 chance.
You know he's going to die. Why did they have to do it? The money was nothing to him. He would throw it away. Throw it away like that. They didn't have to shoot him. Why did they do it?
We can ask them.
Ask them? What do you mean?
We had the alarm out on your car. The New York State Police picked them up near Albany this morning.
They did?
Yes. Lieutenant King wants to see you.
When?
Right now.
But I should wait here till I find out about the order.
Maybe you can come back and wait after you talk to the lieutenant.
What does he want to see me about? I told him everything I know.
He wants to talk to you about the two that were arrested.
Oh.
He sent a couple of men up to Albany to get them. He wants you to see if you can identify them.
What about my car? They get that too?
Yeah, they went up on the train. They'll drive back in your car.
Oh, that's good.
Is this your coat?
Yes. Thanks. They shouldn't have done it. That's the last thing they should have done, shoot him. He got his money. What makes him so crazy?
Don't ask me. I've been in this job 13 years. I haven't found out yet.
It was 12:35 when Miss Nayland and Detective DeLuca left the hospital and headed for the station house. Although I was scheduled to be off duty, I had received a telephone call at my home to appear at the borough commander's office at 2 p.m. for a meeting of precinct commanders to discuss the assignment of men from the various commands to plain clothes work, which consists of enforcing the laws relating to gambling and public morals. In this connection, before going to the meeting, I stopped at the station house to pick up the personnel files of the men I plan to recommend for the job.
Oh, Captain.
Sergeant?
Didn't expect you in today.
Who's the clerical man on the job, Sergeant?
Fallon, Captain.
All right, ring him there and tell him I want to see him in my office right away.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, left some messages on your desk, Captain.
Okay, good.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Matt.
Lieutenant King, Sergeant.
Well, I understand we got those two who did the shooting on First Avenue last night.
Yes, sir, that's right. State police got them on the road up near Albany.
Well, that's good.
Yes, sir. Got them in the car, and they admit to shooting. I sent Fitzpatrick and Goldman up to bring them in the car back.
How's the man doing, man?
That's a good touch and go whether they'll live or not.
It's too bad.
The doctor told me that one bullet wound in the shoulder wasn't too bad, but the other one in the chest is rough.
Okay, Miss Nayland. Straight on through.
Hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Captain. Hello, Miss Nayland.
Hello?
You met Captain Kennelly last night?
Yes.
Miss Nayland?
Will I be here long? I really should get back to the hospital.
Well, you go upstairs with Detective DeRuca. I'll be right up.
I really can't stay too long.
Right. Yes. Come on, Miss Nayland.
I really have to get back to the hospital.
What about the wife, Mrs. Eric?
Well, the Chicago police made the notification she's flying here.
Oh. Was Miss Nayland at the hospital all night?
Yes, sir.
Hmm? She must have some feelings about it.
Yeah, I'm sure she does, Captain, but I don't know what kind of feelings. Fitz called me from Albany. He said the two boys they've got up there told him the whole deal. The kidnapping, the robbery, even the shooting was all her idea.
I talked to Lieutenant King about the case for a few minutes more until Patrolman Fallon, the clerical man, came out of the 124 room. I went into my office with Patrolman Fallon, and Lieutenant King walked through the back room and up the stairs to the second floor where the 21st Squad is located. He opened the door and was met by Detective DeLuca.
Where's Miss Nayland? In your office, Lieutenant. Oh. The floor nurse over at the hospital just called. He didn't die? No, nothing. The wife showed up. She's been talking to the doctor. Nice thing. She got in by plane, took a cab straight to Mount Sinai. I told the nurse to ask her to come over here later. You want to talk to her. Good. Let's go see Miss Nayland. Yes, sir. You didn't say anything to her, did you, Liz? Oh, no, sir, not a word. Well, Miss Nayland?
Hello?
Sit down, Liz. Yes, sir. Sorry to get you back here. I know you didn't have much rest last night.
I didn't have any. Have you really got them? Are you sure they're the right ones?
They were in your car, Miss Nayland. We put out a teletype alarm last night, and the state police spotted the car on the road.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad for Walter's sake.
How long have you known Walter, Miss Nayland?
Oh, for quite some time.
See him very often?
Every time he comes to New York, he lives in Chicago, you know.
Yes, we know.
Every time he comes to New York on business, we go out. Restaurants, theater, nightclubs. We have a good time.
How often does he come to New York?
Oh, I don't know. Every month. He's showing us business here.
How long does he stay?
Usually, you mean?
Yes, usually.
2 or 3 days, maybe sometimes a week.
How'd you meet him? Do you remember?
Yes, I remember. It was some friends. They had a party, and I was there, and Walter came. That's how we met. He's awfully nice. He has a big business in Chicago, and he's really a sweet guy, really. It's a shame something like this had to happen to him.
How long have you lived in New York, Miss Nayland?
Does it make any difference?
We'd like to know. Just like to get things straight.
I've lived in New York most of my life.
You work?
No, I don't work.
How do you get along?
I have my alimony.
I thought it was Miss June Nayland.
And when I got my divorce, the judge said I could use my maiden name again. That's the way I wanted it.
How much alimony do you get?
Isn't that a little personal?
Maybe it is, but I'd like to know how a young woman living alone with no job can dress so well, have such a nice apartment, such nice furniture.
Well, don't see what that has to do with it. I don't see what that has to do with it at all.
How much alimony do you get?
$300 a month.
Your former husband been regular in his payments?
Of course he has been.
$300 a month enough way to live on?
It's adequate.
Nayland, you know a man named Philip Creedy?
No.
How about Arthur Harrod?
No, I don't know any Arthur Harrod. I don't know either of them. What's this all about? I got a right to know. You bring me over here and ask me these personal questions like I was a criminal or something.
Philip Creedy and Arthur Harrod are the two men who were picked up in Albany by the state police. They were in your car.
Well, I don't see what that has to do with how much alimony I get or how I live or what kind of clothes I wear.
They told the officers who went up to bring them back that you hired them to rob Mr. Harridge.
I did?
That's what they said.
That's ridiculous.
They said they met you in a bar in Greenwich Village. You told them you had a date with this rich manufacturer from Chicago.
That's crazy.
They said you told them he always carried a lot of money.
That's absolutely crazy.
You were going to this certain nightclub. They said you told them where you parked your car, what time you'd be there, what time you'd be out.
That's not so.
They said you told them exactly what to do, where to be, where to go, even to wreck your car so you could collect the insurance on it.
That's so ridiculous I don't even want to talk about it.
No, it sounds ridiculous. That's what they
I
said.
don't care what they said.
Why would they want to put you into this thing if you had nothing to do with it?
I don't know why, but I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. It's crazy. It's a crazy lie.
Well, we'll get it straightened out. It won't be hard.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Now, Mr. Arridge got into town on Monday.
Yes.
You saw him, you said Monday night, Tuesday night, and last night.
That's right.
Whose idea was it to go down to Greenwich Village last night?
It was his, Wally.
Go to Greenwich Village Tuesday night?
We went to the theater.
After the theater?
Well,
Get that, will you, Lynn?
Yes, sir.
we went to my place.
21st Squad.
And Monday night?
Yeah?
Nightclubbing.
All right.
In Greenwich Village?
Hold on a second.
No, in Midtown.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lynn.
This,
Now?
yeah, right now.
I'll tell you what. Yes, sir.
Hello, Whitey. I'll be right out.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Did you go to a club in Greenwich Village the last time Mr. Arridge was in New York?
No.
Has he ever taken you to the village?
No.
Then why'd you go last night?
There was an act there we were interested in seeing.
Well, who was interested? You or Mr. Arridge?
Oh, this is so ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I refuse to talk about it.
All right, we'll skip it for a while. Mrs. Arridge is outside.
Oh, is she?
You know her?
No.
She went right from LaGuardia to the hospital. There was nothing she could do there, so I asked her to come over. I think she'd like to hear from you how it happened.
Yes, I think she's entitled to hear from me. Does she know that I was with Walt at the time?
Imagine she does.
I imagine she knows the whole story about Walt and me.
I imagine.
Well, all right.
Luca?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She'll be right in.
I don't know what I can tell her.
Right in there, Mrs. Arridge.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Close the door, Lynn.
Yes. Mrs. Arridge, this is Lieutenant King.
How do you do?
Lieutenant King.
And Miss Nayland.
I'm sorry about what happened, Mrs. Arridge. Very sorry.
I know. I suppose we all are. I just came from the hospital, Lieutenant. I understand his condition is quite critical.
Yes, I know.
I want to thank you for the interest you've shown, Miss Nayland. I heard you were there all night and practically all this morning.
Yes, I was.
It was very considerate. I appreciate it. Have you known Walter a long time?
Yes, for quite some time.
I see.
I knew you'd understand, Mrs. Arridge. You see, he's spoken quite often about you and the boys and the house and all about you.
You do. I'm sorry, but I can't say the same.
After the two women concluded their conversation, Lieutenant King spoke privately to Mrs. Arridge for a few minutes. Then she returned to the hospital. The interrogation of Miss Nayland was then continued. She vehemently denied any connection with the two men who had been arrested by the New York State Police near Albany. Shortly after 2 p.m., Lieutenant King received a phone call from Detective Fitzpatrick in charge of the detail driving the suspects back from Albany. He was calling from a filling station on the Henry Hudson Drive in the Bronx and informed the lieutenant that they would be at the station house within a half hour. After a few more minutes of questioning, Lieutenant King reminded Miss Nayland that she had had nothing to eat all day. She agreed that she was hungry and was escorted to a restaurant on Lexington Avenue by Detective Whitey Howard. I was still at the meeting of the Borough Commander's office at 2:20 p.m. when the two suspects arrived at the station house. They were taken upstairs to the detective squad where they were immediately fingerprinted and their pedigrees taken. Then, together, they were taken to Lieutenant King's office.
All right. Where are you taking us now? Right in here. What's in there? DeLuca, Lieutenant. The lieutenant, Art. All right, go on. Go on, Art.
I'm going. Come over here and sit down.
Where? Where do you want us to sit? Right there. Sit down. Sit down, Art.
Just close the door, Lynn.
Yes, sir.
You're Creedy?
That's right, yeah.
You're Harrod.
I'm Harrod, yes.
You ever in trouble before, Creedy?
Well, yeah.
Where?
In New York.
For what?
Grand larceny.
What'd you get out of it?
3 years suspended.
Ever do any time?
Yeah?
Where?
Elmira. I did 22 months of burglary.
What about you?
Me?
Yeah. Were you ever in trouble?
Just in the Army, that's all. I did some time in Leavenworth. Not the penitentiary, the DB there.
For what?
For stealing.
I understand you two admit shooting the man. Did you?
Yeah, we shot him. Then we out.
Yeah.
We shot him.
How much did you get off him?
I don't know, $1,100.
$1,100, yeah.
Yeah, it was that girl that June got us into this thing. She put the whole thing up to us. Is that right, Art?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, we didn't want any trouble. We were just out for a good time. She saw us in that bar in the village, and not the place where they went together, another joint. Tuesday she saw us.
When?
Tuesday.
What time Tuesday?
In the afternoon. Is that right, Art?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, we didn't want any trouble.
Did you ever see her before that?
Oh, sure. Lots of times we've seen her around. I knew her for years. When I introduced her out, didn't I say meet an old friend of mine?
Yeah, that's what you said, Phil.
I mean, she put us up to it. I didn't want any trouble. I had enough trouble all my life. I want to stay out of trouble. She told us she had a date with this fellow, that he always carries around a lot of money, and she'd take him to this place. He'd get a little tight. It'd be a cinch. She didn't tell us we'd have to shoot him then. She said then it's a simple operation, didn't she, Art?
That's right. We thought it would be simple.
She denies she even knows you.
Well, of course she'd deny it. What do you think she's going to do, admit it? She put us up to it. It was all her idea. It'd be a cinch, nothing to it. Art'll bear me out, won't you, Art?
Yeah, I'll bear you out. She put us up to it.
Where's the gun you shot him with?
We threw it out in the parkway someplace. I can tell you where. I know just where, don't I, Art?
Yeah.
It's a fine thing putting us up to something like this. We didn't want any trouble. She gives us a sob story about how she can't make ends meet. Wouldn't be so bad now she's trying to squirm out of it. But she's not going to get off with nothing. Isn't that right, Art?
Yeah. Guess so.
Do look a see at the back, will you?
Yes, sir. In here, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. How's the guy today?
About the same.
I hope he don't die.
You'd better hope so.
I wasn't thinking about myself. I just didn't mean him any harm, that's all.
I don't mind somebody getting hooked for something they did, but when they try to lie their way out of it, when you got them 14 ways to breakfast, that's something else. Is that right, Art?
Yeah.
Yeah, there she is. That's her. What are you trying to lie your way out of it for?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Sure. Sure she don't want to talk about it because anything you say might get you in deeper, that's all.
What are you trying to do to me?
I just want you to get what's coming to you.
Okay, all right.
She's lying, that's all. All right, Phil, keep it quiet.
Nayland, you ever see these two before?
Yes. They're the two that held us up and shot Walter.
Now, you see? She don't mind telling the truth about that. It don't hurt her.
All right.
She told us exactly what to do and how to get the money. She even told us where he kept it. What pocket? I didn't want anything to do with it. She told us. Isn't that right, Art? Isn't that the honest to goodness truth?
Nothing. No, it isn't.
Tell him, Art, isn't it?
No. No, she had nothing to do with it.
Are you crazy?
Sit still, He thought up the whole idea while we were laying over in Albany. He said when the New York cops get here, let's put it over on the girl, and it would go better for us. It was his idea to do that.
How do you like that?
He said if we could put some of the blame on her, we won't get so much out of it. It would go easier on us if we got to be witness against her.
Wait till I get you alone.
That'll be a long wait.
I'm sorry, lady. I didn't want to hurt you. There's enough people hurt already.
Thanks.
Now, let's go outside, Miss Nayland.
How do you like that?
Keep your eye on them, Lud.
Yes, sir. Guy won't make it easier on himself.
Well, guess that settles it, Miss Nayland.
I hope so.
I'm sorry for any anxiety we caused you, but we've got to check these things through.
Well, it's over. Thank goodness for that.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hello, Captain. You've met Miss Nayland, Captain Kennelly?
Yes, we met.
Hello.
Well, how's it going, man?
Miss Nayland is just leaving.
Oh?
We've got your car downstairs, Miss Nayland. You have to put in a claim with the desk officer for it.
Do I have to do it right away?
No, there's no hurry.
I want to get back to the hospital. Well, I can't say it was a pleasure.
Bye, Miss Nayland.
We'll call you when we need you.
Yes. Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye. Well, I'm glad she's cleared, Matt. Would have been too bad.
Yes, sir. Well, you want to hear what I've got to say to those boys who are wasting our time?
No, thanks, Matt. I'm sure you don't need any help from me. "21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney." What do you mean, robbed? Held up? Oh, where is this? Where? 11:05 or 11:09. Well, who got shot? Who? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Well, which way do they go, uptown or downtown?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right, you stay there. I'll send the officers right over. Yeah, right away. Just stay there and wait for them. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st.
Whether they know it or not.
The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. At 10 o'clock, after having been on patrol of the precinct for 3 hours in sector car number 3, I returned to the station house where Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Tierney was on telephone switchboard duty. As I walked from the front door toward the desk to sign the blotter, I saw Lieutenant King, commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad, and another man come out of the back room.
Captain,
Yes?
you got a minute, Captain?
Yeah, sure, man.
This is Detective Kagan of the Manhattan West Homicide Squad.
Kagan?
Please meet, Steph.
Oh, what have we got, man?
21st Precinct. Bill Waters on the job tonight.
Yeah, he's working the store.
17.
What's the trouble?
Kagan. Well, a liquor store on 8th Avenue was stuck up. Clerk shot tonight.
Yeah?
The boys ran down the street. A civilian witness saw one of them throw something into a DS trash basket. The officers searched the trash basket when they arrived, and it was a revolver.
Well, what's that got to do with Sergeant Waters?
It's his gun.
Oh. Sergeant Tierney?
Yes, sir.
Where's Sergeant Waters?
On patrol, Captain.
You want to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've got to sign the blotter. You wait in my office, and I'll have a radio call put out for him.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir, Captain.
Have Sergeant Waters ring in here, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, you got a couple of messages here, Captain.
All right, I'll sign the blotter and be with you in a minute.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Tierney, 21st.
Yes, sir.
Have 681 call the 21st, will you?
Yes, sir.
When Sergeant Waters rings in, I'll talk to him.
Yes, sir. Oh, here are those messages, Captain.
Oh. This message here, give it to Fallon.
Yes, sir.
He knows all about it. I'll be in my office. Oh, sit down, Matt. Kagan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain.
Sergeant Waters spent the first 4 hours of the tour on TS, and he's been out on patrol since 8 o'clock.
Oh, there's no suspicion he's involved, Captain. The 2 young men, about 20.
Oh? Had he reported the theft of the gun? Or its loss?
No, sir. He's got a son about that age, Captain.
Oh, yes.
As soon as we checked the numbers on the guns with the pistol index cards we sent out to his residence, nobody home there.
No one?
No, sir. There's 2 men planted out there waiting.
Oh, neighbors, mate.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Tierney on TS, Captain.
Yes?
Sergeant Waters is ringing in.
All right. Sergeant Waters?
Yes, sir, Captain.
Where are you?
72nd Street and 2nd Avenue, Captain.
Well, come on in here right away.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's close. Be here in a couple of minutes.
Good.
That boy of his hasn't been in any trouble before, has he?
Nothing. I checked the kid's name through BCI. No arrest shown.
What is his name?
Edward, Captain. Edward Waters.
Doesn't sound right to me. Sergeant Waters is pretty proud of that kid. He's in college, I believe. Spent 2 years in the Army. Was overseas.
Yes, sir.
Always talking about the boy. How ambitious he is.
From the looks of it, Captain, he got a little too ambitious.
What happened exactly?
Oh, it was about 8:15 tonight.
Yes?
Clerk was alone in this liquor store. These 2 young fellows walked in. One boy pulled the gun, said he'd take the money. Clerk didn't move fast enough for him. He fired 2 shots at him. One hit him in the chest, this side, and the other missed. 2 boys ran out, and this civilian saw them running. He saw them throw something into this trash basket on the corner. When the cops came, he showed them.
How's the clerk?
He'd be all right. I think he's in Roosevelt Hospital.
Uh-huh. He checked out the numbers on the gun, sent out to Sergeant Waters' residence. That's about it, sir.
Does the clerk say he can identify the boy?
I haven't talked to him, Captain. We've got a man over at the hospital waiting until the doctor says it's okay.
Oh, I see.
Gonna be kind of rough on him, Waters.
Yeah, sure is. His son fits the description of the one who did the shooting. Boy about 20, tall, slender build, light hair.
Any trace of them after the holdup?
Well, Captain, the civilian who saw them throw the gun away tried to keep his eyes on them. They ran up 8th Avenue.
And does this civilian think he can identify them?
He's not sure, sir.
Oh, excuse me. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Kenny on CS, Captain. Sergeant Waters is here.
All right, tell him to come in. He's here.
Kagan, want to give the captain the gun?
Yes.
Right. Come in.
Hello, Captain.
Come in, Bill. Now, close the door.
Yes, sir. Hello, Lieutenant King.
Sergeant.
This is Detective Kagan of the Manhattan West Homicide Squad. Sergeant Bill Waters.
Hello, Sergeant.
Bill, is this your gun?
I've got one just like it, Captain.
Where do you keep it?
At home. Locked up in a cabinet. That is, when I'm not carrying it. I carry it occasionally when I'm off duty and feel like wearing a shoulder holster. What's the trouble, Captain?
This is your gun.
Is it?
The numbers check out with what's listed in the pistol index cards.
What's it doing here?
The gun was used in a stick-up tonight, Bill, on the west side.
I'm sure my gun's at home, Captain.
It was a liquor store. Clerk was shot. He's in serious condition at Roosevelt Hospital.
Oh. Well, that's too bad.
The gun was thrown in the Department of Sanitation trash basket on the street there by the boy that used it.
Have they got the boy?
No. Not yet, sir.
He's described by a witness as about 20 years old, tall, slender build, light hair.
Another boy about the same age was with him. A little heavier, a little darker.
When was the last time you saw the gun where you generally keep it, Bill?
When I was swinging last Saturday. I cleaned it. You think my boy is involved. Is that the idea?
That's what it looks like, sir.
Well, he's at home, studying. He goes to Queens College. He's not at home, Bill. There's no one at your home. Are you sure?
You've got a man planted there.
Oh.
Where's your wife?
Well, since I was working tonight, she decided to visit her sister in Hempstead. Are you sure that he's not home? He should be. I know he's got some tests coming up. He wanted to study.
Nobody's home.
Captain, I know that boy. He's a good kid.
Has he ever been in trouble, Bill?
No. He's never had a day's trouble in his life. He's been all right. He's worked hard in school ever since I can remember. And he made good marks.
How long has he been home from the Army?
He got out in January.
Where was he?
In the Army?
Yeah.
In Germany. That's where he wound up. Spent a year there, more.
What did he wind up as?
PFC. He had no ambition to get any place in the Army.
Did he get an honorable discharge, Bill?
Yes, sir. Of course.
When he got home, did he enroll in the college right away?
He enrolled right away. Yes, sir. But he didn't start until the new term began in February. So he went to Florida for a couple of weeks. Kid was entitled to it, don't you think? 2 years in the service. And he had a little money saved up. He was entitled to it.
There's no argument about that, Bill.
I'm sorry, Captain.
I understand. That's all right.
Take my word for it. He's all right, Captain. He's not that kind of a kid. He never was. Sure, he's had his problems since he got home, but who wouldn't after 2 years in the Army? Takes a little time to get adjusted.
What kind of problems, Bill?
Same kind of problems everybody's got. Just living. Trying to make up your mind what you want to do, what you want to be. Whether to go back to school or get a job or what. And his girl.
What about his girl?
Well, she's not his girl anymore. He got a Dear John letter over there. She married somebody else.
Oh.
Oh, that's all right. He understands. Can't expect a girl to wait until somebody gets out of the Army and finish his education, then first get to start. He understands. Oh, Kagan, take my word for it. He's not that kind of a kid. Something's wrong someplace. My gun's home in the cabinet.
Let's go over to your house and look, all right?
That's what I'd like to do.
All right, go ahead, Sergeant. Take the rest of the tour.
Thanks, Captain. It'll take me a minute to change.
Sergeant.
Yes?
I'll get down to the locker room with you. I want to talk to you, okay?
Okay, if you want.
I'll see you before we ride out there, Lieutenant.
Okay.
What do you think, man?
I don't know, Captain. Doesn't look good to me. Guy breaks his neck, all his life to raise a boy. 20 years old. You ought to know better.
You ought to know better. Or learn.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
As soon as Sergeant Waters changed to civilian clothes, he left the station house with Detective Kagan. They got into Kagan's car and drove across the Triborough Bridge to Queens. It was 10:45 p.m. when they pulled to a stop in front of the house in which Sergeant Waters lived. Detective Kagan spoke to another detective who was planted there. No one had entered the house. Then he and Sergeant Waters walked up the front steps to the small porch.
Well, I guess there isn't anyone home. There'd be some lights.
Yeah.
Just a second till I find my key.
Sure, okay.
It's not so. Can't be. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll get the light.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
18 years we live here.
You own it?
Oh, yeah. Practically.
Must have bought it right.
Let me turn on the light in here. Yeah. 18 years ago, you could buy anything right. It looked like a lot of money at the time. My wife's father had just died, and she had some insurance money, $2,000. So all we needed to put down.
Do you expect her home soon?
I don't know. I told you she's out of her sister's.
Yeah.
She goes out there for an evening once in a while when I'm working nights. But she usually gets back before I do.
Well, you're a little early tonight.
Yeah.
Carly, you want to show me where you keep the gun?
Yeah. In here. In the dining room, I've got a cabinet in there. Now, wait till I get the light.
Okay.
That's it.
You keep it locked, huh?
That's right.
And the key in the drawer?
I've been keeping the key in the drawer for 10 years. Nobody's disturbed it yet. I'm not worried about my family. Only if a prowler breaks in.
Is that where you usually keep the gun?
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's no mistake about it, Sergeant. That revolver was yours.
I guess it was. Kid's known that gun was there. I don't know how many years he's known it. Why would he do it? He wouldn't do anything like that.
You don't have any idea where he is, huh?
He's supposed to be home, study.
Think your wife would know where he is?
I don't know.
Well, I guess we ought to go in and sit down, huh? Might have a long wait.
Yeah. It's like getting hit on the head. You don't know what's coming. Then you're in a daze. Sit down, Kagan.
Yeah, thanks. What do? Do you make some of this furniture yourself?
Most.
Furniture?
Yeah, some of it, like the tables. I got a few power tools downstairs. I fool around with them.
That's nice, huh? Very nice work.
Thanks. Would you like some coffee?
No.
I'll put some coffee.
No, thanks.
Won't be any trouble.
That's all right.
I make all the coffee around here.
You don't have to bother, thanks.
Okay. Raise a kid. I don't know.
Yeah.
What happened? Did the Army do it, Tony?
You were through up on a lot of them.
Can't blame the Army. There's been millions of them in and out. I don't know. We tried. Me and my wife. We thought we did a good job.
Well, I guess you never can tell.
I guess you can.
How long you got in on the job, son?
19 years.
That's a long time. Huh?
Yeah. It sure is.
It's the door.
Yeah.
Eddie?
No, Martha, it's me.
What are you doing home?
Something came up, honey.
What came up?
Martha,
This is Detective Kagan. Mrs. Waters.
How do you do? What came up?
Martha. Do you know where Eddie is?
Where's he home?
No.
He said he was going to stay home and study.
Well, he's not here.
What's the matter?
Was Eddie here when you left?
Of course. I gave him supper and he said he was going to study.
What time was that?
About 6 o'clock, a little before 6. What's the matter? What happened to him?
I don't think anything happened to him.
Well, something happened. What is it?
Do you know whether he took a gun I had locked up in the dining room cabinet?
What would he want with your gun?
I don't know what he'd want with my gun. But a liquor store on 8th Avenue, New York, was held up tonight and the clerk was shot. With my gun.
You think Eddie did it?
I don't know what to think.
Did Eddie do it?
That's what it looks like, Mrs. Waters.
Well, he was home. He said he was going to stay home and study. That's what I thought he said.
Then why didn't you stay home with him instead of running out to Hampstead?
He's not a child anymore. He's 20 years old. Nobody has to watch him.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey.
That's all right. I can't believe it. I just can't believe Eddie would do something like that.
Mrs. Waters, did he go to classes today?
Yes, he went to classes.
What time did he get home?
About 4:30, 4:45, something like that. It's not possible.
He took the gun. Was anyone with him when he came home?
Yes, a friend of his. They came in together.
Which friend, Martha?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Oh, what's his name?
Eddie introduced us, but I don't remember.
When you left, were they here together?
Yes. I asked the other young man if he'd like to have supper, but he said no, thank you. He sat in the kitchen with Eddie while he ate.
About how old would you say the other boy was?
About Eddie's age, about 20.
Did he have light hair like Eddie's?
No, it was darker, much darker.
Well, did Eddie say they were classmates? Does he go to the college?
I don't know. I don't think it was mentioned. Bill, tell him you don't think Eddie would do anything like that. Tell him you're sure he wouldn't.
I've already told him. With Detective Kagan, Sergeant Waters and his wife sat down in the living room to wait for their son to return home. At midnight, after the 51 men who would patrol the streets of the precinct from midnight to 8 in the morning marched out the front door of the station house to take over their post, I went into my office to sign reports which had been put on my desk by Patrolman Fallon, the 124 man. At 25 minutes after 12, the sergeant on telephone switchboard duty notified me that sector car number 2 was en route to the station house to take me on patrol. I left my office, went into the muster room, and behind the desk to sign the blotter. Then I walked toward the door to the street to wait for the RMP car.
Oh, hello.
Yeah?
You're Captain Kennelly, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, do you know whether Sergeant Waters left the station house yet? I've been waiting here for him since a few minutes after 12.
You're Eddie Waters, huh?
That's right, yes, sir. I didn't think you'd remember. We met a couple of years ago before I went in the Army.
Yes, I remember. Was your father supposed to meet you?
Oh, no, sir. No, I just happened to be in New York in the neighborhood. I knew he got off the job a little after 12, and I thought I'd ride home with him.
Oh, I see.
You didn't see him in there, did you? He didn't come out.
Why don't you come on in, Eddie? We'll see if we can locate him.
Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you. I know you're busy.
No, that's all right.
Should have gone on home, I guess.
No, that's all right. Go ahead, Eddie.
Thank you.
Now, supposing you wait in my office over there, and I'll see what I can do.
Oh, no, I'm putting you to too much trouble.
No, not at all. Have a seat in there.
Yes, sir. I certainly appreciate this.
Make yourself comfortable.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney.
All right, 32.
Oh, did the car come by yet, Captain?
I don't know. Is Lieutenant King upstairs?
I think so, Captain.
I'll see if you can get him.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Tierney on CS. Captain Kennelly would like to talk to Lieutenant King. Yeah. You want to take it in your office, Captain?
No, I'll take it on this extension here.
Yes, sir. Captain Kennelly, it's for you, Lieutenant King.
Yes, Captain.
Matt, can you come down to my office? Eddie Waters just came into the house.
Sergeant Waters, boy?
That's right, yeah. He was looking for his father.
Right downstairs, Captain.
When the car gets here, Sergeant, tell him to resume patrol. I won't be going out for a while.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir.
Oh, did you see him, Captain?
No.
Oh, well. I don't want to be any trouble.
Sit down, Eddie.
Oh, I don't want to miss him if he's down in the lockers.
You won't.
It's very nice of you, Captain.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Come in.
Is that him?
Come in, Matt.
Yes, sir.
You want to shut the door?
Sure.
Eddie, this is Lieutenant King in charge of the detectives here. Eddie Waters, Sergeant Waters' boy.
I'm glad to know you, Lieutenant.
Yeah, same here.
Haven't seen my father around, have you?
No, he went on home about 10:30.
He did?
That's right.
What's the matter? Was he sick?
No.
There's nothing wrong with my mother. She's all right.
Yeah, she's all right. I just spoke to your house on the phone about 20 minutes ago.
Well, then, what's the matter?
What time did you leave your house, Eddie?
I don't know, about 6:30. Listen, what's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter in a minute. Just answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
That was how long after your mother left for her sister's?
Oh, about half an hour, I guess. As soon as I finished dinner.
Who is this friend you had at the house?
What's he got to do with it?
What's his name?
Joe Purley.
P-U-R-L-E-Y?
Yes, sir.
Where does he live?
Near us.
Knowing him long?
For years. I went to high school with him.
When you left the house, you leave together?
Yes, sir. Captain, I'd like to know...
Just answer the questions, Eddie. Where'd you go?
We walked to the subway together. Come to New York.
Eddie, why did you come to New York not a half hour after you told your mother you were going to stay home and study?
I didn't tell her that.
What'd you tell her?
I didn't tell her anything.
Why did you come to New York?
I had an appointment.
Where?
On West 77th Street, 409.
With whom?
A man named Carnwood and Mrs. Carnwood. They run a summer camp for boys up in Maine. I went to see him about a job.
What time was your appointment?
7:30.
Get there on time?
I was there before time.
How long did you stay?
Till almost 9 o'clock. Incidentally, I got the job. Got to go up there on June 16th to Maine. I'm going to be their swimming counselor.
You were at 409 West 77th Street between 7:30 and 9 o'clock.
That's right.
Who else was there?
Mr. and Mrs. Carnwood and their head counselor and their boy and a couple of more fellas.
What's the telephone number of Mr. and Mrs. Carnwood?
Oh, just a second. I got it in my pocket. Academy 24599. Listen, Lieutenant, it was hard getting this job. I want it.
Eddie, these people will vouch that you were there between 7:30 and 9 o'clock?
Well, of course. Why shouldn't they? Listen, Captain, what's going on? What's the matter?
Eddie, how did you happen to bring this Joe Purley home to your house?
I met him on the street. We started talking about some of the fellas we used to run with.
And you just brought him home?
No, he asked if he could come. He remembered I used to save stamps, and he said he was in that business now. If I wasn't interested anymore, he'd like to buy my collection. Well, I hadn't thought about the stamps for years, so I thought I could pick up a few dollars, and I said, sure.
He went home with you?
Yeah, that's right.
Had he ever been to your house before?
Well, I haven't seen him in about 4 or 5 years. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was there. Yeah, once, I think, when we were in high school.
Do you remember back then? Did you show him where your father kept a gun?
Well, it was a long time ago, kid. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I was proud of Dad because he just got made a sergeant that week. And I brought a couple of kids home from school. You know, I gave them a thrill. I got the key out of the drawer, and I opened the cabinet, and I showed them my dad's gun. Yeah, I think Joe was one of them. Yeah, he was. Listen, has Joe done something?
Did you leave him alone in the house tonight?
Yes, sir. He waited in the living room while I got ready to go to the appointment.
Alone?
Yes, sir, all alone. Has he done something?
It looks like he stole your father's gun.
Oh, no kidding.
What was he doing in New York tonight? Why'd he come?
Said he had to meet another fellow about some stamps. We rode over together. He got off at Times Square. I went on uptown. Now, how do you like that? I thought there was something screwy. I showed him my stamps. He said they weren't worth anything. Well, they were worth something, all right. Just to get the gun.
The place was held up and a man shot.
Oh, brother.
I'd like you to come upstairs with me, Eddie.
Sure, Lieutenant.
Hello, Sergeant. Would you ring the residence of Sergeant Waters?
Are you calling my father?
That's right, yes.
Well, would you tell him I'm here? They're probably wondering what happened to me.
I'll tell him. Yes, Eddie. Do you know where Joe Purley lives?
Well, I know where he used to live. I think he still lives there. Oh, I'll see you before I go, won't I, Captain?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
way, Eddie. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant City on CS, Captain. I got Sergeant Barnes for you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Hello, Captain.
We've got Eddie here, Bill.
Is he all right?
Sure. You better tell Kagan to ring in to Lieutenant King. I'm sure everything's going to be all right.
You mean Eddie didn't have anything to do with it?
Don't act so surprised, Sergeant. You're the only one who knew it all the time.
First Precinct, Sergeant Kearney. Well, what do you need the emergency squad? Yeah. Well, what's the trouble up there? Locked behind what? Yeah. I see. Has a what? What kind of a gun? Well, how many shots has he fired? Yeah? Well, where's that? The bar in the grill head?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Ethel Everett, Harold Stone, John McQuaid, Bill Zuckert, William Redfield. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hannah speaking.